It's crispy, it's juicy, and the cheeses, they melt together in a beautiful way.
And it gives me energy. It's perfect.
Order the Chick-fil-A Hash Brown Scramble Burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new.
Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
The best time to recommit to your gut health goals? Right now. Take charge of your gut with Nature Made. Our clinically studied ingredients support digestive health. Digestive enzymes break down nutrients. Probiotic and prebiotic fiber nourish good gut bacteria. And super greens with probiotics empower daily digestive health. Try the full lineup of gut health support from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
You wanted to put up that fence, and then all of a sudden you got Claire and Sebastian walking down the street with a tape measure going, I don't know if that's going to meet the requirements there. Folks, get it done the right way first. Go to Northeast Ohio Fence and Deck. Jim Randall's worked with all the HOAs. Jim Randall has worked with all the municipalities. In fact, they renew every single year to make sure they're at the cutting edge of everything that a community wants. So you get what you want the first time. Quality, value, service, and a fence that can't be beat. NEOFence.com.
Everyone loves a great deal, and that's what you'll get with 0, 0, 0 at Ken Gailey Kia. You'll get 0% for 5 full years, 0 down or 0 payments for 90 days. New 2026 Kia Seltos LX, 119 lease per month. Sportage LX, 139 lease per month. K5 GT line, 149 lease per month. 24 months due at signing. Seltos, 37.93. Sportage, 45.43. K5, 44.61. 10K miles per year, no security deposit required. Get a great deal with 0% for 5 full years. 0 down or 0 payments for 90 days. Only at Ken Ganley Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Online at KenGanleyKia.com.
Ganley rebates assigned to dealer. 26 Sportage APR 1667 per 1,000 financed. Advertised offers include $398 documentary fee and $50 title service fee plus tax, title, and registration with approved credit through KMF. Expires 8/31/26.
Hey, it's Nick Wilson for Kitchen Cabinets at Northeast Factory Direct. You're not just picking cabinets from a catalog, you're collaborating with actual designers who know what works. And the best part, their design expertise works for every project. From efficient 10x10 layouts to expansive custom kitchens. All wood construction, soft close drawers, contemporary styles, no shortcuts. Plus, they handle your entire remodel under one roof. Flooring, backsplash, and vanity tops. Visit any location or northeastfactorydirect.com for your free design consultation. Mention Nick Wilson for your extra special discount.
Peter and Company Jewelers know every day is a day to celebrate. Birthdays, anniversaries, weddings, babies, and of course, engagements. The family at Peter and Company Jewelers has the experience and the know-how to find the perfect gift of permanence for any special day. From $50 to $50,000, whatever your budget, Peter and Company Jewelers delivers a personalized experience that treats every single guest like a member of the family. See for yourself by following them on Facebook, where you can take advantage of the specials every Tuesday with Tammy, and online at peterjewelers.com. Since 1987, Peter and Company Jewelers is where Cleveland gets engaged.
When a bone or joint injury happens, head straight to the Center for Orthopedics. Call 440-848-2755. That's 440-848-2755.
Broadcasting from the 92.3 The Fan Studios, fueled by True North Convenience Stores. The Browns preseason kicks off Saturday against the Bears.
Touchdown!
Kickoff Saturday at 1. We're your home for complete Browns coverage all year long. WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns.
Oh, what a catch!
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 Sports brought to you by Ohio Basement Authority and Groundworks Company. Maybe today's the day we find out who the starting quarterback will be for the Browns when it comes to Saturday's preseason opener in Chicago. Head coach Don Munkin on the plan for not only this week, but also next week as well.
They're each going to start a game. How do I want it that way? Does that make sense? We're still going to go through this week, and next week we're going to have to decide when we practice against the Bills. You're not going to give one of the quarterbacks the ones. You're going to have to rotate those guys a little bit in the preseason practice. And then after those 2 games, then I think we'll be closer to at least having a better idea. But one's going to start one game, and the other one's going to start the
Now,
other.
it is expected Deshaun Watson will get reps with the first-team offense today. Shedeur Sanders did so on Monday. We don't know that whoever is starting against the Bears will likely play the opening series. Now, training camp continues, and coming up during the 12 o'clock hour, we are going to hear from offensive coordinator Travis Schweitzer and defensive coordinator Mike Rutenberg, along with some players today. Then at 12:50, Coach Todd Monken live right here on 92.3 The Fan. Guardians continue their road trip tonight, going to open up a 3-game set in Detroit against the Tigers. Guardians lost their last 2 games of their series against the White Sox, now trail Chicago by 4 games in the AL Central. Guardians also a half game in back of Detroit for second place, along with Minnesota, so that means the Guardians in 4th place. Tanner and Bobby on the hill tonight for Cleveland, 4-11, a 3.85 ERA. NBA announcing its marquee games for opening week this morning. Among them will be the Cavaliers in Philadelphia to take on LeBron James and the 76ers on Thursday, October 22nd. LeBron will make his Sixers debut Tuesday, October 20th, when Philly's in New York to take on the defending NBA champion Knicks. Don't miss the premiere of the Todd Monken Show tonight, 7 o'clock, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
We now have a quarterback competition today. Last year is no longer relevant in terms of last year's quote competition.
How is it not?
It's not relevant to now, is what I'm saying. Shedeur has a chance to win the starting job. I don't want to hear anything about last year when it comes to comparing this year's quarterbacks.
That's impossible.
This year. The jury does not need to examine last year.
But you agreed with me.
Todd Monken does not need film from last year's training camp. He doesn't need to be filled in on every day. Wait a second, he was throwing the ball boys? Oh my goodness.
You agreed to
that does not matter today.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you today? I hope your ride to work was pleasant, is pleasant, or wherever you are out and about in this great city of Cleveland, Northeast Ohio. This is Baskin and Phelps. He is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Coming up on today's show, we will talk to Mary Kay Cabot as we do each and every Tuesday. She will join us at 11 o'clock, give us the lowdown. She is right there in the heart of the media center for the Browns and what's going on with the quarterback competition and where we are with that. Todd Monken, his press conference, coming up in the noon hour. My name is Andy Baskin. His name is Jeff Phelps. The guy over there is Dan Medigan. And this is all Baskin and Phelps. Hi, Jeff. How are you today?
Couldn't be finer, other than the fact that we had no power at the house this morning.
What is the problem there? What's going on?
Well, the power went out, Andy.
Yeah, do we know why? I mean, you got to hop on that. Got to be in the know.
If I were an electrician, I'd let you know.
Wow. I am the son of an electrician. Maybe I can help you.
You're a son of a something.
I can. Thank you. It's always good to be here. Coming out with a rim shot like within 46 seconds.
Thank you.
Dan Medigan, also. Dan, how was your hearing today? You were at Foo Fighters. I was there last night, too, as well. It
was a killer show.
It's a big show.
My goodness. You know, you see the Foo and you know what you're getting into. It's 3 hours on your market set. Let's go as the Energizer Bunny runs all over the place.
He was, Dave Grohl was insane last
He always
night.
is. He's fantastic. That's the third. I've been lucky enough that's the third time I've seen the Foo, and he's always that way.
So that was the first time I've seen him. I've never seen a human being sweat more than him. Or was that water? Did he just put water on himself?
Column A, column B.
It was a little bit of both? I don't know. It was, I was worried for him early on because I thought his voice was going on the first song. And he got stronger as the night went on.
Oh, yeah. He definitely kind of has that Springsteen thing going where all of a sudden everything moves into the right place and you're like, oh, there's Bruce. All right, he sounds good again.
He played for 3 hours. It was exciting. We'll talk a little bit about that later in the show. I really want to talk about the stadium. I mean, Jeff, I can't tell you how many places I walked in that place last night, and they've got a lot of work to do before the first preseason game unless they're planning on making some changes before because Myles Garrett's picture is everywhere. Right?
That should come down, I'm guessing. Is that what you're thinking?
I don't know. I got to tell you, the other thing is I'm wondering if anyone's going to put a fresh coat of paint on that stadium anytime between now and it's being demolished. because there's, like, you see rust all over the place. It is not. We'll talk about it later. I'm like, wow. So we got a little bit of what the future is going to be for the Browns, but not so much with the quarterback situation. Just that, this youth movement is on. It's on. Your first round draft pick is a starter now. Well, there were questions about why do I always want? I'm like stopping myself before I say his name. Fano. Why do I want to do?
Because we worked with Dave Spano.
Is that why?
Yep.
Oh, all right. Well, you know what, Jeff?
Hi, Davey.
This is why I like you, because you get to the heart and soul of why I would make a mistake or why somebody.
Yep.
All right. Fano.
Fano.
God, I just did it again. Fano. That he's got the gig.
At least that's what they've told us.
Yeah, I know. And I better get it down pat here before we start on the network stuff. So,
why start now?
Yeah, that's a good point. So he's going to get the job, although there was talk early on that he wasn't up to speed, especially compared to the competition. So, to know that your head coach yesterday just kind of put his foot down and said, here's the deal. He is your starting left tackle. And I'm wondering about the youth movement and what it means for the long term on the team, because I think that I like it. I like the thought of these guys in a successful draft 2 years ago and hopefully a successful draft now that we're moving forward into this season, that this youth movement can be here for a while, that they can be the backbone of this team, that we can talk about these guys for more than 3 years and accept the fact that they're going to win. Because, if you don't kind of buy into that, you've got this offensive line that's another issue, and I know I'll talk about that later too. But just your thoughts on the fact that they said he's got the gig at left tackle, and there's no question about it.
I think that's fine. I would have been really disappointed had he not been the starting left tackle. I mean, you drafted the guy, top 10, to be your starting left tackle. You said on draft day he's going to be a left tackle. All right, well, let's put him out there and let's go. And unless he looked terrible, I would assume that he was going to get the gig. And he has the gig. And apparently fighting with Jared Verse put him over the top. So there you go. Way to go, guys. Throw down and win a job.
They might be able to get a gig in WNBA, the way they're playing so tough over there.
They're not that tough.
One day these NFL guys can live up to the hopes and dreams and aspirations of the bullying that's going on in the WNBA, but that's for another day too. All right, so when you look at the roster, Jeff, and you see all these young guys, I mean, I keep going back to pessimism because we don't have a quarterback at this point. But there are a lot of reasons to be optimistic, and for me, as I said in the beginning, I think youth is a reason to be optimistic about the future. Are they going to the playoffs this year? I don't think so, right? But
you don't know.
Somewhere down the road,
you never know.
Somewhere down the road, this group that maybe Boston and Concepcion stick, and
they better. We know that doesn't, there's no guarantee, but in this case, you can't miss on these picks.
Can't miss. I think you probably can't miss on one of the picks because you can always come back next year and get another wide receiver.
Yeah, but you don't want to miss on
first and second rounders.
On first and early second round picks.
No, but by the same token, I feel like they're getting better. Now you would think that the next wide receiver they would go out and get, and that would be drafted, probably be the person that would end Jerry Jeudy's run here in Cleveland. But that's I'm trying not to be negative on a lot of this stuff.
The guy might be here already.
Then I'm already there.
No, that
the guy might be here.
Yeah, Isaiah Pond.
Well, maybe that's a good point, Jeff.
Thanks.
And then also yesterday they were talking about Talon Wallace from Baltimore who came over. That you had said early on. I kept kind of hinting that maybe he could be doing some wide receiver stuff. And I mean, obviously his resume isn't gigantic.
He's not played a lot of. He
seems to be the
productivity.
special teams guy there.
His productivity level in Baltimore is not what you'd want it to be for someone that Todd Monken's talking up like crazy already. So if if Todd knows something, if Todd thinks he can help, great. I'm all for all these guys, Andy. You know the deal.
Yeah, I also was digging in a little bit of like history of the league and teams that are trying to replace all 5 starters on the offensive line. It's slim. It's few and far between. It's hard to go back and try to look through lineups and look and see how many teams actually like sub out all 5 of their starters from one year to another. And
Chicago did it.
If continuity
came real
is
close last year.
Yeah, but all 5 is something that just doesn't seem to be done. And I mean, you're not destined for greatness in any season when you're flipping out all 5. You're just not, because you need the continuity. Continuity, breeds breeds protection for the quarterback. Gives your weapons more of an opportunity. And yesterday's practice, kind of dove into what I'm talking about. Todd Monken was not happy. I don't know if you guys had a chance to read the reports, but the first and second team offense were out there late in practice yesterday, and they were doing the 2-minute drill, and they were struggling. And when you have and so I kind of get it. Like, you got 5 new guys on that offensive line trying to work together, and it's not going to be perfect. And if you're going to make your mistakes, make them now. If you're going to have the pre-snap penalties, make them now. But it wasn't only the first team; it was the second team yesterday too. And then Monken ended up throwing his hand radio because he was frustrated and he was upset, which is great too. I think all of these things are a part of a natural process of trying to put a team together. And if you think things are going to go perfect from day one, you're sorely mistaken. And to think that they would be able to have an unbelievably quick gelling offensive line, that's not happening either. So I think we got a dose of reality of some of the things we might see here in the preseason, especially, on top of that, they're not tackling in practice either, right? And so I would not expect to see I would not expect to see a whole lot of pretty football this weekend against the Bears.
Okay. It's a preseason game. I'm not expecting anything anyway. Truly, what do you look at in the first preseason game? In our situation, you look at the quarterback play. I don't think you even look too heavily at Denzel Boston and Casey Concepcion. They're gonna pamper those guys in this situation, and they should, and not throw them out there and get them dinged up. The thing we're gonna see, and I don't even know if you look at the offensive line, because they're just starting to work together and gel, and here they're going to be going live against another team.
So yeah,
and so.
It's a catch-22 though, Jeff.
Well, I know, but I honestly think the only thing that we can look at and take anything out of what's coming up on Saturday is the quarterback play. And even that, I think, is going to be somewhat limited. Don't you think?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And if you're trying to have a true competition, I know what people are going to be saying on Monday, and what they're going to be like, well, whoever didn't start had to go with the second teamers. And so if he doesn't have success, they'll be blaming it on that. And, there's a good chance that Gabriel or Taylor Green probably going to look halfway decent late in the game.
Oh, I hope so, baby. Come on,
you're
Taylor.
talking about guys that are be going up against third and fourth stringers, and they'll have a chance to execute. How often do we watch these preseason games, and the fourth quarter is always fun? Because it is guys who are trying to make a team. It's a tiger.
Well, those guys are going to play.
Yeah.
They're going to play hard.
And that's why, these preseason games are almost worth it just for the end of the game, but then we fall in love with somebody,
And your
right?
top 2 quarterbacks better play hard. That might be what this comes down to. And
I don't know, Jeff. I need them to be efficient.
You would think they would, don't you think?
I think that both of our top 2 quarterbacks need to be efficient.
Well, but that means you're going to have to play hard.
And how is he going to divvy it up?
It doesn't matter.
Well, it does, because you're going to say to yourself, okay, I'm watching Shedeur start. Great. Let's just say Shedeur starts. And he's got the first-team offensive line, and he gets to work with them. Then Deshaun comes in with a second-team offensive line.
Well, you're making an assumption that that's going to happen.
What do you think they're going to do? You think he'll leave the line in?
I don't know what he's going to do. Let's just wait and see. There's all kinds of things that he can
seriously,
do.
The town spent a year complaining about reps for Shedeur once the midseason started. Even I hopped in on that. I still can't believe.
What do you mean you hopped in?
Well, because
you were Stork out front with the thing.
I was leading us
going down the alley.
Yes.
taking the band into the wall.
I was leading us into the wall. That is true. But I still think that Shedeur got a really raw deal last year. When they made him the number 2 quarterback, they should have put him into practice.
That's history.
And given him the opportunity.
It's history.
Now we can't argue about that. And I do think that Todd Monken gets that and understands. That's why I said yesterday, we're too far down the road for him not to start each of these guys over the next 2 weeks. So what is happening with the quarterback situation? Zach Jackson was on the morning show. What did he have to say? We're going to play that for you next. It's Baskin and Phelps right here on 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092.
Minnesota for second place. Tanner Bybee gets the start tonight for Cleveland, 4-11, a 3.85 ERA. Don't miss the premiere of the Todd Monken Show tonight, 7 o'clock, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Counting down the hours now till Saturday when the Browns take the field for the first time this season in Chicago for a little preseason action on the road in the Windy City. And, of course, you can listen to the game right here on 92.3 The Fan on the Browns Radio Network. Again, he is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin, Mary Kay Cabot, coming up in less than 40 minutes right here on the show. If you want to hop in, 216-474-0092. Earlier today on the morning show, Zach Jackson was on the morning show. And, Jeff, let's hop right in on this. He said, who's going to start on Saturday? He thinks he has an answer for that.
I feel pretty strongly it's going to be Watson there. The other thing we haven't really talked about, even though we've talked about everything, is like even if Shedeur was clearly ahead and he's not, like Watson still has to play in the preseason. He hasn't played in 2 years. So if he's at all in the plans, at all in the possibilities, he has to play. So I just think the most sensible thing is you start Watson. He plays a couple of series. Then Shedeur comes in. You haven't scripted anything. You don't know what those opportunities will bring. He gets to watch the game early from the side, and then he comes in and plays a much longer period of time. And then you pencil him in as the starter, and you see how next week goes. So we're 11 practices in, but in terms of the next 10 days or so, 2 preseason games and a joint practice, and now away from the installation stage, I really think it's just getting interesting. So I think the best stuff, or the most important stuff, is yet to come.
Today, it feels like it's a true competition. And I think Todd has gone out of his way to make sure that everybody knows that. He came back and talked about, all the hullabaloo over the weekend about they switched things up and Deshaun was with the starters on Saturday rather than Shedeur. And, everyone, like, the beat reporters are out there are keeping score on everything. Everything. And so when they saw the notice and the change and who ended up starting on Saturday or taking reps with the first team and reverting back to, whoever's with the first team the most is probably going to be, your guy who's going to be on the first team, which just makes sense. Does that sound right to you that Deshaun's your guy for starting on Saturday?
Sure. It's as simple as that. Sure. Zach's real sensible, and he's very realistic, both when he's on our station and in his work. He's realistic. Todd's already said he's going to start both guys, so that sounds like a plan. And then he can switch the order and switch the amount of playing time in game number 2 if he so chooses.
And I thought his rationale was pretty solid. I think most Browns fans are. Would you say most Browns fans are expecting Watson to start on Saturday or not? What do you think? I think fans are. I think they want Shedeur to start, but I think it makes sense to start Watson.
Does it really matter? I mean, he's already said.
Again, you're with the ones. Like, I still think.
Okay, well, he said he's going to start both guys in the first 2 games. So I would assume he's going to do what he's done with all the practices, which is flip it, except for Saturday, where they did something out of the norm, and then came up with some reason for it yesterday that didn't make a ton of sense. But whatever.
And then Zach went on to talk about Sanders and a bunch of things with him.
Shedeur's going to start a lot of games at quarterback this year. I'm not sure that's going to be in September. I don't know how many. I don't know how it's going to go. But that seems like a wild scenario to me to where he would be traded. Now, we have not begun the preseason except for one game, and I'm sure you wept during that game seeing how much better Carson Beck looked than what you see every day out of Berea. But I just don't really see a scenario where the Browns move on from Shedeur Sanders.
So he doesn't see Shedeur getting traded. And which is fine. I can understand the rationale behind that theory. I just expect the unexpected though from the Browns at this point. And last year was the reason I kind of hang my hat on that, because no one expected for them to be in the position where, first of all, where they drafted 2 quarterbacks, then when they brought in 2 veteran quarterbacks, then they let one veteran go, then they let another veteran go, then they decided to go with guys that had seen limited time in practice before that, and then this is the way things ended. So it was just the organizationally, structurally, because obviously your head coach isn't there, the front office is still there. And I'm sure that they were, in a part of or overseeing some of the stuff that was happening last season. That's how you get to where you're at. So that's why I think anything could happen. And, yesterday, again, bringing up the notion of trading either, Deshaun or Shedeur at some point, or Gabriel. I just don't know what their value is on to the other teams. You've got to find a team that loses a quarterback in week 1 of the preseason that might need a quarterback before you're going to be able to trade anybody, if you even thought about it. And then, Zach saying he doesn't expect them to trade Sanders at least.
Or Gabriel. He thought all three would be there.
So what does that do for your boy?
Who, Talon?
Yeah.
Talon's a 6th-round pick. Hopefully they can keep him. To me, he's a 6th-round pick, Andy. I'm just intrigued by his physical skill set.
Be easy to say Shedeur's just a 5th-round pick too.
I'm not as intrigued by his physical skill set.
But nobody wants to, that doesn't play anymore. Once
you're in the league, you're just a player. So he's a player.
But I think it's easier to walk away from a 5th-round pick than it is.
Not anymore. Right now you've just got players. I honestly, if a guy can play, terrific. And if you can't play, you're going to walk away from the guy, even if he was a 2nd-round pick or a 3rd-round pick.
Dan, you think it's on the table for either one of these guys or any one of the 4 to get traded?
Absolutely.
Okay, I do too.
Absolutely. This is the Cleveland Browns. The minute you think you have them figured out, it's like, nope, we're going a completely different direction on you. Hell, they traded 2 quarterbacks before the start of last season. I mean, they had 2 Pro Bowl quarterbacks on this roster, and they traded one of them.
And now we have, Deshaun made the Pro Bowl. Yeah, so now we have 2 Pro Bowl quarterbacks now, too.
Yeah. I think the biggest observation I have from this entire quarterback battle is more the fact that it sounded like Todd Monken believed initially that this wasn't going to take as long as it has.
You get that impression too, don't you?
Uh-huh. And I got a feeling even Todd Monken is like, man.
You have. By the way, you have 4 Pro Bowls between your 2 guys battling it out.
And the guys who have been out there and been watching everything think it's not much of a quarterback battle because nobody's looked really good. Everybody's had their moments, which they should. They're professional football players. But you know what my hope was? That somebody just flat out won the job and outdistance himself from the competition. And that hasn't happened yet. And according to all the reports, it's not because they've all been so good. It's because they've all been so
Do you really think he's frustrated that he doesn't have his quarterback right now?
Yes, because you can move on with your offense.
But if he went into this thing thinking he was going to have a competition, he shouldn't be frustrated.
When does the competition end, Andy? It already ended at left tackle.
Well, but even Todd Monken said it.
No, I don't agree with that because he had said early on, Fano is the man. We knew that right away. He
didn't. Andrew Berry did,
but was definitive about it. It doesn't. Either one of those guys was definitive in the beginning, saying he will play left tackle. And so it was.
They didn't say he would start, but we all assumed that. I did.
I think what changed people's minds was they were watching Jones at practice saying that he's playing well and that DeJuan looks like a new, just refreshed and ready to roll. And I still think he's going to find his way into that line. I just don't know at what position. They're going to have to find something for him. He's too big to not to be out there and protect one of these quarterbacks. So I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off, Dan.
I'm just – the only part of it that I would add in is the fact that we could hop in the Wayback Machine, at least if my memory serves me well. Todd Monken initially, when he got here, said he wanted to get a starter figured out before this part of camp. And yet here we are.
He was hoping to have it before training camp.
He was hoping to have it before training camp even started.
Yeah, I just think once what was it, 2 weeks ago or a week and a half ago, when he committed to, and that story broke that he said, well, he took some liberties with, that he was going to start each guy in the first 2 games. That at that point, there was no turning back on that. The only way you're not is if somebody gets hurt.
You can turn back on anything. You know why?
Because you're the head coach?
He said it yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm the head coach. I can do what I want. He said it yesterday. And he's right. I mean, we want him to do that.
Yeah, but
we want him to do that. We need him to do that.
I don't think the stink is that big if that's Shedeur.
No, I'm
sorry, no, I didn't. Did you order it?
I got carried away.
Was it a Coke or a Code Red? I can't remember.
It was Code Red.
Okay. I think if it was Sanders, it wouldn't be that big a deal. You'd be like, nope, Sanders is starting. We're good. And I don't think anyone. But if he goes with Deshaun, then every Sanders fan's will be like, you got to trade him. You got to get him out of here. He should go pull somewhere where he should be able to play. That's what we would have heard. And it is. Zach Jackson talked about it this morning as well. It's all just kind of madness at the quarterback spot.
It was strange for sure. I'm not going to make too much of it. I still don't get why they messaged it that way on Saturday or Monday, but I'm not going to make too much of it because it's all madness. It just really is. So why he would expect anyone, media member or not, to believe the way he said it yesterday, I don't know, but it's his right. It's his quarterback competition. It's a root canal, and he chose to do it. But it's all madness. Like, they're about to put Deshaun Watson back on the football field in 2026. It's all madness. It might be something we look back on, but I really don't think it is. I really think it was unexpected twist that they just didn't want to talk about. And, it's back to things at hand. I do think he was going to make his starting announcement yesterday before that happened. But again, I'm guessing. I don't know. Just really strange, but another day in the life out there.
He's right. It's pure chaos. And until you have a quarterback, I don't know how you can have any strong positive feelings on where they're going. I think people are excited about Concepcion. I think people are excited about Boston. I think people will be excited about Judkins and maybe Sampson and Fannin. I don't think people are excited about. Well, I take that back. Shedeur Sanders hardcore fans are super excited about the opportunity he has here. Again, it's an opportunity that no other team was going to give him based on last year. 4 times over, at least 4 times over, right?
Well, in theory, yes.
So,
again, once you get in and once you put on the helmet and the pads and you're out there, you're a football player. And if you look better than everybody else, they're not going to worry about where you were drafted.
Yeah, but it's a label that's stuck with you until you can make him shake it.
It stuck with Tom Brady, but then it was just kind of like, he was a 6th-round pick.
I think it sticks with a lot. If you're a first-round pick, you're expected to do something, right?
Yeah, I know.
If you're a 6th-round pick, Andy, you're like, he made the team.
But teams don't for long keep a guy on the bench because he was a late-round pick if he's better than other guys. And, the Niners didn't. He started
depending on the politics of the situation. Yeah, I agree.
And if you're a first-round pick and can't play, well, you're not going to get, if you're getting outplayed, you're going to not be on the field.
I'll buy it.
And Todd Monken's certainly in that situation here. He's got to win.
Mary Kay Cabot's going to join us at 11. We're going to get her take on. She is right in the mix when it comes to Breon asking tough questions sometimes, especially about Shedeur and what they're doing at the quarterback situation. That's coming up in less than 15 minutes, so stand by for that. When we come back, I want your reaction. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Where we're at right now. We could talk a little bit about the youth movement on this team, but more in particular, what we're about to embark on starting on Saturday with a quarterback rotation in these preseason games. Where should they be going, and who's going to get that start in the home opener? In the first game against Jacksonville on the road. That's kind of where we're going towards, because I think Zach is right. It's madness at quarterback. Absolute madness, because there were a lot of people that thought Watson would never play again for the Browns, and look where we are now. 216-474-0092, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Join me, Daryl Ryder.
the premiere of the Todd Monken Show tonight, 7 o'clock, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092. He is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Dan Mennigan is in today. Mary Kay Cabot at 11. Todd Monken's daily press conference coming up in the noon hour, talking all about where we are with the Browns. Obviously, Todd Monken getting a little frustrated yesterday. During the practice. I'm expecting it.
Todd?
Are you done?
This football talk coverage on 92.3 The Fan. It's presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Now I'm done.
Can we get someone to sponsor the Anvil? Because I think I just hit my head against it.
All I said was, no, because you said he was all frustrated.
It was just kind of just the way you came off. I'm sorry. Just being honest with you.
Dang, man. You're the king of squeezing in the reads.
I'm just saying. Thank you. Tony, Columbia Station. Hello, Tony.
Anthony.
Good morning, gentlemen.
How are you?
Good to talk to you as always. I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. A little tired from the concert last night. Sorry, I'm going to be honest.
Fair
Little
enough.
tired. I mean, they played for 3 hours. Dave Grohl's got to be exhausted today, and they're doing
That's awesome.
every other day on that tour too. So anyway, sorry, I digress.
No big deal. Okay, so this season coming up, I think it's about three things primarily. We got to develop our young talent. We've got to position ourselves to have the quarterback, find them next year. And they've got to keep fans interested as long as possible. So I don't think there's any way Shedeur starts the season as the starting quarterback because of the massive amount of intrigue he creates from all sides. People genuinely interested in seeing if he can do it, or people who can't stand him and want to see him fail and all that stuff. So that's a card that they have to wait to play as long as possible. And I think what you're going to see is the Browns, I hate to say this, but they can't win 7 or 8 games this year and be out of the top 10 in the draft coming up. They've clearly put many eggs in next year's draft.
Okay.
Clever and almost soft tank go on this year. And then lastly, Monken, I think we're all going to start to see him get pushed behind the scenes more and more. Those thought partners discussions happening where he is encouraged to go certain directions, and I don't think he's going to be able to hide it as well as Kevin was in his robotic press conferences. So that's kind of what I see going on right now. What do you think?
Tone, the only question I have is, especially off the beginning of what you said, we're trying to balance like not winning and then playing against the easiest schedule, allegedly the easiest schedule in the NFL going up to next year with a winning percentage of 429. The Saints have the second easiest schedule going up against opponents that had a 434 win rate last year. I
would just tie that into my point
I think
where
they're going to win some games we don't think they're going to because of the base, because of the schedule. And our defense is not. Our defense is good. We should have a good defense.
What we think.
And if we win 6, then we go over the win total that Las Vegas has laid out for us, and that should put us, at 6, 7, 8, 9, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe we could use some extra ammo to trade up. But I personally think it would be disastrous if we wound up at 7 and 10, 8 and 9, and then either can't really get the quarterback or have to overpay to move up to get him.
Yeah, I agree. I how do you stay in that? And then what happens? And Tony, I appreciate the question. I just, what do you do when you win? Like, I'm not trying to be. What happens if they do win? Like,
if they do win,
yeah.
Well, then you have big draft capital for next year, Andy, and you can keep building the team. I mean, stranger things have happened than a football team turning things around in a season. But I still look at this whole situation, and I look at the fact that of the quarterbacks who are here, and I think there's no way that they don't draft a quarterback next year. The only way they don't is if Shedeur or Dillon or Taylor Green goes out on the football field and looks like a world beater. I mean, and they'd have to be really good.
I also, he said 7, 8, 9 wins. In this world we live in, 9 might be able to get you to the playoffs.
Yeah, well.
Getting to 500, getting over 500. As you said, Jeff, they let everybody in anyways, except for the Browns.
They let a lot of people in.
Dan is in Cleveland. Hello, Dano.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
I got a couple points that are all meshed together here with the problem we have here. Just sitting back here and listening to all your conversations, across all media, okay? And everywhere. You got a problem here with the GM and the owner interfering with this situation here, worrying about fans that want Shooter, okay? Fans that don't want Watson, okay?
Yeah.
And fans that don't like Gabriel because he's not 6 feet tall. The guy they're interfering, I feel sorry for him with Monken. This is why you're getting this gobbledygook that we're going through now. Gabriel is the guy who makes the least mistakes. He's accurate and should be, and he'll still be on the Browns because they drafted him 3rd the prior year, okay? And Sanders is just not, he's not a backup guy and he's not a starter. You had a caller yesterday from the Ravens, remember, that was on the 2000 championship team?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And he stressed that it's not what's in practice, which we saw yesterday was a catastrophe, but also in the classroom.
Yeah.
Gabriel is a guy that can line these guys up and execute. He's from Oregon. He was voted Offensive Player of the Year in the Big Ten. Damn it. And they're ignoring all that. He will eventually be the starter when they start playing people.
Dan, I've thought
what should happen.
Dan, you know it. I know it. Andy knows it. I think everybody who wants to sit back and take a realistic look at it, we all know that coaches like quarterbacks who run what they want, how they want, without screwing it up.
Right.
Correct. And Gabriel is the guy who would appear to give you that right now.
Yes.
But both other guys might have more upside, and that's why Monken's got a big decision to make.
No, they don't. That's a wrong statement. Because, like you even said yesterday, which what I've been saying since before the draft, that Gabriel, he played at Oklahoma and he's playing at Oregon. All their linemen are all 6'5" to 6'7". He had no trouble looking over guys, whether they're good or bad.
Dan, I agree. I said that. You're absolutely right. And the fact that he's a shorter guy, that works against him. But I'm surprised, to be perfectly honest, that the competition has just been labeled as Shedeur against Deshaun. And it was labeled that way by Todd Monken.
Mm-hmm.
So Todd must have seen something that he wasn't crazy about with Dillon on tape. But, Dan's points, I think, are on the money.
But there's plenty of things you can see in Shedeur that wouldn't make you crazy about him on tape, too. There are plenty of things you see on Watson that wouldn't make you.
Well, I know, which is kind of weird to me why it became a two-guy competition right away. And, what's the reason for that? I don't know. Obviously, Andy, this is what they're seeing and what they're doing.
The only thing go ahead, sorry.
I think Gabriel could probably go out and run the offense real well from everything we've been hearing and everything that Monken has said about him and everything else. And we've heard he's the most consistent quarterback in camp. There's a difference between consistency and best.
Well, but
we haven't heard who's the best quarterback.
If you're going to say that Shedeur has elite accuracy, you probably should say Gabriel does too.
Well, Shedeur's accuracy is
if you're based on their college skills.
If it's called elite, well, it's the same as Dillon's.
Yeah,
I mean, Shedeur led the nation, and Dillon Gabriel the same year was like percentage points behind, and not
something like
it was 74%, I believe, for Shedeur off the top of my head, and it was like 73.4 for Dillon.
So should we say that? I mean, so should we say that we've got a guy with elite accuracy sitting on the bench then?
Well, yes, you should actually.
Brett's in Stowe. Hey, Brett.
Hi, Brett.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good. What's up?
Caller.
Thank you for calling. Appreciate it. Go Bulldogs.
This is exciting. Yeah, go Bulldogs. So, tell me your thoughts on this. I feel like Shedeur's been sabotaged, definitely last year. I'm a Shedeur fan.
Okay.
I hope he wins the job. I think it would be a tell that they don't want him to be as the starter if they start him on Thursday. Because I think whoever they start on Thursday will probably have least amount of success than who they name for that second preseason start. Because they'll have an extra week of practice. I think whoever they name the first week preseason starter, they're setting up for failure, in my opinion.
I don't know. I think you're kind of overthinking it a little bit too. I think if you're starting this first game, you're going to have the first team offensive line in front of you, and that's what's important. Now, that said, I could argue against my own point, saying, well, this is the first team that line's going to be together in any sort of a game, so that there's going to be a learning curve there that you could end up seeing the same problems on Saturday that we just were talking about from yesterday, pre-snap penalties, turnovers, all kinds of issues. So you may have some validity to what you're saying there, Brett. I can understand it, and I can see it. And in some ways, I might even say you're right. So, Jeff?
It should look worse this first game.
It should. No, you're right. As negative as that is, you are right. Correct. Brett, thank you for calling.
Brett,
call again, please.
Yeah, please do, Brett. That was fun. It should look worse this game.
He's right.
Yeah.
Let's go. Chuck, Maple Heights. Hey, Chuck.
Hey, guys. What's up?
Hi, Chuck.
First of all, I want to say, as far as Todd Monken's comments, this smokescreen season, it's training camp. You're not really going to hear anything solid. You know what I mean? He's going to have a starter by game one. I mean, these guys lie all the time. That's what coaches do. I mean, it's the same coach that said he was trying to get a sweet haircut. So, take that for what it's worth. What I do want to say,
everybody's on a roll today, Chuck. You're keeping it going. Very nice.
All quarterbacks have ups and downs. These guys, Shedeur, to be fair, he played himself. We played us out of having that top pick, which was Mendoza last year, winning those last 3 games. Whichever way it looked, he didn't lose us those games. Very competitive, and he got confidence, and now he's finally getting developed. Okay, Stefanski's tenure really didn't develop too many young guys. I mean, guys went other places, got developed. He bet on himself.
Hey, are you saying his dad didn't develop him at all?
No, I'm talking about on the NFL level.
Okay, all right.
Totally different thing.
All right.
And he bet on himself. That's why he fell off in the draft. Okay, he, from what I heard, he was actually interviewing the teams instead of it being the other way around.
Correct. That's out there. Yep.
Which apparently didn't go over well.
No.
Yeah, and he dropped. But who else has that situation of money with his dad and family to be in that position to bet on themselves? So that's what he did. Most guys wouldn't do that. A lot of guys.
NIL's changed that a little bit, but I would say traditionally you're correct.
Well, yeah, and so I look at it like this. Watson should come out. To me, that's fair. Any team, comparable organization, will be playing Watson first because, believe it or not, he earned it, and it's a contract. He comes first. We just draft Shedeur next year. You got to get him out there and see what he got, all because of the contract. For one, you can't put Shedeur in before him because if he doesn't play good, you can't bench your hope. Okay, once you do that, it's going to look real crazy. You got to let Watson get in there. If you don't play good, then Shedeur deserves to go ahead and get in there and see what happens.
All right, Chuck, thank you. Good stuff. All right.
Thanks, Chuck.
Appreciate that. Some logic behind that, right? Why you should start Deshaun over?
Sure. No, I'm serious.
Yeah.
Yes, sure.
I'm with it. All right, Mary Kay Cabot coming up next right here, Baskin and Phelps. It's Andy Baskin for FanDuel. That's right, baseball fans. Big hits get even bigger with Dinger.
Kay Cabot joins Baskin and Phelps next. Headline sports news every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
We're your home for complete Browns coverage all year long. Andrew Berry.
Todd's awesome. I think Todd, the best way to describe him is he is old school discipline with new school relationships and football.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He's Jeff. I'm Andy. Dan's over there. All right, let's get to the stuff that's going on in Berea. We turn to the Wise Art Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline, and we bring in super friend to the show, Mary Kay Cabot, who joins us every Tuesday at 11 o'clock. She is also not only in the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com, but the Orange and Brown Talk podcast. Hi, Mary Kay. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. How you doing?
Hi, Mary Kay.
We are doing good. All right, I'm reading you all the time, so I kind of think I know where this might go, but I could be totally wrong. Where are we with the quarterback situation?
Well, we ended up back at a competition between these two guys when I think some of us thought that perhaps Deshaun had edged ahead a little bit. Not necessarily winning the competition, but when he took those first-team reps on Saturday, I think there was a general sentiment that perhaps this was pretty significant. But Todd tells us yesterday, not so. They're still alternating days, and they're each going to get a game. So this is going to go on for a while, and it does concern me a little bit because I really do think that the starting 11 has got to get working together. The season opener is a month away, and it's really, really time to get these guys repping it over and over.
I couldn't agree with you more. Especially you have young skill position players, and you have an offensive line that hasn't played together, and the quarterback is supposed to orchestrate all of it. Pick one and let's go, Mary Kay. You're out there for all the practices. Has anybody at quarterback made you think, yep, I like that, that should be the guy?
Well, I have my reasons for feeling like Deshaun should start the season, and those reasons don't have everything to do with how I think they should necessarily finish the season. I think that when you have a brand new offensive line, 5 new starting guys, we see a lot of procedural penalties out there. When you have brand new terminology, new play caller, new young skill players, everything is new. I just think that would be a little bit of a tall order for a really young quarterback who hasn't even started a full season before. So he's basically almost a rookie still. In Shedeur Sanders, you're going to be starting 2 games on the road. It's going to be loud. You don't know what the offense is going to look like yet, how it's going to come together. I just think that he would be better served by stepping into an offense that's a little bit more cohesive than what it might be in the beginning. And so my feelings on this aren't just because I think that Deshaun would give them the best chance to win right now. I think Shedeur would do better a little bit later on.
Do you think Shedeur or Shedeur's camp could see that if it happened? Like, you make a great case for why you wouldn't, why you would wait until the season gets rolling a little bit before you would put him in there. I got to believe there'd be a sense of frustration for him, for his camp, and I'm sure there would be people saying, well, the Browns should trade him so he can go play somewhere else.
Well, I think there would be a sense of frustration on the part of a lot of people, including a lot of Browns fans.
Right.
But, if you take the sort of bird's eye view of this and look at it, what everybody should want is for Shedeur Sanders to be able to succeed and to play to his strengths and to know that he's completely on top of it and that everybody else is too. He might be on top of things, but if your right guard isn't up to speed yet, and I'm just throwing that out there. I just mean that if your 5 starting offensive linemen, who, by the way, really haven't even played together yet, if they're not necessarily ready, or if your cadence isn't right 100% on point, or your silent counts are off, or your rookies aren't exactly sure where to get lined up. I mean, we're seeing things in practice that lead me to believe that this is going to take a little bit of time to gel and to come together. And I think I would probably rather have that kind of situation in the hands of a veteran.
Todd Monken yesterday saying that Spencer Fano is good to go. He's your left tackle. What does that mean for DeJuan Jones? And is there any possibility that he ends up starting at right tackle and Titus Howard gets moved to right guard or something like that, Mary Kay?
I do think there is a world in which that could happen. As long as DeJuan Jones is one of the best 5 offensive linemen on this football team, then I think they will try to find a place for him in the starting lineup. Now, George Warhop said the other day he doesn't really want to keep upsetting the apple cart and then move Titus Howard out of there and slide him over to right guard. But in the event that DeJuan is one of the best 5, then I think there is possibly a world in which that could happen. We'll have to see how that goes as time goes on, but I don't think it would be the worst idea in the world.
How do you expect it to play out this first preseason game on Saturday? Like, I think he was trying to tell us a little bit yesterday, but I don't know if we got it. So we're going to see the starting quarterback with the starters for a little bit, and then he's going to switch in? Or, like, how do you think this thing plays out on Saturday?
Well, he said about a series for the starters. Now, sometimes that ends up to be only 3 plays. So I think you have to maybe put a number of plays on it that you would like to see your starters together. I think in a perfect world, you would want to see them get 9 or 10 plays at least, if you could. So we'll see how this goes. We'll ask him more about it today. The depth chart is going to come out today, so we'll have a better idea of maybe who the starting quarterback is. It doesn't mean he has to hold to the depth chart, but there should be one by today. And, and then I think he'll be able to give us more details on who's going to do what and when.
What do you make of the Jared Verse and Spencer Fano fisticuffs the other day?
Well, Todd really seemed to like that. I mean,
That surprised me a little bit, Mary Kay.
Yeah, well, they wanted to see that spark. And actually, I think that I thought I saw that Brian Baldinger said sort of the same thing, that he wanted to see, that fight and that dog in Spencer Fano that we've been hearing about. And so it was there, and it was out in full force, and he really wouldn't back down to a 2-time Pro Bowler and someone who has a lot of power and explosiveness and talks a lot of trash. And he really held his own. So that's what Todd wanted to see, and it swung the left tackle job in his favor.
How about the frustration from yesterday? And, because I got a feeling that these games might look like this early on, especially pre-snap penalties and this organization. If they're asking 5 guys to play on the offensive line who've never played with each other at any point in their career. It doesn't happen in the NFL. It just doesn't happen.
Well, once again, not only that, they haven't really fielded the starting 5 together yet, right?
Right.
I mean, Spencer Fano has been alternating with DeJuan Jones, and then there have been injuries at right guard, and Titus Howard wasn't at right tackle yesterday. Austin Barber was, and then when you get to the second team, you're into your depth. So there were a lot of new guys out there, especially when the 2s were in there. And so it doesn't necessarily lend itself to a well-oiled machine. And those guys have to learn to communicate with each other. It takes a little bit of time. We've always heard that. The 5 offensive linemen have to be like the 5 fingers on a glove, or how many other analogies you could come up with. But they haven't had those guys working together yet. And that's another reason why the starting 11 has got to get repping it over and over and over again. And they would be best served by knowing who the starting quarterback is, so you could get the cadences down and so you could start to hone that. But I think, the frustration for Todd Monken with all the pre-snap penalties just boiled over yesterday. And look, his name is on this offense. Everybody's looking to see what the Todd Monken offense is going to be able to do. And as of right now, it looks a little bit ragged, mostly just because of those penalties.
We know we have a new defensive coordinator, no Jim Schwartz, Mike Rutenberg here. Have you noticed a difference in the defense more so because of that, Mary Kay, or have you noticed a difference at all because it's Jared Verse and not Myles Garrett out there at defensive end?
Well, there's some different energy on the defense for sure. Mike Rutenberg brings high intensity. Then you've got Quincy Williams. He's very, very chatty out there and very high energy. And the same thing with Jared Verse. So the vibe has been ratcheted up, very much so. This is not a quiet defense. They're loud. You hear them every single moment when you're out there, and they are fired up. And I think, once again, this is a defense that is out to prove something. They don't want to have been known as the Myles Garrett defense. They want to show that they were a great defense in their own right, and they're ready to go out there and keep the standard very, very high. They've been amazing this camp.
All right, so what's our goal for Saturday then? What would be a successful first preseason game for this team?
Get the starters out healthy, knock off a little bit of rust, and try as you might to not commit the pre-snap penalties if possible. Just a clean operation and no injuries.
That's simple. I like it. And clearly that's what they have to do. How good have the rookie wide receivers looked to you, Mary Kay?
So good. I mean, so good that Denzel Boston jumped up to X receiver, at least for this week. But, it's up to him now to hold that down. And if he can do that, then they can move Jerry Jeudy around and let him play to his strengths. So Denzel Boston has been tremendous. KC has been tremendous. Early on, people wondered if KC was going to be dropping the ball. We haven't seen that most of this entire camp. He's been really, really good. And those two guys have really elevated this receiving core.
I just want to make sure. So do you think Deshaun's going to start? I just double down on this. Do you think Deshaun's starting on Saturday?
I really don't know, but I would guess that Deshaun will get this start and that Shedeur will get the start at home against the Bills. That's what I think is going to happen. But I don't know for sure. And we probably will know more today. I don't even know if we will know who's going to start as of today. But my guess is that it will be Deshaun, especially because they're talking about only starting the starters for about a series in this game. So I would think get Deshaun in there, let him see what it's like to have that live rush coming at him after not playing for 2 years, maybe get a little bit of contact, and just kind of get his feet wet a little bit before he has more playing time.
And I mean, do you think the Todd's good with where they are right now at this? Because we were talking earlier about, he had wished that probably he would have known who his quarterback was at this point, but that hasn't come to fruition.
Well, he's not good with where they are from just a clean operation standpoint. He's not good with that. I mean, he threw his radio after practice yesterday, so you know that he was upset about that. There were 3 false starts when Shedeur and the first teamers were in there, and then there was a sack, illegal formation, false start when Deshaun was in there with the second team. And no, he was not happy about that, and he's not going to be happy about that during the preseason game if it happens again. So I think once they get through this week and through this preseason game, I think he's probably really going to see the wisdom in making sure that he's got the 11 guys out there as much as possible together to get the cadences down, to get the formations down, to get the plays down. Everything's new for everybody, and right now it just has a ways to go.
Mary Kay, as always, thank you very much. We do appreciate your time and your perspective, and of course we're reading you and watching and listening to you on your podcast, the Brown and Orange Talk podcast, and Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com, all those good things. Thank you, Mary Kay. We appreciate you.
Thanks, Mary Kay.
Sure. Thanks, guys.
Take care. Mary Kay Cabot on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. What'd you get out of that? 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Hey.
on 92.3 The Fan. Make sure to tune into the premiere of the Todd Monken Show from 7 to 8. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Training camp coverage powered by Expert Renovations and Consumer Tire. 92.3 The Fan.
Do you think Deshaun's starting on Saturday?
I really don't know,
Okay.
but I would guess that Deshaun will get this start and that Shedeur will get the start at home against the Bills. That's what I think is going to happen, but I don't know for sure. And we probably will know more today. I don't even know if we will know who's going to start as of today. But my guess is that it will be Deshaun, especially because they're talking about only starting the starters for about a series in this game.
Baskin Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. What do you think? Mary Kay give you any insight? Feel like you know the Browns a little bit better? Do we know who the quarterback is? Who's the quarterback, Jeff? Jeff, who's the quarterback going to be?
Can I don't mean this to sound like it's going to sound. I'm so fed up with all of the talking, all of the debate, all of the angst from Todd Monken, even though he's handling it okay. I mean, he hasn't figured out which one yet, about quarterbacks who do not appear to be anywhere near upper echelon NFL quarterbacks. Pick one of these guys and let's go. Mary Kay said something that I've been saying for a while. You've got all these young skill position guys. You have an offensive line that hasn't played together. You're not going to really be able to orchestrate it and start to polish it up until you pick a quarterback. So pick one of these guys. If you want to, pick them after the first game. You don't need to let them both start.
I said this yesterday. Are they in too deep? Is he in too deep, though?
No, he can do anything he wants. I
think if he starts Shedeur, he's not in, and then says, okay, that's it, it's Shedeur, I don't think we'll hear another peep. If he starts Watson and then doesn't come back and start Shedeur in the second one, then every Shedeur Sanders fan is going to go insane.
So what?
Now you're feeling the scrutiny of it all year.
Their opinion doesn't matter as much as Todd Monken's in this situation.
But I'm just saying, then if Deshaun fails or things don't go in the right direction, they go sideways, they'll be like, why didn't you give y'all? Here we go. You said it was going to be a competition, Mr. Coach, and then you also said you were going to give both these guys a start, and you didn't do it.
Our hope all along,
which I do think he's so.
My hope all along, anyway, I'll speak for myself, has been that Shedeur just plays better and he's the starter. And the fact that nobody has apparently separated themselves yet, I think, is disappointing. And I think Todd Monken should just go ahead, pick a quarterback now, and let's get this offense going. Even though the quarterback's the key to the whole thing, there's a lot more to it than that.
Agree.
So pick one of these guys and let's go. And if you don't have one yet, well, pick up the phone and call Tennessee and go get Will Levis. I mean, seriously. If you think these guys aren't good enough that you can pick one of them, because we're not hearing that they all look so great that you have such great choices. If you don't like one of these guys for your starting quarterback, well, then go find somebody else. I mean, there are some other guys that might be intriguing. I would just pick one of these guys and go and stick with it. And if they fail, then you put the other guy in. But Andy, you're getting to the point, because
what Zach said, we're 10 practices in, is that right? 10?
Well, if you wait too long, I think you're doing a disservice to the entire offense. I mean, pick one. Deshaun made a bunch of Pro Bowls in Houston. Does he look like that guy? Yes. All right, he starts. Does he look like that guy again? No. All right, well, then Shedeur's starting. Does Shedeur look like he's really great? Then he's going to start. Just pick one and go, because it's more important for the entire offense to be like polishing up for the season, getting on the same page, learning all the cadence has been the big word in camp. Learning the quarterback's cadence, learning everything else. If there's not much difference between them, then just pick one and let's go. Let's get this offense going. I mean, you invested some great assets into the wide receivers. Last year, you drafted Quinshon Judkins. You spent a lot of free agency money on offensive linemen. Pick one of these quarterbacks. If there's no difference between them or you can't figure it out yet, just pick one and let's go.
Elijah is in Fresno. Hello, Elijah.
Hi, Elijah.
You there?
Hello. I'm sorry. I had to take the phone off of mute. I was on hold for a while.
Thank you.
Worries.
So we're talking about a bunch of situations having to do with our quarterbacks, and I feel like no one's brought up the worst case scenario here.
Oh, good.
I mean, what if we start Deshaun and we go 9-8 and don't make the playoffs? Then what do we do about our quarterback situation? I mean, it's super possible he comes out and starts winning games. The last time he had a full off season was the year that he started 5-1 in his starts.
Yeah, and he was
all the quarterbacks.
He didn't look great personally that season, Elijah, but they were 5-1. You're right.
Yeah. So what do we do if we have a winning season, don't make the playoffs, don't get to draft our quarterback? Do we re-sign?
It's the worst case. Well, I mean, there are the interesting
worst
thing would
case
be
scenario is not winning. That if you're winning, that's not a worst case scenario. That's a good scenario.
I can tell you that I think it'd be interesting if they get to 9 wins, make the playoffs, and Deshaun's your starting quarterback. I think you're still moving on. I think
that's the worst case scenario.
I think that's the worst case scenario too.
The worst case scenario is you get done with this season and you look at your offense, especially at quarterback, and the arrow is not pointing up. If you're in that situation and Shedeur Sanders is your quarterback, great. If you're in that situation and Dylan Gabriel is your quarterback, great. Jeff, I'm not going to try to get you too excited. If you're in that situation and Taylon Green is that quarterback, great.
You're so excited.
Because the arrow's pointing up. If your offense looks like it's puttering along and your defense is carrying you and you find your way to 8 wins, that's death. Because that's just purgatory again. That doesn't get a solution to an offense. You're just once again stuck in purgatory.
No, but you would have your solution.
No, you wouldn't.
Yes, you would. Here's why.
On a puttering offense at 8 wins, explain.
Because is Deshaun Watson your starter in that situation? Is that what you're saying? Then his contract's up. You move on from him, and the other 3 guys showed that they're not the guy. So you draft your guy in 2027. You go out and you sign a veteran to be his backup, maybe start the first year, and away you go.
But I'm not in the spot. Done. I'm not in that spot where I can then take my bottom pick for the Rams, which, again, who knows? It's a very, very old team, but I think we all feel pretty good in assuming they're going to make the playoffs and make some kind of a deep run. Though, again, the Rams are older. But that pick's not going to be that high.
It's not only that. I mean, you'll have draft picks in 2028 you could trade. You could trade multiple first-round picks.
Do you think that this roster is in the position that you can once again trade multiple picks to go get a quarterback in the future?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. You see this a little differently than I do.
And for this reason. You don't need to go if these guys do what we think they're supposed to do. You're not going to have to draft a wide receiver next year.
Okay.
You're not going to have to draft a running back. And you're not going to have to draft offensive linemen.
I think you still might have to draft offensive line.
Well, you do every year. But they have young guys on the offensive line backing up the free agents they brought in, young guys they think are going to move into those spots. This offensive roster is better than it's been, I'll say, ever under Andrew Berry. With young talent possibly coming up, I think it's better built for the future than any roster that Andrew Berry's put together here, offensively.
We had some pretty good lines, Jeff.
Well, I know. And those guys all got hurt last year, and they're gone.
Well, the lines were going back to the beginning, his first couple years.
There's no question. Yeah. But I think it's built with young guys for the future, which means if you have to give up 3 number ones to move up to go get your quarterback, and you get your franchise quarterback, it's worth every pick. I mean, they tried that once. It didn't work. They got the wrong guy. But let's say they decide Dante Moore's the guy. And they're right. And they trade up and trade 2 or 3 number ones to go get him.
So when you say
great,
trade 3 number ones, you're talking about your current pick that you would have for that year, an extra pick you might have, and then 1 down the road. That's what you're saying?
The Rams pick, their pick, 1 down the road.
So it only hurts you in 2 years. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay. The thought
And
of stretching this thing out.
You're only
over...
allowed to trade 3 years out, right? On
Correct.
picks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, look, I don't like the idea either.
How about 2 next year and then?
But see, you guys created a scenario where they actually win this year, which is possible.
They have the easiest schedule in the NFL.
Well, okay, that's great.
I'm just stating facts.
They're also coming off one of the worst 2-year stretches in the NFL.
True.
So, I mean, it's not like it's, the Kansas City Chiefs getting the worst schedule in the NFL and getting Mahomes back.
I mean, we're
getting Deshaun back.
We're also in the middle of a training camp battle where we can't get everybody to start and stop on time.
Yeah, that's a problem. Jim's in Concord. Hi,
Which
Jim.
goes back to why you need to get a quarterback in there and get it all polished
thanks
up.
for taking my call.
Hey, thanks
Hi,
for calling,
Jim.
Jim.
Hey, I respect you guys' opinion, but I think you're a little off here. I think Monken is protecting Shedeur, who I think should be the quarterback eventually. But I think there's so many moving parts with that offensive line and stuff. And if a young guy like Shedeur doesn't have a running game, he's in trouble. That could ruin his whole career. So I think Todd's trying to see how this is going to come together.
Wait,
and
you
how
mean
fast
him
it'll
being
come
able to
together.
run himself, or meaning Judkins and Sampson can't run?
Running game. Mitch Trubisky came in with the 30th best running game. That's why he struggled, Mitch Trubisky. I guarantee it. If he went to a team with a running game, he could do everything everybody else does. These young quarterbacks have to have a running game or they get killed. Put it that way.
Okay. All right. Jim, thank you. Jim checking in from Concord. Most of that running game is going to have to come from the offensive line.
Well, they do have a running game.
Yeah,
they like
that's why.
Quinshon Judkins. They drafted Dylan Sampson, and they signed free agents and drafted guys for the offensive line.
And
so in theory, Andy, they should have a running game. And Todd Monken relied on a running game heavily in Baltimore. He had Derrick Henry. I mean, he knows what to do with a good running back.
Yeah, I got to tell you, of all the things we talked about, the Browns not having a decent running game is probably one of the things we just haven't talked about. And he wants to add a fullback, too, so we'll see what happens there, too. All right, we got headlines, Jeff. We got headlines.
Well, that's great news, Andy.
I just want to make sure that you're here for them. Don't go anywhere. Stick around. Headlines. Next, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
LeBron James. The entire schedule will be announced on Thursday at 3 o'clock. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right around 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now, of course, you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Here we go. Here's the rundown. Carmen, Lima, 6 to 10. Baskin Phelps, 10 to 2. Wilson, Peterland, 2 to 7. Live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. You can subscribe to that channel for free. You can watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand, right now.
You know, some of my favorite content on this show in particular is when we go through everything. Not just the Browns, not just the Guardians, not just the Cavs. This is why we have headlines. Ho, 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 still riding high from the 50,000 probably plus fans that were there last night. Fair number?
Run with it.
All right, 50,000 plus fans that were at Foo Fighters last night. Here's the man that was in the front row singing right along as loud as he could.
Nice.
Dan Mennigan.
Yeah, that's the kind of money that we get for doing headlines, right?
Yeah.
Right?
How many people do you think were there last night? It was packed.
35?
You know what I kept thinking, and the guy, a buddy of mine that I went with, he said, man, this would have been the perfect concert for Progressive Field. It would have been packed.
Yeah, that would have been a good one.
Progressive Field was probably the right size because you already got to cut out the West Side the West Side bleachers, and you're cutting off a couple sections there. And the 500s were pretty light, but the floor was packed. The first row club seating was pretty packed too last night. So
good amount of us from the station and friends of the station. I feel like we're like borderline doing Wu-Tang affiliates over here with certain people, but Tom Withers was there.
Yeah.
Nick Wilson was there as well. Myself, you.
I saw Nick was there.
A couple
yeah.
others were there from the station as well. It was a good time.
I had great seats for a football game. I was right on the 50 up in the 500s.
Nice job.
We sat around a lot of really nice people too last night. I was surprised. A lot of families there last night.
Oh yeah.
We were with some friends of the show that were sitting in front of us. Last night came in. They brought their young kids with them, too. I thought there was
a lot of mixed messages during the show. We were called a lot of nasty words and then followed by ladies and gentlemen. I'm still not sure which one I am.
I don't know.
There's a lot of mixed messages coming from Mr. Grohl. I need an explanation of which. Am I in the ladies and gentlemen or am I in the long word that would get me fired?
What?
The compound word that would have me no longer employed.
Yeah.
I don't know which one I am. I need to figure that out. That's between me and Mr. Grohl.
It was cool, though, when he talked about going back home for what he said, first time in 22 years, he went back to Niles and Warren and went to the cemetery where his grandparents are at. And, man, he puts a lot into that show. Mm-hmm. I also thought it was super cool yesterday. I mean, he made it look like it was kind of on the fly, but the fact that they had the shot of the guy immediately on the screen made me think that they must have known where the guy was sitting. So this was kind of cool yesterday at that concert last night, Jeff. There was a part where Grohl says he woke up yesterday in his hotel room, just like all of us did, getting thrown around the room from the thunderstorm. And then he turns on Channel 8, which, by the way, what a great plug it was for Channel 8. And that they had a cover band, a Foo Fighter cover band on. And the guy that was the lead singer, he was like, is he here tonight? And then they quickly were able to have a shot of him up on the Jumbotron. And the place went crazy. I thought that was awesome. I love when a performer knows where they actually are. Call me crazy.
It's nice to have a little bit of planning.
It is weird when they go to, like, when someone's at Blossom, they're like, what's up, Cuyahoga Falls? And I'm like, just say Akron or Cleveland. Just go.
Just for lack of better terminology. And, of course, as we know, it is thriving out there in Cuyahoga Falls. But I do appreciate a good rounding. All right.
Isn't there a smaller name
to the next major city?
Hasn't always been Cuyahoga Falls that was in, was it? Didn't have. Isn't there? What's the other little city that's right there for Blossom? Wasn't that 20 years? Isn't it 1 year? Isn't there like a little?
Now Cuyahoga Falls. It used to be Northampton Township.
Thank you, Northampton County. You looked at me like I stole your first child.
You said there's another little city there. No,
that was another name. Another name for it.
Well, it was Northampton Township.
Yeah.
Well, we can cover that later on our podcast.
Did they get annexed
Northeast Ohio Geography.
Yes.
And
Is that what happened? Yeah.
Moving on for the headlines, Teddy Bridgewater announced yesterday that he was retiring. Today, he then turned around and announced that it is going to stick. Apparently, he has a child on the way and said, this time it is official. I am done. I am not coming back to play football. So, good for Teddy.
Yeah, good for him.
Bad for Teddy because of the injury that happened long ago, but good for him that he's decided he's going to move on with his life. That injury was just devastating.
It's one of the great what could have beens with that guy if he, didn't end up hurting himself that way. So, but you bring that up, especially with the knee injury, and it's kind of interesting because ESPN reporting, and of course, we know where this is all coming from, but Giants players and coaches have been talking to Jackson Dart about sliding and how important it is that he does not take those giant hits and instead learns to slide. I've always found it interesting, Andy, how these quarterbacks have such a hard time just going, okay, I'm more useful upright than I am on the sidelines.
I think it's a linebacker's mentality. And I've seen it before. I see it a lot in high school where there's a high school kid that might have the ball. He turns the corner, runs around the end, and rather than sliding or going out of bounds, they want to show that they're stronger than the linebacker on the other side of him, and they want to blow him up. And I do think it's weird that I'm like, if you're still doing that at the NFL level, somebody didn't get to you quick enough. You shouldn't be doing that in the NFL because you're cutting years off of your career in the NFL. And odds are, if you're going up against a linebacker or defensive end, he's way stronger than you. I mean, Myles Garrett could end your career in one hit.
You think?
I don't know why you would even risk it. Just go down. The rules are there to protect you. Silly. Thought?
Yeah, I don't want to get hit by Myles.
I don't either.
I want protected.
Well,
you've got to. The quarterbacks are in such a vulnerable position. Everybody, the old school defensive guys, you hear them say, I put a skirt on them and blah 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 blah. Okay, fine. You have your back turned to a guy like Myles Garrett and be in a vulnerable position because you're getting ready to throw the ball or just threw the ball. Good luck to you. So everything that should be done to protect quarterbacks needs to be done because without a good one, you're not going anywhere in the NFL.
Especially now in the era where every quarterback is essentially a dual threat quarterback.
Correct.
I mean,
They're running like crazy.
We do not have drop back quarterbacks anymore. Those guys are gone. I mean, Rodgers might be the last of them.
And he's still fairly mobile, even at his age. He gets out of the pocket.
Yeah, so this is only going to get, become more and more of a big deal that these guys they've got to get down. They got to get down. They got to get down. We'll see where it goes from there, of course. So in a little bit of baseball news, we had a retirement yesterday. Tim Anderson of the White Sox announced his retirement after a 10-year career. Of course, we all remember him for his batting titles. Right?
No, we don't. No.
Right?
Gosh, that's not it.
Right?
Yeah,
Batting
the way his batting titles went down. Exactly. Yeah.
Right?
Don't think that's it.
No.
It was so funny because what was it? I think it was like 3 days ago was the anniversary of that as well, of Jose Ramirez taking down Tim Anderson. And it would have been so funny if he would have decided to retire on that day and just go like, you know what? I'm done. I'm going
pretty close.
out. I'm going out in that moment.
I got to be honest, that's the last time I think I've uttered his name or even thought about him playing.
He bounced around the league for a little bit. It's still amazing to me that happened. I mean, a guy like Jose Ramirez, so calm, cool, and collective, and clearly something must have happened inside of in that moment, inside of that conversation. That who knows, maybe the tell-all book will have it in there, but it'll never happen in there as well. Do you think we ever see anything like that again out of Jose Ramirez, Jeff?
Nope.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see that again.
I don't think so. Anderson, something happened there, Dan. You're right. And the funny thing about it to me was, most baseball fights, when there are baseball fights, are ridiculous. And
they're a joke.
They don't fight, which is probably good. You don't really want guys fighting. But these two guys put them up, man. And they were like in a ring. And Anderson made a wrong move, and Jose got him.
So,
the bullpen guys have to run in, and that's a long way. And, not to do anything.
Well, you got to get the calisthenics, and unless you have in your contract about unnecessary calisthenics, which we all know how that ends up going.
I mean, you might drop your cigarettes on the way out from the bullpen all the way out to the mound there. I mean, that's trouble.
They used to leave their gloves. You may as well leave the squares
there
as well.
You go. That's a leave their gloves reference. I love it. I love it. Yeah,
That was for you.
Thank you.
So, World Series schedule is out, gentlemen, so then that way you have an idea for the first time since 2022. The World Series will end before November 1st.
Wow. That's so the lockout can can start on November 1st?
It'll be December 1st.
Ah, they can start a month earlier.
So, yeah, what do we think of this? Do we like the idea that Game 7 of the World Series is going to be played on Halloween if there are no rainouts in between? Do we think this is how baseball should be?
Baseball should not be played in November. Period. It should be done at the end of October. Fine. I personally, I'm probably wrong on this. You know, the way the schedule has kind of been played out, no double headers. You know, it used to compact the season a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
When you start in a northern climate in March, that's not good. And when you end in a northern climate in November, that's not good. So I'm all for playing some actual double headers again.
I am too.
The money counters don't like that because that's a date, right, Andy? But
well,
boy, it sure was fun.
Yeah, I mean, they could do day-nighters. The players hate them.
Well, but day-nights are bad too. You know,
why?
Because you don't get 2 for 1 as a fan.
Oh, you're saying it's a 2 for 1 for the fan. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't do that. Would they make more money? That's the question. Like, are you better off doing a 2 for 1 on Sunday and having 40,000, or would you only have 20,000 on the Monday night game or 20? You know what I'm saying? They
just don't need to be playing games in March.
I agree with it. March is especially here. Play in a dome, play out, play in the southern states. That's fine. No reason we should be hosting games. Probably Boston, New York, Toronto can close. So Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, although it's a little warmer, but still, there's no reason for it. I agree.
So, gentlemen, as well, a very happy trails to a personal favorite of mine when it comes to play-by-play. San Francisco Giants color commentator Mike Krukow announced he's going to retire after the 2026 season. Kipe and Krukow have been together since 1990.
Have they really?
This. Oh, yeah. They've been doing it forever. They've been 94 is when Krukow became the full-time guy. It was one of the best booths in baseball. It was always so fun listening to those guys. I will also never forget Krukow as the voice of MVP Baseball 2005, which I know doesn't affect the two of you guys quite as much, but for my generation, that was the baseball game that all of us had, and it was Dwayne Kuiper and Mike Krukow doing play-by-play on that whole thing, and it was outstanding to listen to, and it introduced a whole bunch of fans to not only the game of baseball, but the Giants as well. So happy trails, Mike Krukow. Thank you for all of the fun and all the laughs that you gave me when I wasn't able to fall asleep at 10 o'clock at night.
When I saw that news, I thought of you, Dan, immediately, because I know you like Krukow's work an awful lot.
Yeah, they're as good as it gets. So the end of this season will be fun, just to see what they do for Kipe and Krukow.
Yeah, what's Kipe going to do?
He says he's going to keep going, and he's done road games with other players and that kind of stuff. I wonder if Hunter Pence maybe gets that gig. I know he's been doing a lot of play-by-play stuff and has done a nice job when he's needed to. I think the last time I remember watching him when he was on Netflix, and I know he's done a couple Giants games too. He's fun.
What are the Giants on? Are they on MLB? I can't remember. What's their? They were.
I think they were on NBC Sports One.
Was that what they were?
Was NBC Sports?
I got to tell you what would be awesome. Just one time, I think it'd be awesome for us, and this is super selfish, that if the Giants and the Guardians scored out for a weekend, to have Rick and Dwayne just do a weekend series together for both networks. I'm sure they could save money.
That'd be fun.
I think that'd be awesome for here. I got to tell you, like. You talk about being blessed in the job that you have. One of my favorite things that I've collected over the years is it was one of the first times I think the Indians had gone out to San Francisco. I have a picture with Kuiper and Manning together, and we're in the booth, and I was just like, I was just a kid, man. I became a kid again just by the thought of just hanging out. And Kuiper could not be any nicer, man. He is so cool.
Yeah,
so cool.
To pull the curtain back a little bit, I'll never forget when we booked Kipe to hop on with us when the Giants were in town. And all of a sudden I get a phone call from a random number in San Francisco. And I just hear this voice, Dan, this is Dwayne Kuiper. And I'm like, oh my God, like you have no idea how often I have heard your voice between playing MVP Baseball 05 and nights where I couldn't fall asleep watching West Coast ball. Like, it was so cool. It was the closest that I would ever get to Vin Scully calling me. And it was like, it was so cool in that moment to have this voice that I've heard for so long be on the other end of the phone saying my name. So,
nice.
Happy trails.
He's got great pipes.
Yeah, happy trails, Mike Krukow. Appreciate everything you've done.
All right, there you have it. Speaking of baseball, we're going to talk about something about this Guardians team. Okay, yeah, they're in a little rough patch right now. Let's see if they can come out of it and see how that happens. But how many of these guys do you think are going to be here and would be worth the long-term investment? So want to get into that. Also, some things that Dan and I noticed that are going to be interesting for a fan experience in downtown Cleveland here over the next couple of years. So we'll get into that. Todd Monken's press conference also coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. So we've got all these things straight ahead right here on Baskin and Phelps.
They'll be taking on the 76ers on October 22nd in the Sixer home debut for LeBron James. Tonight, right here on 92.3 The Fan, tune into the premiere of The Todd Monken Show from 7 to 8. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
We're your home for complete Browns coverage all year long.
My dad was a coach, and my uncles were coaches. My whole family's in coaching. So from when you're a kid, you see, because you pull from everywhere, and then you just put it together and you go. It's not rocket science.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Catch our guy Daryl Ryder, who just poked his head in the studio here before he went out to Bria. And Lance Reisland's daily Browns training camp recaps. And it's on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page. Daryl and Coach Reisland break down the storylines from each day's practice and, of course, your daily quarterback competition updates. Can't get enough of that, can we?
No.
And you can catch the recap each night on Overtime with Jake Volnick as well at 8:40. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page right now.
All right, Guardians on the road tonight. Short little trip over to Detroit, and it's a 6:40 start. So it'll be your Guardians going up against Detroit. And by the way, the Tigers are now a half game ahead of the Guardians in the standings, as the Guardians are sitting there in fourth place just after a few days ago being in first place for the majority of the season, between first and second, I should say, or within a game since like Cinco de Mayo. Is that right? Somewhere in there? I remember them talking about that the other day on the broadcast. So you're in that situation right now. You're 4 games back in the American League Central. You've got to get past the Tigers and Twins, which you're only a half game behind, to get back to second place. So that could change in a moment's notice. Then the other hard part is, you look at the wild card race, Jeff, they have dropped from having a spot behind the Yankees and Red Sox to now behind the Twins, behind the Tigers, and you're in the same boat there. So you're 2 games back. Baltimore's right on your tail. They're a game behind you. Toronto is a game and a half behind you, and Seattle is 2 games behind the Guardians. So things looking a little shaky over the last week and a half here, where they were solidified and they kind of looked like they were staying in that spot, and then boom, they put their foot into a pothole. So I don't know if I want to worry about it or not. I still know the schedule is favorable, but they've got to get some luck and get things turning around right away. And again, here's a chance. If you want to climb the ladder, you're playing Detroit, win 2 games here and life is good. So
I'm all for that. The way this team bounced back last year, Andy, it just puts the thought in your head that they're capable, of making a little run here. And you're not going to fall down, by double digits and come back this year. That's just not going to happen.
I do think
so. They've got to get it. They've got to get it right and get it right fast.
Especially since the trade deadline, Jeff. I feel like the roster is stronger now than it was last year.
Too.
So, all right. So you got a 3-game series with Detroit tonight to Thursday, and then over the weekend they're back home against San Diego. And speak of the devil, wouldn't this have been a great weekend for Dwayne Kuiper and Rick Manning to do all 3 games together? But here San Francisco is here over the weekend. Jeff, when you look at this team right now, and again, I know this has been kind of a rough patch with them, winning only 1 game since Arizona, since they played Arizona. We could talk a little bit about long-term investments.
I was a little curious about some things, so I did a little checking. You know how many guys are under contract for next season on this team?
I remember looking at it.
Not under team control, but actually under contract for next year.
There aren't many.
Jose Ramirez, Tanner Bybee.
Stop.
Okay.
2 guys.
That's it?
2 guys are under contract for next year. Now, other guys are on team control, but only 2 guys actually have a contract. And, of course, they gave Jose the great big contract extension, 7 years, $175 million, which is really good. It takes Jose through 2032, by the way. Just throwing that out there because we haven't seen the usual Jose Ramirez this year. Yes, hamate bone surgery can do that to a guy, but he wasn't hitting great beforehand. And Tanner Bybee is signed through 2029. And I thought, boy, who else on this team would you go ahead and sign to a contract? And I know the labor situation for next year, is going to be precarious, but other teams have signed players up to long-term deals. And I started thinking, who on this team would they think about signing up to a long-term deal?
Okay.
And I want to go over the guys that I thought would be good investments and others that I wouldn't sign and why. I think first and foremost, the guy that they should try to sign to a long-term deal if they can is Gavin Williams.
That's fair.
Gavin's 27, and he's been terrific for a second straight year. I mean, if you could get that guy to sign a Tanner Bybee type of deal, and Tanner's deal was 5 years, $48 million, and it runs through 2029, as I said, club option for 2030. Tanner's deal goes like this: $4.4 million this year, then 7.4, 10.4, and then 21.4. So he's going to get some money down the road, but he's a pitcher and he protected himself and he's going to get some money. If you can get Gavin Williams to go in on one of those types of deals, I would sign Gavin Williams long term. The other guys I would sign, and there are only two of them, Cade Smith, who's also 27 years old and has shown what he's able to do. And he's been terrific for a second straight year, and he saved their bacon, when the Emmanuel Clase situation came up. I don't think you could get him for the same type of deal Clase signed for. Clase's was like 4 years, $20 million, or 5 years, $20 million, something like that. I think Cade Smith would be a guy you'd want to get under contract. And the other guy that I have that
do you play into, though, that sometimes, closers
go up and down.
Yeah, with the exception of like Mariano Rivera and maybe even Dennis Eckersley.
Which is why I wouldn't be giving him a huge contract like I would give Gavin Williams. But if Cade Smith wanted to sign a more along the lines of what Emmanuel Clase signed for, which wasn't, it was like $20 million total. I would love to get Cade signed up for a 2 or 3 year deal and buy up some of that stuff.
And that's pretty much the average for a closer, 2 to 3 years.
So that's what I would go: Gavin Williams, Cade Smith, and then this one will surprise you guys: Patrick Bailey. Patrick's also 27. Oddly enough, all three of the guys I would sign up are 27 years old. And I would sign Patrick Bailey for this reason. They didn't bring him in here for his offense. They knew what they were getting when they traded for him because his defense is incredible. But he's been hitting okay here.
Right.
And his defense has been just incredible. And so they knew what they wanted. They went out and they got it. They brought him in, and I'd sign him. And if I could get that guy to sign a 5-year contract, I would do it. Now, there are a couple of other guys I would think about signing. Foster Griffin's one of them. They just picked him up. He's a free agent at the end of the year. I'd like to see a little more.
Are you talking 2 or 3 year deal, or what are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm not talking 5-6 year deal, and I'm not talking huge money. This guy just got back from spending 3 years pitching in Japan. You don't think he'd like a little major league security?
Sure.
And it might not cost you a ton, and you might get him for 2 or 3 years. And the other guy I'd think about, but man, it's early. It's Parker Messick. But now see, he's in pre-arbitration, so you don't have to sign him yet because you're not getting to those arbitration years. But this organization has signed guys pre-arbitration in the past, and there are a lot of them. Andres Jimenez, Jason Kipnis, Bybee was a pre-arb signing. Corey Kluber, Jose, Miles Straw, Grady Sizemore, Jan Gomes, Santana, Clase, Trevor Stephan, who's in AAA right now trying to get healthy, CC, Roberto Perez. Those guys all signed pre-arbitration deals. In other words, they gave them security before they were able to plead their case.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And maybe it was a big group hug and everything else. But see, the danger here, that Andres Jimenez deal jumped up and bit him in the you-know-what. Remember? Andres had that great year where he hit, along with playing the best second base I've seen since Robbie Alomar.
Right.
But boy, all of a sudden that hitting went south, and then they're stuck in this contract. They were lucky in their situation; they were able to get Toronto to take it. I wouldn't sign these guys yet
to anything more than a.
Nope. Just let it play out.
Okay.
I wouldn't sign them yet.
Okay.
And I want you guys to address them one at a time.
All right.
I wouldn't yet sign Brian Rocchio. He's in arbitration next year. And can he sustain his hitting? And there are other middle infielders in the organization, and Helen now, who are seeing, and Bazana, if you don't think Travis can play left field, then he's going to be at second. Where are you going to play Hanau? Maybe shortstop. And so that's why I wouldn't sign Rocchio yet. But I like Brian, and I'd like him to be here long term.
I do too. I'm not signing him to anything super long. And you got the way the contract's written. How long is he under? How long is he?
He's still
control?
under team control for quite a while.
Yeah, there's no hurry or worry to do that, unless you feel like he's going to be an absolute super.
I'm willing to be patient and wait.
Yeah, there's another sticking point. It's all of this.
What would you do?
Under contract to 2030 is when Brian Rocchio would be a free agent.
So in other words, he's got arbitration ahead of him. He's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
But you want to not, have a contentious relationship with your players.
He's got to put two halves together.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's why I would, that's one of the reasons I wouldn't sign him.
Because right now we're once again in the.
But you make it sound like you're like, I wouldn't sign him. Like, not now.
Well, no.
It's just not now.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, is now.
I know, but it sounds like, I don't know if I
mean, first.
Well, Dan just said it. He's not eligible to leave here until 2030. So why would you jump into something now?
No, I agree with that. But
I'm going to let it play out. I'm going to be patient and see, actually, is he my shortstop long term?
First half of the season, he hit 276 with a 343 on base and a 408 slug. In the second half to this point, again, first half, of course, bigger sample size than second half. But in the second half, it's been a $174 with a 238 on base and a 244 slug. And this is not the first time he's fallen off a cliff.
Exactly right, which be patient. And it's just not good business to spend money on guys if you don't have to yet, unless you think it's going to work out for both sides. Like Tanner Bybee. Tanner got some money, $48 million. But it's a 5-year deal, and you could think, well, man, if he could have got more money in arbitration. Yeah, but he's a pitcher. So he guaranteed himself a lifetime of wealth. And I just wouldn't do that with Rocchio just yet. Andy, I have some other guys that's going to chap your you-know-what.
Okay.
But
let's talk
I'm
about
still
them.
a Rocchio fan, and I keep all of my stock.
Without
I'm not
question.
selling any bit of my stock.
Without question. Yep. I agree with you completely. I have some other guys. I'm going to have to explain these, and you're not going to like it.
Yeah, I one name I think you're going to hit, and we're going to have a debate over it. So
it's coming up.
216-474-0092, that's the number to call. Or you can always hit us up on social media at CLE Talking Heads. Todd Monken's press conference later in the hour. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
It's been a mostly drama-free offseason.
LeBron James. The entire schedule for every team in the regular season will be released this coming Thursday at 3 o'clock. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Earlier today, Mary Kay Cabot was with us, and we had riveting conversations about the Browns quarterback situation. It's my new favorite word for the show, riveting.
Riveting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, if you missed a moment of any of that, you can use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Let's get a little news here before I get back into your story about guys you would sign for long term with the Guardians. What do you got?
Gentlemen, Adam Schefter, ESPN. ESPN sources, the Vikings have named Kyler Murray their starting quarterback.
No surprise.
Really? You're not surprised at all by that?
No.
Nope.
No. I thought when they picked him up, I thought he'd be the guy.
Andy, you want to cackle meanly?
Should I cackle meanly over the fact that Minnesota? Am I surprised? No. You know how I feel about J.J. McCarthy. I have felt this way since the day he left Michigan. I never thought he was worth the hype of what they thought. I mean, if there's one thing I've been consistent on this show over like 6 years, and I normally don't.
Your hatred of J.J. McCarthy.
It's not that I hate him. It's just that I didn't think he was anything more than going to be a backup in the league. And like everyone looked at me like I was insane. There's only 2 times that I've ever felt this way, and they're both Big Ten quarterbacks. Drew Brees, who I thought would be a winner, and ends up in the Hall of Fame. And I didn't think McCarthy was going to be a standout in the NFL. No. And so far, he has proved me 100% right.
Yeah, he's
every once in a while,
he's not done yet, and he had the injury situation that didn't help him at all. But he's not done yet. But the minute they picked up Kyler Murray, I assumed he'd be the guy.
Would you think Carson Wentz was going to have a shot at that? I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, hell no.
Before they picked up Kyler Murray.
Oh, no, it would have been J.J. McCarthy over Carson Wentz.
Well, maybe.
You know what's going to happen.
You're higher on Carson Wentz than most.
What I was higher on Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison. And if J.J. McCarthy wasn't going to get them the ball and Carson Wentz could, he would have started there but they picked up Kyler Murray, so there you go.
You're higher on Carson Wentz than most.
Well, dude
would you be happy if Carson Wentz was here?
Dude was on his way to an MVP season in Philly when he got hurt.
Oh, God, no. Run far, run fast.
Okay.
So here's the other side of this, though.
You know McCarthy will probably end up here at some point in his career. So.
Oh, without question.
Yeah, it's
just to
guaranteed.
shove it in your face and be
it's a
just
guarantee.
good enough that you might have to debate eating your words without really wanting to.
And then he's going to come on the show and he's going to be super
really nice to you.
Andy, I've been listening to you for a long time, man.
You've been my inspiration. People said I couldn't do it, especially you, and now I am a Super Bowl MVP.
All right, to kiss my butt.
So now I got to be that guy.
Yeah.
How come the Vikings can name their quarterback, but the Browns can't?
Because it's Kyler Murray? I don't know. Maybe Kevin O'Connell knows exactly what he wants? I don't know. You got another reason why?
Yeah, because Kyler Murray is better than J.J. McCarthy, and it was clear to everybody there.
There you go. Easy. Feel better now?
I mean, if that's pretty much where we're going to go with this, we may as well just, you know what, just call it an evening.
Be a loser. Be a real loser.
Why would you pick a quarterback over the other? Because we think he's better.
It's a novel idea, Jeff. I don't know why you would do that. All right, Jeff, I want to go back into this Guardians thing because you were about to approach some names where I think they're going to be worthy of long-term contracts. Long-term has to be defined, I think, in some ways. How long is long-term contract?
You sign them now for long-term and maybe buy up some of their arbitration years and the year after that or something like that and just know that they're going to be a part of your organization.
Right.
For instance, they gave Andres Jimenez 7 years.
Can I bring
that was a mistake.
Does anyone else not see the coinciding of lack of contracts on this team with a possible ownership change. To me, that all kind of made sense.
Or labor situation.
Or just mid-market team.
Yep.
Because you could go around the rest of the league and play the same game.
Yep.
You'd be shocked how few guys are truly locked up long term.
There are only 2 guys
More
under
than
contract.
300 hitters in the American League?
Yeah,
No?
you
Okay.
pull up the Rays.
No, I'm just joking.
I mean, you'll see the Rays right now. It looks pretty similar.
Well, it would only take 3.
Let me, again, only 2 guys have contracts for next year, and that's Jose and Tanner Bybee.
Right.
Other guys aren't going anywhere. They're eligible for arbitration or under team control. But I had said there are 3 guys on the team that if I was Chris Antonetti, Mike Chernoff, I would try to get these guys under contract now. Gavin Williams, it's been great. Cade Smith, been great. And Patrick Bailey, because he's been great for what you traded for him for.
Okay.
And so that's good. I would think about Foster Griffin if it works out here the rest of the year. He's a free agent at the end of the year, and it's really early on Parker Messick, but boy, does he look good. I already said I wouldn't try to go into a contract with Brian Rocchio, and he's part of this group of guys, Andy. I like them all, and I want them all here. But I don't think now's the time for the contract. Rocchio is one of them. The next one is Stephen Kwan.
Okay, I was curious on what you yes, you would or you wouldn't?
Would not. Stephen is a free agent after next season.
Okay, so you can arbitration
you
one
have
more year.
all of next year.
Right.
So you still have another year with him. He was horrendous until about the last month and a half. And he's been great. He's been Stephen Kwan again.
Okay, but
I would wait and see.
But this is why I think now might be the time if you wanted to, because, the team, whether they wanted to or not, they stuck by him while he was hurting, and now he's in your top 5 in hitting on this team. He's hitting over 260 now, isn't he? Which means he had a long way to go to get back to that point. He's hitting 265. So he's climbing up the charts a little bit. I think now is the time that you might be able to get some sort of a fair contract from him. But if he thought, remember last year before we were all like, we're going to lose him and he's going to make big money somewhere else.
But Andy,
if the time is the time to do it now,
your future left fielder may be playing second base right now. Your future
seems like a stretch, but yeah,
your future center fielder might be in AAA right now. Might be Alfonso and Rosario.
Okay.
I mean, they have prospects coming up. So I would hold off on Kwan. And if I lost him, I lost him. He's going to turn 29 in September. He'll be 30. I don't think you want to invest in a long-term big money contract on a 30-year-old outfielder whose hitting has been sporadic. And I like Steven.
I might hang it. Well, you got him for one more year. You're going to lose him, though, if you don't.
Well,
if he continues to hit the way he is now.
Okay. Because you're producing young talent that's coming up. Also, there's this guy.
Danny's got the highest WAR on the team, too. I know that would make you excited.
Woohoo.
I really like Joe Adell. I would not try to sign him to a long-term contract. He's a free agent after next season. So like Kwan, you have both of these guys for another year. I like Joe Adell. I'm going to wait and see. And Joe might be a guy who just holds down a position in the outfield until some of the young guys are ready to be the starters.
I don't know. I kind of like feeling confident when he walks up to the plate, even though
he strikes out a lot. I like him a lot. You know that.
Mm-hmm.
But he and Kwan, I would hold off on. Here you go, Andy. You ready?
Yeah.
I wouldn't sign Chase DeLauder yet. And man, do I like him.
He's 100 games in, Jeff.
Man, do I like him.
If he walks out of this season playing 130 games, I'm putting a contract in front of him.
His injury history scares me. I would say wait another year. He's not a free agent for years to come. So he's not going anywhere. And he's not even going to burn you in arbitration because he's a pre-arbitration guy right now. I would hang on for another year. And then I would think about it. But I want to see if the guy can stay healthy. He's done a really good job this year. I love him. I hope he's here for the next 12 years playing right field. But our organization is always cautious when it comes to spending big money. They don't want to flush it away. And I just want to make sure he can stay healthy.
Yeah, I'm on Team Dan with this. 130 games. If he's hitting 277, We will find a way to buy out some of those arbitration years because you are here, and I want you to be here for a long time.
Exactly. I'll pay you now if it means I don't have to pay you as much later.
That's right.
Here's your 7-year deal. Let's go.
There's the thought. There's a thought about that. But see, if you give a guy with a big injury history like that a 7-year deal, and injuries flare up in this organization, it's going to kill you.
Does it have to? And what does this organization look like in 2 years? What does it look like in 2 years?
Listen to that man. He's smart.
You know what? You're going to make mistakes on contracts every once in a while. Every team does it. How do you think the Mets feel about Lindor at times right now, right? It's the same. Every team makes a mistake. So you know what? If you're going to make a mistake, he's a good guy to make a mistake on. And if we're eating the contract later on, it may not be the Dolans that are eating the contract. So
I feel a similar way about Travis Bazzana. I like him. Want him in the organization a long time. But this team has organizational depth up the middle.
Mm-hmm.
And will he be up the middle or will he be an outfielder? It could be a center fielder. You never know, but his arm doesn't seem to be that way.
Jeff,
so
no offense.
Left field might be his spot.
No offense. Is anyone else talking about him playing in the outfield other than this show?
Well, where's he going to play, Andy?
I think you're going
to. All right, go ahead. Where's he going to play?
I'm leaving him where he's at.
Okay. Where is Hanau going to play?
You will maybe Rocchio will be the odd man out. I don't know.
Right. As I've said all along, Rocchio, Hanau, Bazzana. One of them has to move. Either Towns or position.
Yeah. It's baseball.
Yeah.
You're going to have to make a move.
I know. So which one?
You got to make
That's why I'm not signing Travis Bazzana right now to a long-term contract. There's organizational depth, and I want to see another year. But I think this is a really good situation for the Guardians because they have some good young players who you can have this debate about. And that's a good sign.
I like it. I still tend to be on the side of, if you're like DeLauder, I'll stand on the soapbox. He's right. If he gets to 130-plus games and he's still hitting 277,
I love the guy.
Let's just make fans happy on one guy every once in a while. And show me that you're changing, that you might be changing your ways about keeping guys long-term, even if it means a mistake. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Todd Monken's press conference straight ahead right here. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
will be taking on the 76ers in Philly on October 22nd and the Sixer home debut for LeBron James. The entire schedule will be released on Thursday at 3 o'clock. Tonight on 92.3 The Fan, don't miss the premiere of the Todd Monken Show from 7 to 8. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Hey, you can take the Fan with you wherever you go. Listen to us on the Odyssey, the iHeartRadio, or the TuneIn apps.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. We are standing by for Todd Monken's press conference. That should be coming up any moment right here, and you'll be able to hear it live as you are each and every day on 92.3 The Fan. So Dan and I were talking last night because we both went to Foo Fighters, and Jeff, it was just interesting to walk around the stadium last night. Are we close? I don't know.
Yeah, we're very close. This press conference is brought to you by Expert Renovations, expertrenovationllc.com. We now go live to Berea for Browns head coach Todd Monken.
Not good. I got hijacked. I mean, we did such a good job on Saturday, cadence-wise, and then at the end in 2 minutes, just couldn't get out of our own way.
When that happens, how do you work through it with the players, either at the time or in the meetings later?
Well, I did a poor job of working through it. Tried to continue with cadence just to, force them in the moment to overcome a little bit of a setback in the drive, but we're certainly not there yet.
Sometimes there's days like that after a day off. Did you learn something about your team?
Well, that part of it, really, I was jacked about the way our team practiced. Coming off of 6 days, 1 day off, and how they attacked it yesterday. I mean, you couldn't have asked for better energy, attitude, body language. It just wasn't good at the end for one side, the way it ended. But up until that point, I thought our guys practiced their rear ends off, and I thought it was outstanding for having a day off the day before.
Todd, you mentioned last week that once you get into preseason games, obviously adds the layer where the quarterbacks can get hit. What extra layer of evaluation does that give you when they're live?
Well, it does. I mean, in terms of getting the ball out, got to learn to get the ball out. Got to learn how to slide, right? Not going to be able to just run around. I do want playmaking ability, so there is a balance there between playmaking ability and taking some sacks. You're going to have to live with that to an extent. The other part is stacking plays where it matters, because I got the scoreboard on in terms of points you put on the board. In terms of the flow of the game, that's a big part of it. We're going to be on the road. The ebbs and flows of positive plays and negative plays, overcoming that. I think there's a part of their quarterback's body language, how they are around the team. Do I sense, hey, that's over, I've moved on to the next play? So there's a number of things you get to evaluate once you get to the closest we have in terms of games, which is preseason.
Are you ready to say who might start at quarterback yet?
Not yet.
I haven't seen Mike call since I think that when Sean hit. We haven't really seen him out like the street close. He's battling through an injury right now.
We're hopeful to get him back soon. I mean, you'd have to talk to medical people about that, but we're hopeful to get Mike back soon. He got off such a great start. He's such an explosive player. We're hopeful to get him back soon.
Todd, how difficult has it been for you to evaluate the offensive line when you've had guys in and out because of injury?
Well, it's part of it. I mean, it's everybody goes through it. Every team goes through nagging injuries where guys are in and out of the lineup each day. So, I mean, you can still evaluate the guys that are in there. I think it's harder to build a cohesive group. It's not as hard to evaluate. You can evaluate guys individually, but cohesively it's a lot better. And yesterday we were the closest to having that, and I expect that today as well.
Todd, with Spencer essentially kind of getting promoted to the first team, I mean, on the offensive line, is it really his right guard? I mean, Elton is taking on the first team tonight, so it's right guard.
Ultimately, that's it. I mean, we're still in that process of it. I think Tevin has the advantage there from experience, and he's played before. He's played right guard, so he has the advantage, but we're still, in every position, we're still competing. But as of now, I'd say up front, that's it.
I was asking Travis about Carson Bryant as a fullback. Can you utilize your fullback package with him as much as the other guy, Burton?
It's a work in progress. I think he is learning how to keep his pad level down, keep his legs driving on contact. This isn't an easy training ground for that when you're going against some really good ends, but that's part of the process. And I've said that before, especially with tight ends and fullbacks and the O-line, I guess, but those guys especially, the advantage in college is you get to hit in the spring, so we really don't get a hit in the spring. You really don't know. You can gauge footwork, landmarks, hand placement, but you can't evaluate strike. So right now we're working on placement and strike and finish.
So if we get the depth chart today, the unofficial depth chart, should we not necessarily assume that whoever is in the one spot at quarterback is going to start on Saturday, or will that be?
Well, unless Peter screwed it up, it should say or. So unless Peter didn't, somehow there was a typo, it should say or.
I asked Travis about this as well. How much does the rotating of quarterbacks kind of play into the cadences and some of the pre-snap stuff we're seeing? Just because it's
Some of that does. Oh yeah, exactly right. It's the same when you're under center, taking a snap. Whether it's Dylan, Talon, any of the other quarterbacks, a little bit different. The cadence is a little bit different. You're exactly right, working through that. But also at this point, after spring and whatever we are, 3 weeks-ish into it, that's a little bit of an excuse. I mean, that's really, it's going to be a part of it, Benner. I mean, that's our job, is to make sure it's not an issue.
How do you prepare? Just with the game, there's so many variables that just come into play that you can't control, the uncontrollables. Is there any way to simulate those ahead of time, or is this really the real beauty of these three opportunities, is that you can't, it's all completely unscripted?
You try as much as you can. I mean, we have move the ball periods, which simulates having to call it. I mean, everything we do should eventually simulate like what you're going to get in the game. From our drill work, if our drill work doesn't show up on the field, then we're doing the wrong drills. I mean, I heard that one all the way back when I was a kid on the practice field with my dad. If we're doing drills that don't show up on the practice field, so you take meetings to the individual to group to team to the preseason to the games. That's the closest you're going to get. And then ultimately the gauge is being able to move the ball, and again, that you're keeping score. We're not out here keeping score. We're just installing, trying to evaluate, and then we'll get a chance, like I said, when we move the ball a little bit, and then we get a chance to play in the preseason, being able to stack plays offensively and defensively.
How do you prepare for stuff that might come up in your first game as an NFL head coach? I mean, the challenge flag comes to mind, but are there other things that you're going to have to go, okay, this is my first time doing this?
Well, when we were at the owners' meeting, I met with a couple head coaches that for the first time did it last year and talked to them a little bit about the off season to start, then the season, then being on the sidelines. When the officials came in the spring to visit, I met with them for an hour of what they saw from first-time head coaches and the mistakes they make. So all you can do is prepare as best you can with those that have been through it, like we all do, and from an official standpoint, how they view it and how they see it, and then you go from there. And that's the cool thing about this. This isn't just for the players. This is for the coaches as well. This is for myself. This is with Rudy, right? This is for Byron. We're all going through it for the first time, and I can't wait. It's going to be really cool.
Were you always in the
practice ends with some pre-snap issues like that? Are there anything, things that you can send them home with? Obviously, like play breaks down, they can go home and play with, kind of go over that, reevaluate the play. Is there anything that, or is it just a reset next day, trying to get back on?
Well, unfortunately, we send them back with their head coach being emotionally hijacked, which isn't a good thing. Okay, so, and I told them that this morning that can't happen. I should have just gone to a different cadence. Let's let us play out the drill. I was obviously frustrated. So, again, we're never too old to learn, right? Keep processing, getting better. And so that's one thing we sent them home with.
Were you always in the press box, coach's box as an offensive coordinator on your staff?
I have been. The last time I've called it on the field would be at Southern Miss.
So will it be any different from you?
Oh, hell yeah, it's going to be different. I mean, it's different because you can't spread everything out, right? You have emotion around you. You have noise, right? You have the immediate sideline that you have to deal with. can connect with the quarterback. There's some positives and some negatives to both of that. It's different. Sure it is. But it's football. I mean, I call it out there, right? I call it at Southern Miss. I mean, just pick one and let it rip, right? That's what you got to do, right? It's what you prepare for. That's what you lean on the staff for. I mean, pick one and let's go.
Do you have reason to believe that the Bears are only going to start their starters for a series or whatever you're planning on doing? Are you guys trying to match it up a little bit? Or?
I have no idea what they're doing. We'll see when we get there. I mean, we're going to do what we do. Some of that will play off what they do, a little bit offensively. We certainly want to be able to evaluate our quarterbacks, so we certainly can't put them at risk if they have their one defensive line out there, right? I mean, that's probably the biggest item on the table. Will be how long our starters up front will play will be determined by how long their starters up front play.
Todd, kind of going back to, you mentioned Southern Miss, that obviously different level, different, it's been a few years ago, but how much can you draw from that past head coaching experience for you? How much have you drawn from that as you've, gone through it now for the first time at this level?
There is some of that, but that was a while ago. I probably am able to draw off the last 6 years more than I can all the way back then, being an assistant coach for Kirby Smart and for John Harbaugh. I think you're going to draw from that. What's most recent? There are certain things back when I was at Southern Miss as the head coach that you do draw from, but I would probably say just over the last 6 years, getting a doctorate in coaching by being super fortunate to be around those guys and how they handled everything from the off season to training camp to game day, and so very fortunate to get the head coaching job now compared to before then. I will just say that.
Coach, we saw Isaiah McGuire wrecking practice yesterday.
What was that?
Isaiah McGuire, he was wrecking practice yesterday. It seemed like he was in the backfield every play. What did you think about his day yesterday? Just his development overall?
Well, he's an explosive player. Some of it ended up by scheme. We're on some trap schemes that he was able to blow up and get in the backfield. Some that were really good play calls, and that's a good sign for us defensively that he's able to do that. He's been doing it really all camp. It just showed up yesterday a little more often.
How do you design a play that confuses a defense but doesn't confuse your guys?
There's a lot to that. I think as Harbs used to say it, elegant simplicity. How do you build a system that for yourself, your guys are able to play fast without being so simple to where it's you create tendencies. But I would say this, that if you're really, really good, you're going to have tendencies. Your tendencies are to do what you do well and get the ball to the players that are explosive players that allow you to put points on the board. So with that being said, you've got to have your core system that you rely on, and then how you build it each week per opponent is where we've got to and have been, tried to drill down, again, to make sure that our guys are on the same page.
You promoted the two rookies yesterday. You obviously informed them before you informed us. How big a deal do you make that? Do you say it in front of the team, or you just slip them in there?
I don't have to say it. It's pretty obvious. I mean, what I see is what everybody's going to see, right? Guys are making plays. It's real simple. Make a bunch of plays, you move up the depth chart. Don't make a bunch of plays, you move down the depth chart.
But you don't announce it to the team in the meeting?
No, I don't. I mean, I guess I could. They noticed it when they lined up. Okay, that's who's there. I mean, and it's basically for them to know, like, all right, who's there? Well, pretty easy. If we can't tell, then we won't do it. If we can tell, and who knows, after this weekend, we might switch it. I mean, that's where we're at now, and those are the guys that have done it every day, and that's where we'll go from there.
When you talk about getting hijacked emotionally, is that something that you feel the need the next day or that day to say something to the players about that, or do you just like?
I said it to the offense. I said it to those guys. I told them that in that moment, what I should have done and what I didn't do, and that, as I've said to them and us, I mean, we're human. I got fired. That is going to get me fired up, and I have to own some of that. Obviously, we haven't coached it well enough. There were other aspects about the 2-minute that got me fired up that obviously was a reflection of coaching. I mean, those things, we're getting plenty of effort. You guys are fighting their rear ends off. We're tough. So we got that. Okay, well, how are we going to do the little things well? And that's coaching. That's me, and that's our staff.
Last one, Daniel.
I swore a second ago he said 2.
I tried.
We were at like 7.
You saw Dylan Sampson make a really impressive kind of toe tap and catch on the sideline yesterday, and it seems like you guys are making an effort to get in the ball and passing game. When you look at kind of parallels, do you think like what you did with Justice Hill in Baltimore was kind of like a third down pass catching? Like, do you think that's a correct maybe parallel comparison to what they did here?
I think those guys can be, like your tight ends, can be matchup guys if they've got the right skill set. And so I think Dylan's on his way to that. That play that happened yesterday happened organically on a scramble. He did a great job of turning up the sidelines. And that's where you saw Shador's elite playmaking ability. And that's the one thing that between him and also Deshaun, when you've got guys, and Dylan the same way, Taylor, when you've got guys that are 2-play quarterbacks, you're going to have to live with a little bit of lost yardage plays. I mean, that's part of it. You can go back to Ben Roethlisberger, and he would lead the league in sacks, and the son of a gun would lead the league in scrambles and jacking that thing down the field about 60 yards and making explosive plays. So there's going to be a little bit of that you have to live with. You got to shrink that. But what you saw was an elite play by 2 playmakers. It's fun to watch. And the defense allowed us to let it play on. I mean, that's what they're doing a great job of, is let it play on, let us evaluate the back end and our ability to make plays when a play breaks down.
Thank you.
And there you have it, Todd Monken's daily press conference, which you can hear right here on Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Let's go through that, Jeff, when we come back here in just a moment.
And of course, all press conferences on 92.3 The Fan are brought to us by Expert Renovations, expertrenovationsllc.com.
Back after this.
Broadcast free Odyssey app.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
The Browns are back on the practice field this afternoon at training camp. Head coach Todd Monken saying just now right here on The Fan that he will not decide on a starting quarterback today. The team will have their preseason opener kickoff on Saturday when they take on the Bears in Chicago. Guardians will open a 3-game series in Motown against the Tigers tonight at 6:40. Cleveland hoping to bounce back as they have dropped 5 of their last 6 games since after the trade deadline. And the NBA announcing some signature matchups for next season earlier this morning. The Cavs are featured in one of them. They'll be taking on the 76ers in Philly October 22nd in the Sixer home debut for LeBron James. The entire schedule will be released on Thursday at 3 o'clock. Tonight on 92.3 The Fan, don't miss the premiere of the Todd Monken Show from 7 to 8. Headline sports news every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
This is Browns head coach Todd Monken, and you're listening to the number 1 sports station in Cleveland, 92.3 The Fan.
All right, Todd Monken's press conference in the rearview mirror. And we always want to remind you that if you miss a moment in our show, like Todd Monken's press conference, you can always use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. That's our friends at Integrated Restoration. Jeff, I will tell you the one thing that popped out that I thought was interesting was him just giving you a little background about him and about the person he is. And I don't know that he meant to say it or for us to really kind of get it, but I thought the question about being a first-year head coach has not really come into play, since we've been talking about it. And, I kind of think of Monken as a guy that's been around the league for a while that I forget that this is really his first time being a head coach sometimes. Now, I'm sure that when we start seeing mistakes, and he is human, and he admitted that he will make mistakes throughout the season, but I thought it was interesting that he said to the referees and then I don't know what other first-time head coach would really tell him to give him true insight, because I think sometimes they're guarded on that stuff. But I thought that when he said when the referees come to town and he has a chance to talk to them and he says to the referees, hey, what do first-time head coaches, what do rookie head coaches, what mistakes do they make? For him to be able to avoid that pitfall, I actually think that we sit here sometimes we go, what's he really saying in this press conference? I mean, that's an opportunity to get to know him. That's an opportunity to understand how he thinks about the game and how he approaches things from a human element. Because you know as well as I do.
Awesome.
You know, you can poo-poo on this all you want. I don't care. I still think it's important. For him to be able to relate to, the game itself without being he's going to be over. Like, we'd say this about rookie quarterbacks all the time. The game moves really, really fast when you're a rookie quarterback, and you need time to settle in. Guess what? When you're a head coach, it moves really, really fast because you know as well as I do, Jeff, that when you watch a game from the field, it feels a lot different than watching from the press box.
Dude has coached football for about 40 years.
And this is another twist.
I think he'll be fine.
I'm not questioning whether he'll be fine.
He was a head coach in college for 3 years.
Yeah.
He's been an offensive coordinator. I think he'll do just fine.
Yeah, I do too. But you know what? It's still new, Jeff. It's all new. Everyone's looking to you. And it's been a while. He said it. It's been a while since everyone will look to him then. But before offensively in Baltimore, everyone's looking at him through the offensive side of the ball, but not on the defensive side of the ball. Now they're going to still be looking at him, or he's going to be looking back at his coordinators to oversee and knowing when to overrule, which I don't think is another easy task.
He said something about play calling that I wish he had said about the quarterbacks.
Just do it.
Pick one and let her rip.
Yeah.
That's what I wish he'd do at the quarterback spot. Just pick one and go. Let's do it.
If that's the way he truly feels, do you think that this is political then? That he's going back and forth on the quarterbacks?
No, I think nobody's impressed him enough to name him a starting quarterback.
I still wonder about the opportunity, and have these guys really had, here's another day where they have more of an opportunity than they did up until, 2 days ago when they finished, when did they finish the install? Was that Thursday last week?
It was Thursday, Andy. The install was done.
All right, so I don't think
8 days of install.
He was not looking to make evaluations during the install. What is wrong with you two? What is wrong with you?
We're just having fun.
What are you laughing at?
Riddle me this one here, Batman.
No, why is he laughing? I want to know why he's laughing. Why are you laughing?
Because Dan and I crack up about stuff like the install.
All of a sudden I hear that voice and I hear install and I immediately think we're putting in cabinets and countertops.
Exactly.
That's why. Well, once we get the install complete.
You see your new cabinets? You listened to Andy and you went to Choice Cabinets.
That's right,
we
you
can
did.
start evaluating window treatments.
Their warehouse is in Solon.
They're local.
Richmond.
Your neighbor
Road.
works there.
Yeah. Everyone's neighbor works there.
Yeah.
So these things are too trite for you to talk about? I mean, Jeff, I think one of the reasons that, I actually listen to the radio sometimes is because I want to get insight on the guys that I'm watching TV, and I see them all the time. And that to kind of get a feel, especially from, I don't say from us, but just general overall feelings, to understand what these guys are all made of. Like, how are they going to make a decision when it's crucial time? And then if they make a mistake, are you going to turn around and go, that was a rookie mistake, man?
No.
And he's been around the game for a long time. How can he make a rookie mistake? Because he's a rookie. He's still a rookie.
I won't do that. Unless he does what Kevin Stefanski did repeatedly, which was throw inside the red zone when he had Nick Chubb, I won't do much.
Or leave Nick Chubb out on some of the most important plays of the game.
That
was another one.
I don't know, man. You get the right Ravens fan going on Derrick Henry, you might hear some of that.
There's that. Can I?
No.
Let me ask you both this.
Okay.
Monken's been a coach forever, offensive coach.
Okay.
His dad was a coach. His brothers, they're family's coach, right? They're all over the place.
Hey, we're the Monkins.
Don't you think
Arctic.
all along here?
I was trying to break him.
Don't you think all along? I mean, he's looked at tape. He has seen every play Shedeur played last year. He has seen every play that Deshaun Watson has played as a member of the Cleveland Browns. You can guarantee that.
We think, okay.
You can guarantee it. I mean, what's he done all winter? He's done that kind of stuff.
Or he's out
He has seen it all.
Horses.
Even before then,
horses.
He probably thought, don't you think all along he's known who his starting quarterback is going to be unless something drastic happens in training camp to change his mind? And apparently nothing drastic has happened. That's why I'm a little perplexed at, okay, I know you haven't played any games yet, but I would assume that he already knew. There's a baseball coach that I know.
Mm-hmm.
He made this comment one time, and I thought, you know what? That's true. Bill, if you're listening, hi.
Congratulations.
He said,
boy.
you know what? I could tell. He was a high school baseball coach. He said, first day of tryouts, I could tell by the way a kid played catch if he was going to make my team. Think about that.
Yeah, but you're also allegedly dealing with elite athletes here, and that they should all be so impressive that the decision becomes a little bit tougher and harder. I truly don't think he knew. He knew that he was going to have to come in here with 2 quarterbacks, if not 3 quarterbacks, and try to get them to be rewired from where they were before. And the other part of it is, as much as I want to say he should know if Deshaun's his guy or not, coming back from injury is not talked about a lot when we assume that Watson can go out there and start the first game of the season. No one's actually talking about physically how does he feel, especially after the injuries that he had. I mean, they were pretty significant injuries.
Oh, yeah.
But for some reason,
that thing goes like a blind and goes up your leg. It's bad.
Yeah, I think that we think that because athletes are entertainers, that injuries don't really count the same way. And we expect them to be able to come back and be better than they were before. I'd call it $6 million man theory. But we just expect it. We expect it as fans. Well, if he's on the field, he must be good enough to play. He must be ready to play. And if he's in the NFL, he must be one of the best quarterbacks I've ever watched in my life.
Well, if you're in the NFL and you're a quarterback, even if you're third string, you're good.
Agree, which makes it harder to make a decision.
But I'm just saying, Todd's been an offensive coach for 35, 40 years.
Do I think Todd should have probably, or in the back of his head, said, okay, I know who my starter is, right? I would think that on blind faith, if he had to start a game the first hour that he got the job, he knows who he would have played.
Problem.
I would think.
But the problem is, I mean, going back to Jeff's thing of his, coach saying when guys playing catch, well, one of those guys couldn't play catch. Or at least if he could, he was doing it in a chair. So it's a little bit tougher on that one. The problem as well with Deshaun Watson has never been the physical side of things. Even through the ACL tears that he dealt with through college, physical has never been the problem. It's what's between the ears with that guy. When he stepped on the field with the Cleveland Browns, the problem of Deshaun Watson was never did his body let him down. It's could he read a field and process fast enough to be able to succeed at the NFL level? And that's what has gotten him in trouble.
Which he was able to do before he got here.
Seemingly.
Yeah.
But something happened in those 700 days.
Something weird happened.
That caused a guy who could figure out a way to do that. Now, you could point to coaching, you could point to playbooks, you could point to DeAndre Hopkins, you could point to a litany of other things.
I know you don't hear, but off-the-field distractions didn't help him any either.
You could point to off-the-field distractions. But something took place in there where a quarterback lacked the ability to read a field fast enough. And so far from what we have seen and what we have heard in camp, I don't know if that's part of the roller coaster that is taking place here. I don't know if any of those things are there as well, but that's what I want to see in game one. The physical stuff, fine. I have a feeling that's not going to be terrible.
I don't know, Dan.
It's can he read a field fast enough to succeed at the level?
But see, he did. Andy's right. He did that before.
He was pretty good at ad-libbing, too.
Okay.
When he was with Houston.
But guess what?
And Bill O'Brien coached the snot out of him.
Guess what? Your guy Brett Favre was the same way.
Oh, yeah, Drew plays up in the dirt.
So, I mean, that's if you can play, you can play. If you lose it, you've lost it. And it probably doesn't have a whole lot to do with processing because you succeeded at a very high level before. That doesn't just go away, does it? I mean, he didn't suddenly forget how to play quarterback at the NFL level.
No, but what could happen is...
But then what happened?
I mean, there's always the physical-mental split. Like, mentally, and I think anyone that's ever tried to play any sport after they were out of their prime, especially when you're 10 years past, your mind still knows how to read the play. Your mind still knows what's right and wrong.
But does your
body
not,
does not.
Yeah. Your body can't react to that.
No, it says. I mean, the synapses don't fire as fast as they used to, as far as getting the physical ability to be able to do what you were going to do when you're younger. That is a real problem.
But we're talking about a guy who was 25, 26. I mean, that's not a level where you typically see that take place. I mean, I am far, 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 far from a professional athlete.
I know,
will
but he
never
hasn't had
moonlight
that
as
many
such.
games. I think that's his. Like, you wonder what would have happened if he could have, played last season a significant amount of time. Where would we be right now going into this season?
I mean, might be the same place we were because
Maybe.
he's still not processing fast enough.
I just know that we don't want to see him throw the ball into the ground because that seemed to be on plays that should have been made where guys were open and then he spikes into the ground. That to me is like that's where you're like, oh man, we paid how much? And we gave up so many first round picks and this guy can't get the ball back to the line of scrimmage? What?
Between the shoulder and the Achilles, guys, he's just, I mean, he was beat up after coming in after an 11-game suspension. I mean, the scenario couldn't have been any worse.
None.
It just kept getting, it started bad and it got worse. And we'll see where he is now. And if he ends up on the field, well, he's the quarterback of the Browns and we'll be pulling for him. I will be. I hope if he does, I hope he plays well.
Brad's in Willowick. Hey, Brad.
Brad?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good.
I think what's really going on here is there's no battle. I think the Browns are just trying to maximize Watson's trade value to see what they could get for him. I think Sanders is going to be the quarterback. They're just trying to see what they can get for Sanders and, maximize his trade value.
Wait, Watson's trade value or Sanders' trade value?
Watson's.
I don't think he has any, Brad.
Yeah, I think Sanders might have more trade value than he does.
Yeah, I think Sanders is a guy. I just hoping they can get maybe a 4th or 5th round pick for Watson.
Yeah, that's not happening, Brad.
Brad, thank you. Appreciate it.
That's not happening. I mean, why would an NFL quarterback needy team might take a flyer on Deshaun Watson?
They would have to have all three of their quarterbacks to start the season.
That's exactly right. No, hold on. They might take a flyer on him if they're desperate. And the Browns are willing to take a 7th.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's where he is.
Oh, there's quarterbacks who are free agents right now that teams would rather. Teams would call Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, Dan,
I mean, we're in a world where guys are calling Derek Carr.
You don't know that.
But I do know they're calling Derek Carr.
I know. Well, that's
what
my.
If those guys
that's
aren't
my
available?
point.
That's my point.
That's
I
my
see what you're
point.
saying.
There are guys who, are, if a team is desperate,
oh boys,
they might make a phone call.
Hold that
That's
thought.
a level of desperation that has yet to be
Well,
seen.
no, Dano.
Because the problem is the carrot
I just told Brad he doesn't have any trade value.
Right.
But if there's a desperate team and there's a guy that looked tolerable in the preseason and he gets beat out by Shedeur Sanders, they might call the Browns and say, we'll take him for a 7th.
No.
Okay.
Not happening. Because you'd have to take a $45 million cap hit with it.
Okay.
It's not happening.
See that, and that's why I told Brad it wasn't going to happen. But if you're a quarterback needy team and you think you can win a Super Bowl and you think, and again, I'm connecting dots that I wouldn't connect. I'm connecting them because of Brad's question.
I just think Shedeur has probably the most value of any of these, the three. Taylor Green, I'm not kind of counting, sorry. But of the 3 quarterbacks that have actually played on this team before, I think Shedeur has the most value. The question is, what do you get in return? And I don't know that. And some of that value is for an owner that sees the marketing aspect of it beyond the football in a way to make cash. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. It's funny.
listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. What a show we have had. Mary Kay Cabot joined us at 11. Todd Monken's press conference today. Good conversation on what Guardians you might make a long-term investment in. We talked about that. We talked about what happened at practice yesterday with Todd Monken. Not real happy with the first or second team offense when they couldn't, get a playoff, and they were having pre-snap issues. They were having communication issues. It wasn't a good scene, and he talked about that.
So things
today.
are moving along swimmingly?
No, it's camp.
Is that what you're saying?
These are the things that happen at camp.
Okay.
And then, we got right to the press conference, and then it is official. You can put this into your daily vernacular. I got munked again, where I started into a conversation, and Todd Monken's press conference came up. So, and I think that's like the third or fourth time that's happened, because we don't know when he's going to start.
Well, he listens, and as soon as you start, he goes.
Well, maybe that's what happened. So I got munked. And maybe if someone cuts you off, like Jeff monks me all the time, that I'm just kidding. Come on. That I got munked. Okay, so I got munked on his press conference because we started talking about the show last night, Foo Fighters, but it wasn't about the actual show, which we both thought it was great. Dan and I were both there. Jeff's already tired of hearing about it. But they did play for 3 hours. 3 hours, Jeff. That was impressive.
It's nice.
I was impressive.
Get your money's worth.
But Dan, the shape of the stadium, I kind of feel like, it looked like they were starting to let a little bit go last year at the end of the season. I don't think when's the last time they had something in the stadium? They had a concert. They have a concert? Have they had anything since a football game in there?
Yeah, they had the soccer match between Brazil and Egypt. They've had a couple of concerts in there as well.
Yeah, I just don't feel like they've done a whole lot with the stadium, and especially when you see all the Myles Garrett posters still up around the stadium. There's some things that have to get done in the next 2 weeks before they get ready for the season. But I think what I was surprised was, because I was up in the 500s, the rust on some of the beams and stuff that probably were covered with paint before. No one's covering anything with paint right now. At least not for now. They may clean it up before the first real game of the season, or before, you would hope, before the first preseason home game a week from Saturday, right? What'd you think?
It definitely seems like they are done investing cosmetically into the stadium. I walked in, and I don't know the entrances. I'm not gonna lie. I work for the Browns Radio Network. I haven't been into that stadium for an actual football game in a long period of time.
Right, because you're stuck here.
Because I'm here working it. So So please forgive me when I say this, but they got the firefighters monument, and then you go in on that side. That's
up, the east side.
Is that the east side?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
You
look up and you see the rust on some of the I-beams, and you can see that this stadium has weathered, and I don't know if by the time we start getting fans in there for the season itself and preseason, all that stuff, if they're going to fix it, or if they've truly just hit the point that's like, hey, our future's in Brook Park.
I just don't know that stadium's going to last for another 30 games.
You have 3 more years.
I know, that's why.
They can't just let it go.
If it's structural, I bet you they fix it. But
well,
if it's cosmetic,
they'll have to fix it if it's structural.
Right, but if it's cosmetic, I don't know. Would you
at
this point, Jeff?
You got to slap a little paint on something.
Are we the only two that thought this last night? 216-474-0092. Or anyone that's been in the stadium after the season? It's already starting to... I don't know. I feel like mom and dad are getting a divorce, and the house is there, and no one's putting any time into the house right now. And we're just waiting for them to get their new homes. That would be...
They're going to play there for 3 more years, guys. They're going to have to... You can't just let it go. It's not the bird's nest in China from the Olympics.
No, but it could be.
Going to have flea markets in there.
Yeah. Although I thought part of the agreement when they finally settled the lawsuits were the Browns were going to knock it down, or the money is there to knock it down. I kind of would love to see them repurpose it. I would literally do what they did in Chicago, where they lopped off the first 5 rows and then made it into a much more quieter venue. And maybe reconfigure for soccer or reconfigure for something else.
Cornhole tournaments.
giant cornhole tournaments. Yes.
Use it as a multi-purpose to throw high school football for big games in there.
Yeah,
as
we
well.
are. I mean, we have high school football coming up too. Ignatius is playing in there coming up.
I mean, there's a lot of different ways you could do for it, and we all know this
They
is
don't.
going to.
They don't need that, and the city's not going to pay to do that.
Right. We kind of know how all of this is going to end up, which is
They're going to tear it down and dump it in the lake.
We're going to see 137 different blueprints and artist renderings and architecture renderings. We're going to go, wow, that looks really nice.
But if the demolition's already paid for, why not? And it costs less to. I don't. Now there's no way it's going to cost less to change the fitting of the stadium.
It's the land that it's sitting on, though, Andy. I mean, at that point, high-end condos become the answer to every situation.
The other thing I noticed while I was at the game last night, and I realized this after looking at this is from being in Seattle a couple weeks ago, that the reason Seattle is so loud, and they're saying that this is built into the new dome, is because they have those huge, what's it?
Overhangs?
Yeah, it's an overhang. It's a roof, but it's I think it's got another name too. And the way that they designed the overhangs in Seattle for the Seahawks was a direct ripoff of what they did at University of Washington. And it's the reason it's so loud in there. And you can see when they built our current stadium, Huntington Bank Field, that they could have done that. And then I wonder what the home field advantage would have been like, how loud it would have been if they had just kind of teetered back a little bit on the seats on the north and the south side and made the roof a little bit more angled so that it would capture the sound and stick it right back into the stadium. I noticed all those things. The other thing I noticed, and it kind of bummed me out, I'm like, man, last night was a perfect night for anything, and it was a beautiful night to kind of be sitting up high at the stadium, and you can just see the outlines of all the buildings and the Hilton and Terminal and just all of them, all the big skyscrapers are, the big buildings downtown, and it really is a pretty sight, and it's all just kind of beyond the stadium, and then it's for naught, right? It's going to be for naught eventually here. Well, I just don't know how they go 3 years in that stadium. I don't see it. I mean, there are just little things around there that you're like, oh.
And maybe that's going to be the next month.
You're paying all that money for those tickets?
Andy.
That could easily be the next month.
Did you attend games at Cleveland Municipal Stadium?
I did.
How'd that go?
For football, it was awesome because the only thing I care about and the only memories I have are being there with my dad.
Okay. How clean was it? How were those beams?
Yeah, I mean, I sat behind one.
How were the areas that didn't have paint?
By the way, speaking of
beams. And we all
beams,
went. We all liked it. They're going to...
Oh, I don't know that we all liked it.
As long as they keep it safe and not disgustingly dirty, people are going to show up for Browns games. Hey, you only got about 30 games left.
Can you help me and explain to me how they just rolled out the new stadium in Buffalo? Did you see the story about the obstructed view seating?
Yeah, I've seen that the sight lines are a little hairy in that place.
How did that happen?
That's a really good question.
How in this day and
no
age
idea.
can you have obstructed sight lines? How can that be?
You put a big pole in front of you.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we said.
But it's kind of what they did. I mean, I guess the season ticket holders now, the Buffalo Bills are saying that it's a very loud minority that was saying that they're running into these issues and that their seats are, obstructed and everything else. So maybe there's going to be some ability to fix some of that along the way. I have no idea. But, yeah, the fact that you're even hearing about that in a stadium that you dumped a boatload of cash into, that's not what you want for marketing.
Not good.
No, I don't know. But I was sitting behind a family of four, and they've had season tickets. The dad had been to 100 straight Browns home games, over 100. He said, I've been to, and he called it his streak, his own personal streak, because he was over 100. And the mom was also sitting there, and we were just talking. I go, are you going to miss this place when it's gone, when they move into the dome? She's like, I don't know. I don't normally come down. It's too cold for me. I'm not going. So he brings the kids or a friend or something like that with their season tickets, and then they just sit down low. I know, it was a weird moment because I kept thinking to myself, man, this isn't going to be around much longer to be able to watch these Browns games or anything outdoor in that stadium, because the stadium's not going to be here anymore. I just hope whatever they do with that land, they do the right thing and they make it useful and just really cool for everybody. And I don't know. Anyway, so last night that was just kind of the epiphany that they've got work to do on that stadium before. And by the way, I wonder what the turf looks like. Did they have to put in new turf today to make up? I'm sure,
Be
right?
my guess.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, we're in this realm of they were able to put all those natural grass fields all over those domes and all that stuff for the World Cup, and they were able to make all of that stuff work and do it in a short period of time. My guess would be the grounds crew has some kind of plan to have a safe and good turf down on the field for the first preseason game.
That's the idea.
You would hope so. You would hope so. I mean, because the entire turf was covered yesterday with the stage and
humans.
Yeah, flooring and humans. I just can't imagine it's good for all that landfill down there. Think of all the garbage that's getting churned up under. I meant the grass that they have to paint by the end of the season every year. Right? We have the best brown grass in the NFL sometimes. What? Just being honest. Do you not notice these things? I notice these things. And it's not the grounds crew's fault.
No.
It's the weather, man.
Keep that up. You'll be playing on the crummy turf in no time.
Yeah. Pretty soon you'll be under a glass roof and playing on plastic.
That's coming.
Yes, it is.
Not totally. There's some talk they might go natural grass inside of that building.
At the last second?
Do it. Not at the last second. I mean,
at what point do they have to make that decision? Yeah.
I mean, we got 2 years till they have to make that kind of a decision. But yeah, Daryl was reporting that for a little bit that they were initially talking artificial turf. They're still thinking they're going to go turf, but there is discussion of putting natural grass in there. Put the grass in.
I'm with you. Hey, if we could whisper to put a dome in, it only took us how many years? They'll have grass by the time our kids are.
Good luck.
Having kids. Beyond kids. Maybe they're having kids at that point, too. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. So I've one more Browns thing I want to talk to you about when we come back. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
announcing some signature matchups for next year earlier today. The Cavs are featured in one of them. They'll be taking on the 76ers in Philly on October 22nd in the Sixer home debut of LeBron James. Make sure to tune into the Todd Monken Show from 7 to 8 right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
This day in sports history is powered by Bomber Sports Cards. TCG Tuesday, that'd be today, featuring discounted products, bonus packs with purchase, trade, bonuses, and giveaways at Bomber Sports Cards in Broadview Heights. That's every Tuesday. This day, sports history, 1929.
Oh, yesterday.
Babe Ruth became the first player in Major League Baseball history to reach 500 career home runs. He hit number 500 right down the street. Came off Cleveland starter Willis Hudlin at League Park.
Willie, come on, man.
Of course, League Park's right field wall about 112 feet from home plate.
No, that is true. It was a fly ball.
They
for most
put it
games.
up in the air. Away it went.
Is that it for this day in sports history? Misery? Cleveland sports misery? That's what you have to give us? Babe Ruth hitting a home run against us. Thanks.
Brought to us by Bomber Sports Cards. Again, TCG Tuesday. Get out there.
You're the Jim Gray of Cleveland sports. I just want you to know it. Putting yourself in Cleveland sports misery.
Well, I could have come up with some obscure things, but I figured Babe Ruth, 500, what the hey?
In Cleveland. That's the key.
Well, Cleveland tied to it kind of adds to it, doesn't it?
No, it makes it everything that it should be on this station. Jeff, I don't know if you caught this. We've been talking about it for the most of the time on the updates. The Cavaliers will start the 26-27 NBA season on the road in Philadelphia against the 76ers. Oh, how'd that work out? Obviously,
Hi, I'm Adam Silver. You didn't get him. Now you get to play him.
Oh, no, I thought this was all about Mike Gansey. This is all about the Gansey rematch. Is LeBron going to play in that game? I don't know.
Gansey and Altman are going to go out the center floor and throw down.
And then that seems to be the only big one. That's October 22nd. The Cavs start in Philadelphia, and that will be the home debut for LeBron James.
Oh, that's swell.
And Jaylen Brown.
That's dandy.
When's the whole schedule supposed to come out at 3 o'clock? Today or Thursday?
I don't know.
I thought I heard in the update it's coming out at 3 o'clock.
At some point soon, we'll have it. Here's the better question, though. Cavaliers made it to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah.
No Christmas?
Ugh.
Well, we'll have Christmas, and we won't have to worry about basketball that day. That's good.
No respect. That's
No
Rodney
Christmas?
Dangerfield. No. They should be playing Christmas Day.
Here's
they
the
were
thing.
one of the best 4 teams in the NBA.
Shall we go behind the scenes?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, we're not playing Christmas Day. Every employee in an organization. Yay, we're not playing Christmas Day.
You are 100% correct.
I mean, seriously. It's nice, you're primed. Who wants to work on Christmas if you don't have to?
I think Santa has dedicated a lot of years to that day. And belittling Santa is not cool. Nobody wants to work on Christmas. Although I bet you make pretty good tips.
I don't know. But do you take any of that stuff as a slight or any way that the NBA is looking at the Cavaliers and thinking how they're going to play this season?
Yeah,
nope, not at all.
100% a slight.
Okay.
Yeah, no way. I mean, that's no respect. They made it to the Eastern Conference Finals last year. They should be on Christmas Day.
There are 8 other teams that are more interesting, I'm sure, in the NBA's mind.
And so
on Christmas Day.
So what your ability is on the floor shouldn't matter then?
No, not when it comes to stuff like that.
You don't think that they could give somebody a great game? They couldn't have put the Cavs against
Sacramento Kings could give somebody a great game too.
Yeah, but they didn't make it to the Western Conference Finals last year or the Eastern Conference Finals.
There's that little fruit flies back again.
Yeah, he's driving me nuts too.
Would have been a nice thing if the organization's in one of those Christmas Day slots. Sure, why not? But don't take it personally. Just go out and beat everybody and get back to the Eastern Conference Finals and then win it.
All right. Okay. All right. I have one tiny conversation that we did not talk about that I'm going to bring up really quick right now. And the only reason I'm bringing it up is because I just said something about tips. Dude, is the tip thing a little out of control right now? And here's what I'm going to say this, okay? Like, because you know
You
me.
mean because they stick the little machine in front of your face and they give you the
And it always
lowest
asks you if-
possibility of 20%?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
that's
it
one
is.
thing. And so I so I bought a shirt last night, right? And if you charge it,
Nice.
it asks you if you want a tip for a shirt. Do you tip for someone to turn around and...
No.
Dan?
No.
I did. I was like...
Well, you're the most generous man
you're a
I
very
know.
kind person.
It's just
I've told you
it's
that
a
forever.
weird feeling. Like, okay, come on. Now, I'll tell you where I didn't tip. Getting food last night. That's ridiculous.
That's ridiculous.
You go into a self-serve line, right? You grab a drink out of the cooler. Maybe you grab a hot dog off the shelf, and then you go over to the computer and you tap it with your phone. And then, that's pretty gutsy to ask for a tip at that point.
What did me in too?
I was
You wanna leave
not
a tip?
happy
I'm like,
about that.
I got my own stuff.
I did it
Especially
myself.
After paying $50 for whatever it is you bought.
Yeah, on top of that, although I did feel like, because I've had a busy weekend. I was at Blossom on Friday, and then
I'm Andy Baskin. I get around, go to a lot of concerts.
Riley Green was good, man. I think the folks that went to Riley Green on Friday enjoyed that too. But come on. Really?
Going to Rod Stewart tonight. Oh, wait a minute. He canceled.
He canceled because he heard you. Well, no, he didn't have surgery or something. He's trying to.
He had a little issue.
Okay, so is that not ridiculous? Like, I think that's awful. Is he of whoever's running that? And if the team, like, who gets that tip? Who's getting? Now, there was a friendly person that checked to make sure that I think I was 21. Okay. Do you get tipped for finding to look at my ID? And by the way, if you don't think I'm 21, I got every gray hair to prove it. But by the way, I do take it as a compliment, and you probably will get a tip if you ask me for my ID because that makes me feel young. Therefore, you probably deserve a tip. But that is just complete garbage.
It was
asking for a tip on a self-serve food station.
It's a little silly. It was one of those, in the moment I looked down, I'm like, I did everything. I'm tipping myself?
I feel the same way about takeout food.
Should they tip me for the fact that I grabbed my own stuff?
Takeout food's interesting because there still is somebody hustling to get your food.
Well, but that's their job.
Yeah, I know, but
usually it's not a waiter or a waitress.
It wouldn't,
which means they're usually making more money, right?
Yeah. Tom, you have 50 seconds. Go.
Hi, Tom.
Hi, Tom.
Guys, really quick. Okay, beautiful. The new stadium's going in. It'll make up for some of the eyesores of Brick Park. But you know what the problem is with this city? The airport.
It's getting
40-something
redone.
airports.
They're putting some cash into it too.
Because you get out of there, it smells down at baggage claim, then you got the lights and it's potholes all over. So if it's getting redone, I'm in heaven.
They're putting some new stuff in there. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate
Beautiful.
it. By the way, I got to tell you, I was criticizing baggage handling getting off the plane last week after vacation. Dude, bags were there by the time I got downstairs. Bravo. You have stepped up. Now, I was on an overnight flight, and we might have been the only airplane in the airport at the time, but I used to dread coming home because it would take so long to get our stuff. No longer. Do we have a moment of the show? Corrali time.
Oh, do we ever, Andy Baskin? Our moment of the show comes courtesy of Mary Kay Cabot, talking about why she thinks Deshaun Watson should start week 1 against the Jaguars.
If your 5 starting offensive linemen, who, by the way, really haven't even played together yet, if they're not necessarily ready, or if your cadence isn't right 100% on point, or your silent counts are off, or your rookies aren't exactly sure where to get lined up. I mean, we're seeing things in practice that lead me to believe that this is going to take a little bit of time to gel and to come together. And I think I would probably rather have that kind of situation in the hands of a veteran.
That was Mary Kay Cabot. If you want to go back and listen to it, knock yourself out. It is on the Odyssey app. We ask you, why are you smarter for listening to Baskin and Phelps today? Brought to you by our good friends at QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you are in pain, you need to give QC Kinetics a call at 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Smarter Today, courtesy of Mary Kay Cabot. A lot of good stuff on there about what's taking place at camp and where all this stuff is starting to fall as we get ready for Saturday. 923thefan.com, and of course, wherever you get your podcasts. Also, social media mentions powered by Scheiben Jewelers.
Turn your hat around. It is Corrali time.
Well, I was going to be smarter because of the fact that I thought Hopkins had a long time in terms of getting the bags, but hey, good for them for turning around that narrative.
I was excited. I got to tell you, I can't tell you the last time I was that impressed with how quickly the baggage made it to baggage claim at Hopkins. You boys and girls over there, you are stepping it up. Way to go. Jeff?
Smarter after Todd Monken. He dropped a couple of pearls of wisdom on us. One, if you make plays, you move up the depth chart. If you don't make plays, you move down the depth chart. That was a good one. And
that was right after Mensa class.
I want him to have this philosophy on the quarterback. It was his thinking on play calling. Pick one and let her rip. Pick one, let her rip, and let the offense start to mesh.
I'm smarter today because of, and I can't believe I'm going to say this, Jeff Phelps. And we talked about which Guardian to make a long-term investment in. I guess I'm smarter to know what you think on that, but I don't agree with you on some of the stuff. And again, if DeLauder is 130 games in playing the way he's playing right now,
I love the
and
guy.
It doesn't work, and he gets hurt again, I think it's worth it just to hang on to him, because if it does work, and you can get him for a little bit less, pay more now than more later,
and have a big group hug knowing that you're together for 6 years,
and we can all
5 years.
sit around and sing John Denver,
whatever it is.
Yeah,
it's John Denver.
Just making sure. Thanks, Jeff. You're my music authority.
Yeah, I sure am.
All right, that'll do it. We are back again tomorrow at 10. Will we find out that the drama continues as the football spirals in Berea? Who will be the starting quarterback for Saturday's preseason game against Chicago? Maybe. We will find out. You'll get more information as well. Something may break today. I don't think so, but Todd said we'll find out a little bit later in the week. So make sure you're listening to Afternoon Drive next. Be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor, lifebank.org. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. We will talk to you tomorrow at 10.
quarterback's that good, and that's why we have problems. Fine. Maybe at the end of the day, that is the accepted answer, and that is what it is. I have a hard time thinking that Shedeur Sanders, even in year 2, as young as he is, and then mixed with Deshaun Watson, who's supposed to be this grizzled veteran, are going to struggle this mightily, and it's because it's such a simple and easy thing to have done. Like, no, clearly there's other factors that are happening here.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are with you for the next 5 hours. Get ready, Cleveland, because we're back out in Berea live at Browns practice. That opened courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We salute the Supreme Leader, because if we did not, there would be really no consequences. It's his last day on the show. We got a whole Barrett media write-up we got to get to today. I mean, big pimping out here, Mac Robinson. We got Jake Murrin out here engineering for us, as always. Man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. And, of course, like our videos, we desperately need and love to be like, love me long time. And I think we got Katie Pollock back doing the 2020s. God knows who else is helping back at the station. Countless people, I can be sure. But hi, JP, how you doing?
Hello, how's it going today?
I mean, so much life happened.
Yeah.
Right? So much. You went to Kansas City.
I did.
Threw arguably the greatest first pitch ever. I got to sit there as Anthony and Ken did 2-second trivia, and that wasn't awkward at all.
No, you guys seem very comfortable.
I got I got a sup from Shedeur. I went to the Foo Fighters Queens of the Stone Age concert. Like, so much life and I had to return the Ram. That kind of sucked. But
that was a
so
downer.
much life in such little time.
I know. And now it's going to rain today too. And it's literally raining on your parade.
You know what though?
You want to throw yourself a parade, it's raining on your parade.
You know what though? I'm living in that sup. You know what I mean?
Is that right?
And I hope one day you'll get that sup too.
I've had a sup. That's the part that was missing from this.
I don't believe that you've had a sup.
I've had a sup. We've done that.
I don't recall.
I heard.
Jake, do you ever recall a sup? I don't remember this suppage.
Now, Padone wanted to make it abundantly clear that you took the sup maybe 3 segments too long. I didn't hear any of it.
Oh, did he flip-flop on that like 5 seconds later?
He claims he didn't flip-flop on anything.
Yeah,
but
of course he does. That's what flip-floppers do.
It's a patent move of a flip-flopper to claim that you never flip-flop.
What did I even say? Yeah, you can't remember. That's the problem, Jack.
That's why it's so easy for you to change your opinion so quickly.
You know me. On Friday, am I not a more agreeable person by and large?
I don't know by days of the week that's necessarily
we got to start a chart or something. We got to start tracking it.
It used to be whether or not you got your morning walk.
That's true.
That was always a good indicator. If you got the morning walk, you tended to be more like, oh yeah, we'll just let things go. Everything's fine. For a while there, I could tell what nights you got a little more liquor behind you.
Yeah.
In certain evenings, but I can tell you hadn't been drinking in a while.
No, that's true. That's true. I'm down a whole 3.5 pounds.
How about that?
Yeah, it's actually a little more than that, but I'm still fat.
Doesn't that changed by the hours probably with yourself?
What do you mean?
Like a 3.5 pound fluctuation is just breakfast to dinner, is it not?
Oh no, that's water weight.
Yeah,
really.
Exactly. Yeah, it could easily change.
Yeah,
it is for myself. I don't even. I weigh 220 at this point, and I'll go in a 5-pound swing between dinner and breakfast.
I'm at the point where people know I've lost weight, so they like to ask for a specific amount, but because I drink so much water, I don't have. It could be 15 pounds, it could be 20 pounds. It depends on when I step on the scale and whether I'm actually drinking water.
So people are actively noticing.
Yes.
That's good. It's very hard. I see
Except for people on social media who just saw that I'm fatter than Ken, and that became a whole thing.
We see each other day in, day out. So between the two of us, we could lose 100 pounds, and we probably wouldn't even notice.
Yeah, you'll come in and tell me I'm down 10 pounds. I'll be like, that's awesome. But that's a stock answer. How am I going to know?
Yeah, how would you know?
You're not going to know that I'm down until I'm down to 315 again, and we are still a good hop, skip, and a jump away from that.
I'm going to be honest with you. I hadn't noticed you lost any weight, but it's just because, again, we see it every single day. That's all that is.
And I am a specific level of fat that it's hard to kind of track. It's kind of hard to track the 5 to 10 to 15 pounds I might be down.
Understandable, but hey, you take that win. Take that win anytime you can get it.
That dub.
And then we just won't talk about it when you put on 15 or 20.
No. That never happened. That's just
don't talk about those.
Those are the silent 15, as it's called.
We only talk about the wins.
Now, we have a lot of people. Obviously, you guys know every time we've been out in Berea, we've got a lot of stuff out here. So we will have Browns receiver, or former Browns receiver, Brian Brennan, coming up in about 30 minutes here. But
I think Deshaun just got picked.
Oh, that's their guy.
Are they going to count that one, though? They might not count that
one. Well,
one.
you know what? How was his operation?
Well, actually, members of the media were still walking over to see it.
That's true.
So, sometimes
That's
those,
true.
if not everyone's present, I don't know that it happened.
And I've heard that only Shador throws high passes.
Only player in the history of football, by the way.
And by the way, the only quarterback in the NFL that doesn't throw a perfect dime
Can we
on
discuss
every
that
single play.
for just a second?
Yeah, please
really
do.
quickly.
Please do.
Okay, so I've heard from people, around Shador that he's actually dealing with a blister issue right now.
Uh-huh.
People aren't being sensitive enough to the blister issue that he has on his hand at the current moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. It's what it is. So there's a blister on his finger at the moment. I mean, we watched the man basically get degloved in the game against the Bears and still got there and try to play through it all. He's just a gamer. He's a gamer. Yeah, the ball's not going to be a perfect tight spiral when you have a blister on your throwing hand on one of your fingers. That's the reality of it.
I just think it's a ridiculous
It's okay.
conversation to have.
He's still out there grinding. He's still out locating passes where they need to be.
This feels like sports talk radio. The criticisms of Shador feels like sports talk radio from 10 years ago, before everybody started communicating about football. There's like 5 guys in the NFL that throw dots on every play that are perfectly the sexiest passes you've ever seen. And I have to give Lima a lot of credit here. This will not end in a shot.
Okay.
Lima making fun of calling one play a dime.
Yeah.
Has allowed people to go, yeah, does Shador even throw the good football? And it's like, you guys, we've seen it. If you want to say, I don't know if Dylan Gabriel has the arm strength, guys, I haven't seen it in an NFL game to say that he's got the subsequent arm strength. Shador, we've seen it. We just need to see him consistently on the other things, not the arm strength
All
thing.
right, good point by you. Also, though, the idea that for as many people that call passes a dime, and I guess we can criticize that, just as many, if not more, are quick to be like, that's a duck.
Yeah.
Wounded duck of a pass. What a duck of a... And it's like, shut up, guys. If we're going to go after the people that say dime too often, I want to start going after the people that just call it a duck.
So my favorite part about that is we had a caller, not a caller, we had a listener of the station tweet at me like, oh, is this a Shadot? And if you actually slow the video down and actually watch the throw, it ended up being a very nice throw by Shador.
A very nice throw. Yeah.
But
it's probably right on target.
Sure, cadence. I have no idea what Shador's cadence is and whether he's good operationally, right? Again, I am inclined to trust Todd Monken on that stuff, even though my baggage of Kevin Stefanski's generalized ass the last 6 years made me naturally suspicious of that being a way to just shoehorn whatever the hell you want to have happen. But I'm trying to trust in Todd. That's a new shirt we're working on.
I heard that's a big deal for you guys.
Yeah. No, Pannone said he liked it, and then 5 minutes later said he didn't like it?
I think
sorry.
he settled on he didn't like it.
Oh, that's too bad. He should flip-flop more. But I also got him with a great joke. I was like, hey, those are really nice kicks there. And he was like, oh, they're kind of my, they're just general white guy shoes.
Sure.
And I was like, well, I just figured that your favorite foot apparel would be flip-flops.
Sandals, yeah.
And, fell right for it. It felt good. But getting back to Shador and getting back
you like that gif of the flip-flops on the beach
Oh,
anytime
I do.
it feels like somebody is
so
going in that
fun.
direction. You should just send that to Pannone right now.
You know what I am? Actually, in the break. Now, the question is, because I've learned, this is how Nick Wilson has evolved. I used to just tweet everything.
Yeah.
And thinking, oh, they know me, it's fine. Turns out that's not the case.
And a lot of the people on the internet don't know what's going on.
It pissed off a lot of people in this business.
Sure.
So now I'm trying to be discretionary. Is this a tweet or is this a text?
It's a text.
I think Pannone
cares.
Pannone.
He cares too much about his online presence. He's the type of person that,
that's what would make it funny if I tweeted it.
I feel like a lot of things just roll off his back. I think he's good at that. But also, if something were to agitate him, maybe that would be that. But also, again, who cares? You don't care about agitating Nick.
That is fair. I really don't.
All right, you should tweet it out then. Go right ahead.
216-474-0092 at Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Should I tweet the flip-flop gif to Nick Pannone, or should I text it? What is the more honorable? No. What's the more fun thing to do? Who cares about honorable? Now, speaking of honorable, I guess, the quarterback situation, there's ambiguity. Deshaun appears to be the leader in the clubhouse, I guess. And Zach Jackson was on with the Morning Boys today, and when he wasn't hearing Jeff Phelps record things in another studio, he was breaking down where he stands with the quarterback spot, including who he sees starting more games for the Browns this year.
It's not the end of the world at all. And my gut feeling, again, right now, more than 4 weeks before they play a game, is that Shedeur Sanders will not start the season, but he will start the most amount of games. That's how I see this going.
All right, that was very succinct. And the reason, by the way, the reason that is succinct, I'm not going to take a shot at Mac on his last day, at least not that shot, is because right after there was Jeff Phelps' audio bleeding into the main transmission, which is fine. However, I think it's really, really interesting, this kind of push and pull of starting week 1 versus starting the most games, and what would matter most to like the tried and true, the day one OG Shedeur fans.
So what's interesting about it to me is the idea that if you're thinking about Shedeur and what is obviously best for him long term, if he starts and then has to give up the job, he's cooked. So, like, what part of this equation comes into play where you think to yourself, well, no, the most amount of games is what matters the most, and if he starts off second, then he's going to be fine. No, in theory, if he gets the starting job to begin with, he never gives up the starting job. That's what's obviously best for him. Like, if you get to a spot where he gives up he gets the starting job, and then week 7 they have to go to Deshaun Watson, then it's a failure. The whole thing is a failure.
Yeah, entry point is such a big thing for this, and this idea that it's in Shedeur's best interest to not start week 1, but somehow still start the most amount of games. If you start week 1, the perception is going to be you didn't win over that locker room, you didn't win that job. So when they do go to you, oh, well, they're giving up because they got to see what they have in Shedeur. That is a general perception around the NFL all the time.
Okay, so here's what the comment that Zach says, what it shows to me. It shows to me that there's a lot of people out there that believe that starting Shedeur Sanders is the better call than starting Deshaun Watson. What they don't believe, though, is that Todd Monken is going to give it to a second-year pro. Clearly, that's what people like Zach that are there every day, and people like myself that we've now been around Todd Monken and we've seen this. I think we're just starting to believe that Monken cares about whether or not a veteran gets the first crack at it, whether or not that veteran actually is the best option for this team. Now, someone like Coach Riz will go back on the idea of Deshaun Watson gives you the best chance to start in Jacksonville week 1. It doesn't mean he gives you the best chance to start in week 8 necessarily, but in week 1, because he's a veteran, he gives you the best chance. I just flatly disagree with that statement, though.
Yeah, I mean, and I think you commented on this as well, what transpired from like Wednesday of last week on, where it just felt like everybody wanted to fall back on their Deshaun takes of, oh, clearly it's been Deshaun this whole time. It's like, even Thursday when we were out here, Deshaun had a nice practice. Shedeur was still the better quarterback.
He was the better
still
quarterback
making better
on
plays.
Thursday. Yeah, and that's
like,
funny about that.
What happened here?
Nick, on Tuesday, we watched one of the worst practices we've ever seen from Deshaun Watson. We both left saying he's unplayable based off of what we saw on Tuesday. On Wednesday, he looked better. Thursday, I got in a plane and went to Kansas City. Was gone for 4 days, still watching things from a distance. Gone for 4 days, though. Come back on Monday, and everyone's convinced it's all just over.
Could have been the sup.
How did this happen?
When he supped me, maybe the Browns have a vendetta against Nick Wilson. They saw Shedeur sup me and said, we gotta put Deshaun out there.
I think the Browns like you at this point. We've had a lot of really good guests since we've been out here. I feel like the tide is starting to turn.
I think they're definitely trying to butter me up.
Trustin' Todd is getting back to the big offices over there.
Oh, believe me. There's nobody that loves to trust in Todd
more
than this organization.
They love a trust in Todd.
But they hate that it came from Nick Wilson.
No, they're ideas people. They like good ideas. And you're climbing up the ladder with them, okay? You've been out here
I'm on the Browns radio network in about 7 years.
Maybe 75, but that might be a bridge too far.
Yeah.
I said liked you. I didn't say we trust you with something like that.
Yeah, that's fair. That's the big time.
They don't trust me either. If it makes you feel any better, we're blackballed from that. But as a whole, I think we're very well.
What you're saying
perceived,
is, so it's like
relative
Shedeur.
to maybe like 7 months ago when we were just ragging on Stefanski 24/7.
That's what it is. We're like Shedeur. We're better than we were. They've seen growth.
Is that right? Yeah.
But they still haven't seen enough growth.
Yeah.
Now I get it.
And
we're the Shedeur. Okay.
Just when we think we might be making some headway, they just pull back and say
true.
no thanks, but no thanks.
That's
I
how
see
it
the
goes.
similarities. But I have no idea how this transpired as quickly as it did. You said Thursday, Shedeur won that day?
Oh, yeah.
That's great. So
Yeah.
Shedeur won that day, and then I guess Saturday he has his job removed for up practice, and all of a sudden the sky is falling, people are freaking out, and it's just a complete mess. All right, very good.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin, will Shedeur start the most games this season? And to the Shedeur fans listening, does Shedeur starting more games mean more to you than just starting week one? We got Brian Brennan, former Browns receiver, at 2:40 today. We'll talk to him about what he's seeing out here at practice. We got quick hits at 3:40. We got John Fanta, NBC Sports, at 4:20. Then we got Albert Brea at 5:20 today. We'll get his thoughts on the latest in the Browns quarterback situation. Grant Delpit, Browns safety, at 6 o'clock today. Very excited to talk to him, another member of the Browns defensive backfield that got paid this offseason. But 216-474-0092. Does Shedeur starting more games mean more to Shedeur than starting week one? And Todd Monken criticism, he brought a little own to himself earlier today. We'll play that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
76ers. Coming up today, 3:40 on Afternoon Drive, former Browns receiver Brian Brennan joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Deshaun Watson, Shador Sanders. The Browns QB battle is back. We're your home for training camp and preseason coverage. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on The Fan here. We got Brian Brennan, former Browns receiver, coming up in about 20 minutes. I was actually in the Muni lot last night. That's where Ness and I parked.
Yeah.
And it's been... So it's funny. I realized last night that I've been to the Muni lot. And I've been to the Muni lot from our old setup there.
Okay.
For the old tailgate. But I've never gone from the Muni lot to the stadium. I would go from our tailgate to the Muni lot and back
to the tailgate.
But I have never gone directly to, and then obviously from our tailgate I'd go to the football game.
Yeah.
And so, Vanessa kind of counts on me to know my way around Cleveland. I'm like, I think we walk up this hill over here. It's like,
how did you get lost when you leave the Muni lot? You see the stadium.
I did know. Well, no, because there's that parking garage in front of it, and I was like,
yeah,
I think we go over here. We didn't get lost because I just kind of followed the crowd, but there was like 20% doubt.
To the right is the lake right there, and
but I always go up the left. I literally go up the left, and I never look over to the stadium.
Like running along the RTA that's right there? Is that what you're talking about?
No, because the RTA goes up.
Yeah,
to
the
the
RTA
right.
goes up and to the right.
Yeah. No, I go the back streets because you know how you can't.
You're in the back. You're in the back of the Muni.
Yeah, like a great place to get stabbed.
If you follow the Muni and just walk through the duration of the Muni, it then sets you off basically to the right of what you're describing, and then while you're staring at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and the stadium, and then the lake is right. Like, you can't get lost.
I was parked on the very left side, and I was in A4, so all the way to the left in A4, which, by the way, I could have gotten towed for, but didn't.
There we go. Now, were people tailgating or no?
They were. Oh, my God.
Yeah, I love tailgates for concerts.
What was great about it was a guy in a Guardians hat, and he was doing, I don't think it was a beer bong, but he was doing some sort of shotgunning. I couldn't tell because I was driving and trying not to hit somebody. But he kind of got off his one knee and stood up and sheepishly looked over at our truck like, did those other adults see me do this?
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't think you understand. I'm a toddler. I am the least mature human being. I would have cheered you on had I not been driving. But no, so it was great. We will have, again, Brian Brennan coming up. A little Muni lot talk, maybe some Browns talk as well in about 15 minutes here. We've got quick hits, usually at 2:40, at 3:40 today. But while we're talking about Todd Monken and the handling of the quarterback position, yesterday ended with apparently the worst 2-minute drive in the history of operational things in football. And Todd Monken, patted himself on the chest and said, you know what, I own some of that.
Yeah, not good. I got hijacked. I mean, we did such a good job on Saturday, cadence-wise, and then at the end in 2 minutes, just couldn't get out of our own way. Well, I did a poor job of working through it. Tried to continue with cadence just to, force them in the moment to overcome a little bit of a setback in the drive, but we're certainly not there yet. I said it to the offense. I said it to those guys. I told them that in that moment, what I should have done and what I didn't do. And that, as I've said to them and us, I mean, we're human. I got fired up. I was pissed. And that was awful. That was football. And that is going to get me fired up. And I have to own some of that. Obviously, we haven't coached it well enough. There were other aspects about the 2-minute that got me fired up that obviously was a reflection of coaching. I mean, those things, we're getting plenty of effort. Guys are fighting their rear ends off. We're tough. So we got that. Okay, well, how are we going to do the little things well? And that's coaching. That's me, and that's our staff.
So I thought it was interesting because the phrase emotionally hijacked the moment.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Like, I kind of heard this, and I'm like, no, that's the right time. Like, I know he's taking ownership here and going, hey, I think I didn't handle this the right way. No, if you're still worried about cadence and pre-snap stuff 3 weeks into practice, this is the time to lose your mind, and hopefully it imparts on the players like it's bleeper get off the pot time.
I hope the big realization that he had was when you have 3 procedural penalties when Shedeur Sanders is there, and then Deshaun Watson had 2 procedural penalties, and then another infraction on top of that. Like, there's clearly something that you're not teaching that's getting. It's not going through to them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so there's a lapse there. Something's being missed, and so I think he's frustrated that maybe there's an understanding that he's asking them to do way too much right now relative to what they're able to actually pull off. Maybe that's the acknowledgement that has to happen here. But I agree with you. Like, now's the time to lose your mind. If you want to lose your mind, I never think it's bad when a coach goes crazy on the sidelines either, though. It's kind of like us in this job. We can yell and lose our mind. Guess what? Not the end of the world. Can we do it off the air? It's probably not the greatest thing in the world. Like, there's time and a place. As a head football coach, you can get emotionally hijacked and it not be the end of the world.
Well, and here's the thing. Ever since Saturday, people have just gone out of their way to try and whack the Todd Monken pinata. Even him explaining what happened on Monday and saying, I don't, I can just lie to you guys. I don't owe you the truth. I just kind of took all of the things that happened this weekend in stride, and it's like, there at some point you do have to come back to the realization of this is a quarterback battle of Deshaun Watson versus Shedeur Sanders, and half of Cleveland doesn't believe in one half of this room. So there's a part of this where it's like, even though I think Shedeur can be a good league average starter, maybe something more, I think you think he can be a quality player in this league as well. I'm also not going to sit here and every time something happens that I don't like, I just go to the coach is a dumbass rule.
No, but I did wonder when the first time we were going to get some criticism of Monken was, when the first time we were going to really look around and instead of people defending him, people looking and saying, ooh, is this the guy I really want to be defending? That's what Saturday and then Monday kind of felt like. That was a 1-2 punch of criticism that Monken had not yet had. The honeymoon is clearly over with the fan base.
And I guess to anyone who agrees with you or feels like, all right, the honeymoon is over, my rebuttal is not on this.
you know
what I mean? Like,
something better?
There are going to be so many more valid things to really start criticizing Todd Monken on. I mean, at the very least, listen, I don't know if you think this team's going to be a 5-win team or less. If you think it's all about 2027. And when Todd Monken loses 12 games this year, you shout fire Monken. I'm here to tell you, you're part of the problem.
Well, yeah, and
there has to be some self-awareness there.
Sure, and here's why I'm not mad. I'm not mad at Monken because ultimately, if he would have called the race and said, okay, Deshaun's the winner, or okay, even Shedeur's the winner, I probably would have said, okay, the thing wasn't real. It wasn't real to begin with. And I didn't want that. I wanted it to be real. I wanted at least to feel like it's real. I think about the reaction right now. We'll get into it later on, obviously. But the Vikings today, in naming Kyler Murray their starting quarterback, what universally was the reaction from the football world?
Of course.
Of course. So, okay, so the deal was when Kyler Murray signed there, he was obviously promised to be named the starting quarterback. Like, that's how early this is all happening for everybody. And I get it. We want a resolution. We want this thing solved. But if you're going to have a real quarterback competition, it's not set to be called on August 9th, August 10th, August 11th.
This thing really has started to remind me of the LeBron thing, where for like the first 10 days we're all in the vibes, and this is what we want. And we talked.
It reminds you of the LeBron thing because Ken is also tired of this the same way he was tired of the LeBron thing. What will he not be tired of? I'm not sure.
That wasn't the only one I was thinking of, because there have been a couple media members that have come out and said it's time to name the starter, and it's like, oh, I understand that it would be great if somebody had already been evidently ahead of it, but it's like Todd Monken can't force it. The worst thing he can do is call it prematurely, and because I think that's a way you lose a locker room just as quickly as if you just make the wrong call altogether.
Yeah, no question. Like, he's got to go through the process of all this, and even if he did feel like one quarterback was significantly better than the other, you still got to see what happens in these preseason games. You still got to see what happens in the joint practices. There's so much you can still learn and see. And we're just now hitting the point, by the way, where people like Coach Riz that study this and know this stuff are like, yeah, we're getting now to the spot where you can actually start to dictate what can happen, what can't happen with these quarterbacks.
I do like that now we're in like, it feels like we're in like a documentary about like the Odyssey or about Troy or something like that, ancient Greece, with the way people foretell what's going on right now.
More sirens conversations?
Well, I never have enough sirens conversations, provided, and we've agreed on this as a show, that they're more the bird creature and less the mermaid creature.
Whatever it is, I need Adam to be the play-by-play guy.
Oh, yeah.
And we got to get that push going.
Yeah, no, I think so. And here's the thing. I want to know how we can be as lackeys. You know what I mean?
I don't want to be a lackey for a WNBA play-by-play guy.
Oh, no.
That's not
What I mean
necessarily
by it is we somehow get some of the financial runoff that he gets there without doing any of the engineering, any of the,
So he can be the play-by-play guy. We jockey for the pre and post of the WNBA games.
Well, I would like to do like the Jim Rosenhaus.
Yeah.
Now, I know Rosie has another job. I don't want to do the other job.
So we'll take like a 3-minute stretch in the third quarter.
Yes, and but I just come in, and I'm not going to talk about the game. That's not what I'm. It's the Nick Wilson show, quite frankly.
Yeah.
But within the confines
They changed
of the game.
graphics actually.
Yeah.
It becomes the Cleveland Nick Wilsons.
Now, if something cool happens in the game, I'll react to it. But this play-by-play nonsense, that's Adam's job.
It's just you reading over like your grocery list for the day. What you're going to buy later on for dinner that night?
It's me talking about what an effortless first pitch I had at the Lake Erie Crushers game 2 years ago. 216-474-0092. Want to hear from you guys on this. You heard from Todd Monken. He owns that. Actually, he didn't say that because he actually owned what he said. How much criticism is fair with Todd Monken's handling of the quarterback position? I just think it's incredibly early, both in the year, in the season, and in the quarterback derby, to get all that upset about any of this. But Brian Brennan, former Browns receiver, he's out here with the Browns at camp. We should be talking to him in the next segment right here on 92.3 The Fan.
games for the upcoming season, including the Knicks 76ers game on opening night, when the Knicks will raise their championship banner. Coming up next on Afternoon Drive, former Browns receiver Brian Brennan joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollard.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back here on The Fan. We got quick hits coming up in just about 1 hour's time. We are live at the Browns facility here in Maria. Our second to last open practice here. Hope this weather holds out there. But we're welcomed here, or we're welcoming rather, a Browns legend across from us. Browns receiver, longtime Browns receiver, Brian Brennan joining us. Hi, Brown.
Hi, Brian. Either way. Hi, Nick. How are you, JP? Nice to be here. Thanks for having me.
Well, it's great to have you, other than me completely butchering. Welcoming you onto the show.
You got nervous. That's all that was. That's the worst welcoming I've ever had. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, Nick.
In fairness, people accuse me of kissing their ass most of the time when I bring it on. So, this is a first. This is a first. No.
That's how you know we're live.
Yeah. That's actually, we just did that for the audience to let us know. It wasn't that I'm a hack or really untalented. No. So let's start here. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Couldn't be happier. Nice to be out here at this facility. It's changed since my days, and it's just beautiful. So, a lot of growth, and I'm just excited to be part, of the Cleveland Browns still all these years.
Are you impressed with how much you mentioned how much it's changed, and obviously the facilities look great and they do everything so differently, but like football in general with training camp, you guys used to have it in a grueling fashion and hours and hours long practices and stuff that would just be exhausting and multiple times a day, and now you look at what's happening today and it's just night and day. That's got to blow your mind.
It does. It is night and day. I know when Belichick came in his first head coaching job, it would have been back in '91. His training camps were brutal. I mean, even 3-a-days that time. I mean, he pushed the NFL collective bargaining agreement to the end. I'll tell you that. NFL players collective bargaining agreement. But anyway, even prior to that, Marty Schottenheimer had hard camps. Everybody had hard camps. We had it out at Lakeland Community College back then, and a lot of pulled hamstrings, a lot of dehydration, a lot of cramps. Now the players, the payrolls are so large, and there's so much money invested in the player. And there's more protection from the negotiations with the CBA, with the Players Association. So it's much more palatable for the athlete, and I think it protects the player a little bit more than when I played. It is the game itself is more scientific probably than when I played too. There's so many specialists and things like that, so you see the different specialties rolling in as you're watching practice today. So it's really enjoyable for me to see the growth of the game.
So it's interesting you say that because, I've heard Coach Belichick talk about, part of why he thinks the first couple weeks of the football season now are so sloppier because you don't practice as much. As a former player, what's the right line to walk between practice and getting yourself ready, but also running the risk of, getting injured and maybe careers ending prematurely because you never get to see what guys actually could do?
I think Belichick's correct in the sense, especially if you're a running team, if you're really a running team versus a passing team, you're not allowed to be as physical in practices, even in training camp, so you're behind a little bit if you're going to rely on the run. But if you're a passing team, you're throwing the ball all the time with 7-on-7, etc. So I think he's right in that regard. I don't agree with weeks off. Even in the playoffs, when teams have a bye week, it seems like they came out a little bit stale a little bit as they move into the first and second first half of the game that they're about to play. So the body is really resilient. The human body can take a lot of punishment, a lot of fatigue. So if you come into camp, unlike Jason Kelsey, ready to go, you should be fine in these camps. And sustaining injuries should be minimal. Just nutrition and everything else is so much better. But I do believe in harder camps leads to better play because the beginning of the season is very important. You want to get off to a good start.
Yeah, now with the lack of preseason games, or his involvement in these preseason games, you look up and it's kind of accepted by the fans that for the first 3-4 weeks of the year, the actual regular season, it's going to be sloppier play. It's just not going to be as good, and you're going to be behind. I mean, it's infuriating that this is how this goes down.
Older teams and same coaching staff, same head coach, I think have an advantage at the beginning when you have a new coach and a new staff and some new players and younger players. It takes a while for everybody to get in sync. One of the things I like about Todd Monken is he's a no-nonsense individual. He wants to win. He's waited a long time for this role. And I've been impressed with the way he conducts himself. And I think as a player, you want a coach that you know where you stand. And I think these players, maybe not the quarterback position just yet, but most of these players understand where they are with Todd. And, you can go from there and you feel, if you're not making the plays on the practice field, you're not going to be put in the game. I mean, it's that simple with Todd, it seems to me. So I think it's going to be great with Todd Monken. I'm excited for him.
Brian, I'm always interested. I love hearing people talk about that transition from college to the pros and how some positions end up being a little tougher to adapt to. We got Denzel Boston, second-round pick. He's been lighting up camp. Casey Concepcion, their first-round pick, or one of their first-round picks, has been lighting up camp. As a wide receiver, what's the biggest jump? What's the biggest thing you have to kind of tackle to kind of adapt to the NFL?
That's a very good question.
That's the only kind I ask.
Thank you. So I went to Brother Rice High School in Birmingham, Michigan.
I went to Brother Rice High School in Chicago.
Well, we're brothers in a sense, and that's
There's
small
only
world.
2 Brother Rices in all of America. Yeah. There's one in Michigan, there's one in Chicago.
Christian Brothers of Ireland. Anyway, so we both know discipline.
That's right.
And then when I went to Boston College from Brother Rice, it was just, I'm the best athlete here at Boston College, I felt. But when you jump from Boston College, which is a big-time, football program, Doug Flutie won the Heisman, he was my quarterback, etc. It was a nice program. When you go to the NFL, everybody's big, everybody's fast, everybody's strong. But you ask a question about a receiver, how can he adapt easier than maybe some of the other positions? You're running a route. The only time the receiver would have problems is on sight adjustments, when it gets more technical, and that's yet to come. We haven't seen that yet because we haven't seen a game. So that's very important for them to get on the same page. And somebody like Jerry Jeudy can really help the other receivers. Look at number 25. If he blitzes, sight adjust. It's that simple. When Webster Slaughter came in, he and I were always on the same side of the field during like 2 minutes and during like 4 downs. And I would always say, Webb, number 25, Webb, free safety, number 44, watch him. Remember, 2-1, like you're going to run a slant, you're going to run a go, whatever it is. So, you're in communication there. The offensive line is a little bit more of an equation for them because of different fronts and the front seven. So it's probably a little harder for the offensive line than it would be for a receiver. However, if you're a defensive lineman, go forward, right, left, or forward. That's a little easier. So different positions. And then the running back has to do a lot of things. Pick the blitz, go in the flat, get the ball. That's a little bit more complicated. And I can't speak to the defense, but there's probably a little bit more difficult for the defense to adjust to the scheme of the defensive coordinator.
You could have played in a lot of NFL cities where you have a team in the 80s and they could be just as dominant as your guys' team were in the 80s, and you'd look up and be like, oh no, we've kind of been forgotten. But no part of those 80s Browns teams have been forgotten. In fact, they've also throughout the years kind of been, risen to this, just put on a pedestal into this higher stature. Does that surprise you in living and existing now for so many years removed from football that you're still perceived in this just a dynasty era and just a legendary era of Browns football?
I just know who, the Cleveland Browns fandom is vast. Cleveland is very similar to Detroit, where I grew up, and people, really appreciate, hard work and a physical team, and we had that, and we won, and everybody was behind us, and the energy was off the charts. I look back at that time in my life; it was very special. If Webster Slaughter or Langhorne were here, or Ernest Byner or Bob Golick, whomever, we would all say the same thing. It was a very special time because of the people of Cleveland. So, Yeah, so they remember that, and they want to win again. And I think to win, you need that franchise quarterback and a solid defense, and we've always had a solid defense. Hopefully, but what I'm seeing today is a lot of energy towards winning around here. I don't think the Haslam's have not tried to win; that they continue to try to win. So, the last draft and this draft, I think, are very good for the Browns. So hopefully, to answer your question in a roundabout way, our time was special. People still come up to me in the airport and say, Brian, thank you. This latest thing, this Legends honor, is very special to me. And I've gotten overwhelmed by the amount of text messages and people coming up to me just walking through Cleveland and congratulating me. So hopefully in the next few years, the catch I made against Denver is not the closest we get to the Super Bowl. Hopefully one of these teams can get us closer to the Super Bowl.
Brian Brennan here, the 2026 Cleveland Browns Legend inductee. And I was in the park last night. My wife and I went to the Foo Fighters concert at the Brown Stadium, and we parked in the Muni lot. And we were talking about that off, and it was funny because JP asked me, did you see anyone tailgating for the concert? And sure enough, we were driving in, and my wife was just pointing out, oh, that person's doing a beer bong. This person's doing this. And it was just so, it was like, that's one of the things I'm trying to explain to people is it's like, yeah, we'll tailgate for darn near anything, but nothing beats Browns football. Have you been back to the Muni lot since your playing days?
Well, I stayed in Cleveland, and I work at KeyBank now for 32 years. It's hard to believe. It's a great company. It's great culture. I love KeyBank. So you can see the Muni lot from the Key Tower. So, whether it's a Thursday night game and people are building and going to the Muni lot or a concert or something, and then on the weekends I could park at Key and walk. I went there on a Sunday before the Browns game. And the amount of love I felt from all of the Muni lot participants tailgating. They wanted me to sign their van and take a picture with their grandkids and sign their cornhole game. And just, they all wanted me to do a beer with them. So I can't tell you, it was a lot of love they showed me when I went on the Muni lot. So it's again, it goes back to, why I stayed in Cleveland. Just it's the people of Cleveland are fantastic.
All right, you made reference to the touchdown in the Broncos game. 86 AFC title game. You take the Browns up 2013. At that spot, you have to be thinking Super Bowl. What's going through your mind in that moment? What do you tell people after all these years? As not only did you, I'm sure you had to have thought, all right, we're going to the Super Bowl. Maybe the job wasn't done yet, so you had to settle down. But then the drive happens. The emotions, it's got to be crazy.
It was tough for all of us. We felt we were the better team than Denver. We were hosting the game, so we had the better record. We had a great quarterback in Bernie Kosar. I mean, he was fantastic. What a leader. Very accurate, smart player. We had great backfield in Mack and Biner, Ozzie Newsome, Langhorne, Slaughter, and myself, Clarence Weathers. We had a really good receiver group and a strong defense. We were ready to go. Play happens. We're going to the Super Bowl. I'm on the sideline really just shaking. I'm no longer Doug Fluty's favorite receiver. I made a play without, where people might notice me. So, but Bernie had faith in me and threw me the ball. And
I just looked at my wrist. I got time
it was hard to watch. And then, we lose, and it was a hard offseason. It was just a really emotional time for the team. And Marty Schottenheimer. I mean, it's hard being a head coach making the right decisions. I guess people would point to the prevent defense. If he would have been pressured Elway a little bit more, maybe the outcome would have been different. It's hard to say. But Elway was a great player, and, he made the plays.
Brian, it's great to chat with you here. And again, congrats on the 2026 Cleveland Browns Legend induction. We appreciate your time, and Cleveland loves you.
Thank you very much for having me.
Brian Brennan here out in Berea. I'm going to butcher the intro and the outro. We'll be back in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Wake up with the latest news from training camp and around the NFL. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Nick and JP back here out in Berea. We just had Brian Brennan. We're going to get to that in a second. Significant NFL news that came down earlier today as well. We got quick hits in about 40 minutes' time. This is as close as I've been to adopting a puppy. They have great Pyrenees puppies over there. And as I've previously said, I can really only get a girl dog right now because Mongo loves him some ladies. Not always sure about boys or men, rather.
Yeah, you do, Mongo. You dog,
they got these Pyrenees mixes, and they're so fluffy, and they're so sweet, and I want one. And I'm really debating how much trouble will I get in if I just show up with a beautiful puppy today.
I don't think it'd be that much trouble.
I mean,
I'm also not going to really endorse it because it seems like a lot of work.
I'm going to eat some bleep here for the first week or two.
Yeah?
I think eventually she'd come around, like within the second she sees them. But because she told me to walk away earlier, and I just said, because I just went back and saw them again, because apparently I'm a glutton for punishment. And I said, they're so fluffy. If you were here, you would demand I get one of these beautiful girls. I want one.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm going to see if she goes, Nick, we can absolutely not.
I think she's just going to maintain we absolutely cannot.
But if she softens even a little bit, I'm taking it home.
Well, okay. I feel like you can do it. If you really wanted to, you could do it.
It's just I don't want to.
There's a lack of want to attached to this, and we all know it.
No, it's a fear.
Nah,
understand. Understand.
No.
There are times
who
where
wears the pants in that relationship, Nick?
Well, it depends on the day.
Let me ask you that. Who wears
what kind of slacks they are?
I'm gonna emasculate you here. Who wears the pants in this relationship, Nick?
If anyone's going to emasculate me, I'll emasculate myself, sir.
No, that's how you beat everybody. Who's wearing the pants in this relationship? You want that dog. You work hard. You want that dog. Go get that dog.
We're a modern couple. We don't. Nobody just we
get
share
that
pants.
Dog.
I want that as a drop. Go get that dog.
There's like 6 different ways I could do this, and I've tried toying with every one of these as we've gone through these days. The first one is like you absolutely cannot get that dog. There's no way you can get that dog. Around day 3, I was like, yeah, like it's not practical, Nick. You just don't have like you have animals in your house already exist.
Yeah.
This dog wouldn't even fit in many respects. Like it's not going to work.
Yeah.
And now I've moved to the idea of who wears the pants in this relationship.
That's
Nick?
fair.
You want that dog? Go get that dog. I've tried every tactic, and none of the tactics are going to end up with you getting this dog.
Oh, see, now you're trying reverse psychology.
None of these tactics are going to end up with you getting that dog.
I see what you're doing, and I like it.
You know it. Jake knows it. Everyone knows you're not going to
Does the dog know it?
The dog even knows it. The dog's like, I'll go to somebody else.
Yeah, the
Like,
dog
wait,
actually
imagine.
did look me in the eye, and you could tell she's like, I mean,
Yeah.
he's nice, but he's not going to take me
He's like,
home.
this guy's not serious about taking me home. Every
Yeah.
dog, they've been talking about it all day.
That is fair.
Really, for weeks
The dogs
now.
have been chatting
That's what I'm
amongst
saying.
themselves.
The dogs have
That's
been chatting.
never good.
They know what's going on here.
Yeah.
They know you're not serious about taking the dog
That's
home.
brutal.
You know who you are?
Who?
You're the person that goes to the car dealership. Okay, your friends over there. And with those nice
Brunswick.
trucks, Brunswick Auto Mart.
Yeah.
and all those nice trucks and everything.
The 250th anniversary Ram truck that I just gave back.
And the sales guys know which ones just want to take the car for a spin around the block and which ones are going to actually buy.
So in this
You're
case,
just
instead of a
guy-
Ram truck, I'm just taking the dog for a
You
spin.
just want the joyride. You want the joyride attached to it all. You're just wasting everybody's time talking about, oh, maybe I'm into it. Maybe I'm not. You're not. You're not going to
That's called playing hard to get. All right?
You don't have to. They're adoptable puppies.
That's true. That's true.
It's the exact opposite of what has to
Change my
happen.
stance up a little bit here. 216-474-0092. Would Vanessa how quickly could Vanessa get over it? However, we just had Brian Brennan on, and he talked about what he liked about Todd Monken.
Older teams and same coaching staff, same head coach, I think have an advantage at the beginning. When you have a new coach and a new staff and some new players and younger players, it takes a while for everybody to get in sync. One of the things I like about Todd Monken is he's a no-nonsense individual.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to win. He's waited a long time for this role. And I've been impressed with the way he conducts himself. And I think as a player, you want a coach that you know where you stand.
So I do think, to everyone who kind of lost their patience with Todd over the weekend, that one thing that he said there, not the no-nonsense stuff, but he knows that he's got to win and he's got to win soon. That is the thing I'm trying to fall back on, depending on what Todd Monken does with a quarterback position of, if it's Deshaun, I have to trust him that he does think that gives him the best chance to win week 1, even if I don't agree.
I mean, I would think so. Somebody like Todd Monken has to know that you can easily be replaced in this business, and you have to showcase what
And
your
with this
worth is
team.
right away. Yeah, like this is just you're in the hurry up offense, and I understand that his contract is a pretty big one, all things considered. So maybe he looks at it and says, 5 years, $50 million. I'm making $10 million a year. If they want to tell me to go hit the road 7 games into this thing, I'll take $50 million and go cash out. Maybe that's not the
Coach O.
Maybe that's not the worst.
Which
thing.
door you want me to leave?
He at least won him a title first. Coach O did, and then it just an amazing
Fall from grace.
All things
One of the
considered.
generational fumbles of goodwill.
I don't know that I've ever seen somebody win a title and as quickly as they're like hoisting the trophy, everyone be like, "You get no credit for this."
Yeah, well, I actually think it was the abandoning his wife.
Yeah.
For co-eds that I think might have cost him more than just not winning enough football.
Well, that's the Tom Segura principle, right? Where it's like what would we all do if we came across a boatload of money? I think you and I would be all right. I think we'd be okay. Not everybody on planet Earth can say the same thing, though, unfortunately.
I keep waiting for the good Lord to test me with this, by the way.
Is that right?
Would Nick still be a good person after a boatload of money? I'd like to prove him that I can be one of the chosen
You're the
people
good
there.
recipients of this.
Yeah.
It'd
I
be
won't
nice.
just waste it on I don't know, 3 really nice Ram trucks and maybe
that's not
a beach house in Michigan. I don't know.
That's not a waste to me, friend. That's a good purchase right there.
And maybe 2 of those puppies instead of 1 of those puppies.
Well, you could have a whole litter of puppies if you had like $100 million.
That's true.
You'd have people that take care of the puppies essentially, and then you come in and just play with them when you want to.
No, bleep that. I would take care of the puppies, and y'all would never hear from me.
That's
again.
what you're doing if you win $100 million. You're going to take care of like 20 puppies.
Maybe not 20,
10.
but I want a gaggle of them.
A gaggle of puppies. What's that? How much is a gaggle?
I think
of
a
puppies?
gaggle starts at 3.
Okay.
3 dogs is a lot, and I want to experience a lot.
No surprise Brennan loved Monken. I can't find an old school football guy that doesn't like Todd Monken.
Yeah. He does.
It doesn't exist.
It's interesting. The guy, and I hate to do this because this is a lot of pressure, the coach Monken most reminds me of is Marty Schottenheimer. Marty could be a little antagonistic to the media. Marty was very plain-spoken. I think Todd's probably a little funnier than Marty was, but...
Yeah, but Todd's kind of like unintentionally funny. He's not even... he's got that going for him.
And Marty could be unintentionally funny as well. You just weren't allowed to say it in his presence because I think that would have gone poorly. But I do see a lot of Schottenheimer with Monken, and that happens to be like my first favorite head coach. You know, like I barely understood what football was.
Well, he's a football relic at this point. You know, that idea, that old school football coach that's going to get in your face, going to yell at you, wants details as finely tuned as possible. It's a stark contrast to somebody like Sean McVay, let's say. It's just we've gotten littered in the NFL with so many of these young hotshot coaches that have now graduated into not being young hotshot coaches anymore. They're just all in their 40s, and now we've replaced even those guys with some young hotshot guys, and so we just have a whole swath of 30, 40-year-old coaches that are just whiz kids, essentially. And Monken is not that, and Monken's a throwback in many ways, and people like that.
So while we talk about throwback Todd Monken and the Browns quarterback battle, one quarterback battle around the NFL has been resolved as the Vikings officially named Kyler Murray as their starting quarterback. And I thought, well, the funny thing is, I can't remember if it was Rappaport or Schefter, because they're basically the same person to me.
Yeah.
But they were talking about J.J. McCarthy, and it's like, he's now forced to be the backup. It's like, no one's holding a gun to his head. He lost a job. Right? Like he's not in Guatemala. All right?
Yeah.
I just thought the idea of he's now being forced to be the backup. It's like he could be out of the NFL in a year. Maybe we don't use the word forced on this one.
Well, maybe they're trying to set up a pre-trade deadline move that sees him maybe with the Chargers and reuniting with Jim Harbaugh.
I think this was the most obvious kangaroo court ever, and why I don't understand why the Vikings didn't just offer J.J. McCarthy up in trade this last offseason and see if they could have gotten like the Sam Darnold to the Panthers deal, a 2, a 4, and a 6, and recoup some of that value.
Yeah, they knew they weren't taking this seriously with J.J. McCarthy. I agree with you. It'll be interesting to see how he handles this now he goes forward with it. On the other side of this, though, is Kyler Murray going to have a Sam Darnold-esque run with Minnesota now?
So I can see it because I don't think Kyler was that bad in the first place. Like, I think Kyler's biggest sin in Arizona was injury. And so I do think
injury and Cliff Kingsbury and Jonathan Gannon and like coaches that didn't really understand what to do with him.
Well, and I mean I think he kind of got to a point where Baker got where it's like, all right, he's good enough, but we're expecting him to be the franchise, and that's like the worst thing you can do for a quarterback. So I would kind of be shocked. I mean, again, I've said this stat a lot. The Vikings had the third least productive quarterback room in the NFL last year.
And still got to 9 wins.
If Kyler is just the 16th best quarterback in the NFL, I think that team's going to win 12, 13 games and probably at least one playoff game. Like that team has been primed. They just need the quarterback to step in and do it.
Okay, but does he end up doing what Sam Darnold did, which is I'm then going to take my ball and go to Seattle? Or am I – well, it was really the Vikings' call on that one. I guess I'd be curious to find out how the Vikings respond in this. And it's a different GM. Different people in charge, but are they going to run it back with the idea of, well, we have to draft our next quarterback, or if Kyler Murray ascends into what Sam Darnold was, was, do they say this is good now? This is what we accept this, we want this, and this is what we'll take. We don't want to see you go to another version of Seattle and then go off and win a Super Bowl again.
So I think it's unanswerable just right now because, again, like Sam Darnold, I think if they hadn't drafted J.J. McCarthy, I think Sam Darnold's still in Minnesota, right? So I think J.J. complicated that. But at the same point, like...
Well, that was them telling you, Sam Darnold, you won 13 games for us. We don't think you're good enough.
Like, Kevin O'Connell might just be the coach that thinks it doesn't matter who the quarterback is. I can win with them, right? And
he might be that guy, yeah.
So maybe Minnesota goes, hey, better quarterback carousel next year. Flip it over to them.
You mean on like a never-ending string of just now new quarterback year in, year out? Because let's see, 2023 it was Cousins, 2024 it was Darnold, 25 was JJ, and now 2026 is McCarthy. That's four different quarterbacks in 4 years.
And so they haven't necessarily shied away from that kind of inconsistency in a way that I think is death.
I think it's why they haven't had the success that they're supposed to have. I think when you're Kevin O'Connell and you have the players that are on this team, I mean, if I'm Justin Jefferson, I'm pissed at how everything is going down these days. But they've not had nearly the success that they should have had.
And their response will be, that's what the money is for. 216-474-0092. Kyler Murray named the Vikings starting quarterback. Seeing that news coming out of Minnesota, are you one of the folks itching at the idea that maybe the Browns quarterback derby is taking too long? I don't think JP and I are yet, but I'm sure there's always room to change that. We have more coming from training camp here. Obviously, we'll get you guys updated on the play of the quarterbacks today in the quarterback derby. But when we come back, are the Cavs being ignored? That's in 5 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. Nick and JP back on the Fan here. We got quick hits coming up in about 20 minutes. All right, so I know you've told me about the body makeover for Mason Graham from his rookie year to this year.
Yeah.
We just saw the defensive line was running through some drills right in front of us. Holy brick bleep house. Does Mason Graham look awesome?
Yeah, it stood out to me last week when I was near them and it was over on their side. And so I immediately went back to it. I was like, Mason Graham looks different. Well, again, he shifted. It was funny because in trying to describe it last week to you, I think we just ended up making a bunch of jokes. But it's like in some sense he has been able to shift where he actually had his weight on his body and has moved a lot of muscle up top. And he just looks, instead of looking like a frat bro, he looks like an absolute menace of a human.
Well, and even in his face kind of looks different. Like he kind of had a baby face. Like he looks... He looks like an NFL player now.
Maybe that's why I felt like he was mean mugging me. Maybe he wasn't mean mugging me. It's just his face.
That's how it settles now.
It just now looks more intense. And then if he happens to look over here and we make eye contact, it's just because that's him existing.
I also couldn't tell if he had the little soul patch thing. All right, what is this called?
Yeah, like the Chris Gaines soul patch.
Yes. Yeah. I couldn't tell if he had that because that's also a very tough. It's a very tough facial look to go on.
Well, for a while there, he just had like the little scraggly hair.
Oh yeah,
that never looks intimidating when people have it. Just looks unkempt, not good.
I like to occasionally make my rounds, and after our show meeting, I walked down and walked back just to get some steps in.
Yeah.
And there was a guy with that version, but just on the back of his head. So he had like the back of your head is to the forehead. That was shaved. Shorn completely.
Okay.
There was some hair up top, and then he just had like a back of the neck beard, and I couldn't really figure out what to call it, and I didn't know if I want to make fun of him or not.
Back of the neck beard.
It was the craziest thing, but it was like it was on the back of his neck.
Did you take a photo?
No, I didn't. Because there was no way. It was me and two guys out in the open. There's no way I could have pulled it off, but I wanted to.
Yeah, I got to get better at just taking photos of things I randomly see like that. We were in Kansas City, so we went to Kauffman Stadium, and we went to Royals game on Friday night, and this guy had this jersey. It was a Royals jersey, and the number was 18, and the top of it was RU. And I was just like, oh, real classy Kansas City. And so I kept going around to everyone that lives in Kansas City in my family and being like, real classy operation you guys have running over here with the RU18 jersey.
I think that is the nice thing about getting a little bit older here is that you do tend to care just a little bit less. Coach was telling me the best defensive line that they put out there, the most disruptive, was Wright and Graham up the interior and then Verse and McGuire off the edge.
Which, it would make sense.
Because obviously Malik Collins isn't practicing as he continues to recover from the offseason surgery. So I'm liking it. I'm liking it quite a bit here. Now, we do have quick hits coming up in about 15 minutes here, but the other big story today that did not involve the Cleveland Browns was the NBA schedule began to leak. And no Christmas Day games for the Cavaliers. And what you did get for the season opener is LeBron's Sixers home debut, which, quite frankly, feels like burying the Cavs versus LeBron in week one. Or in game one.
Well, and so there's a couple of things attached to this. The Christmas Day snub, I think, is something that if I was in the front office for the Cavs, I'd be pissed about. I would imagine, I don't know, do fans care about being snubbed on Christmas Day as much as I probably care about it? I get the sense that most fans don't actually care if they play on Christmas Day or not. It's not really that big of a deal to them.
I don't, but I think it's a status
thing.
It
is. In the NBA world, this is why I care about it. In the NBA world, Adam Silver tells you what he thinks about your team with what happens on Christmas Day. Or players on your team, for instance. Like Golden State is going to be laughably bad this year, but Steph Curry gets a Christmas Day game. Why? Because Steph Curry is still eyeballs on him. What he's telling everybody is that one of the better teams, supposed to be better teams in the East, is not actually one of the better teams in the East. Because if he thought that they were one of the best teams in the East and had as much draw as they do, they'd have what they had last year, where it was Jalen Brunson versus Donovan Mitchell in a Disney game that was highlighted for everyone to watch as they did animated characters.
Yeah, I just think what's tough is, like, it's Spurs at Knicks, Heat at Celtics, Sixers at Lakers, Thunder at Timberwolves, Nuggets at Warriors. You either have an elite generational player, generational brand, like you mentioned with Steph, a team that did something significant this offseason, like the Heat and Celtics, or, the defending, a rematch of the NBA Finals. Like, I don't know, like, because of what matters in the NBA is sexy sells. There's nothing sexy about the Cavaliers. They were.
And I think that's what he's telling you.
Well, so the funny thing is, I don't look at that as like, well, the NBA doesn't think you're sexy. That's a kiss of death. But I do think we're going to have to get used to this. Like, I think you're going to, until the Cavs either make a huge trade or punch through and win an NBA championship or at least make the finals, I think the Cavs are going to be ignored from here on out, because right now your two best players are guys that pretty much everybody around the NBA says, oh, you aren't primetime players. You're good regular season players.
You're going to have to earn the NBA world's attention. That's what this tells you. And even in the opening night games, the final two games, the final four teams involved in that, because I really don't know why they're doing this like 3 o'clock, let's do the Celtics versus Pistons thing. Not sure what that's about. But the 76ers and the Knicks and the Thunder and the Spurs, that is what Adam Silver believes will be the final four teams playing. He wants to start off the final four, kick it off essentially, and then they'll also end it. Like he's not. They don't make it shy. The NBA front offices don't make it shy with what they believe is going to happen and how they see this whole thing playing out with what they do with their scheduling.
I really don't take umbrage with it, though. Like, this is the price.
If I was a Cavs front office member, I'd be pissed that you don't get a Christmas Day game out of this.
Then act. Like, again, this doesn't mean you should do the sexy move. It doesn't mean you should have traded for Giannis. But, like, the same reason, one of the reasons why LeBron didn't choose here, because you didn't make a Jaylen Brown trade, you didn't make a Giannis trade. Well, that's also going to impact you just in terms of attention. And now what's interesting is, so nationally, I think the Cavs have been written off. Like, I don't think you're going to get anybody to call for them. Oh, sneaky contenders. Those are over.
Yeah, the East has raised its level and it has raised the bar just a little bit here.
But I think what's interesting is I don't think Cavs fans, I don't buy any Cavs fan right now who says pressure's off, who cares what happens. I think there are going to be a lot of media members saying it's going to be the most boring regular season. And the second this team hits a rough patch, the second they lose 4 straight games, you're going to see that Cavs fans are not. They've not absolved themselves from any sort of expectations, even if the rest of the NBA doesn't put any pressure on this team.
Well, and that's where this team will become interesting. If they hit the rough patches, that's where it'll become interesting. I think there's also another avenue where they become interesting if they win like 60 games. Anything in between, and it'll just kind of be ho-hum, I imagine. Maybe 55 games, we can get to that measure. But if they do what Vegas projects them at, 48.5, I think is the number, if they're just existing around there and then entering the postseason, yeah, it will be pretty ho-hum.
I actually think your first instinct was right. I think it's got to be 60 wins. I think 55 is like the gap between 50 and 55 just isn't.
Yeah, high 50s is always that's a strong NBA number.
I guess it also depends on what the rest of the NBA Eastern Conference is doing.
Well, did you do it like how the Pistons did it last year, where they got to 60 wins, but it also kind of felt like a bunch of gym class heroes? And actually, that might even be refreshing for Cavs fans in a sense. If
we thought they played hard again.
If the James Harden and Donovan Mitchell led Cavs team was just a bunch of tryhards and gym class heroes out there during the regular season,
I don't think it's gonna happen.
I wouldn't bet a lot of money on it happening.
But it's it's funny. Like, nothing that happened today surprised me.
I was surprised they didn't get Christmas Day.
Oh
game.
no, I
was surprised.
Again, I think the second they missed out on LeBron, I think LeBron was their ticket to national relevance in the short term. Long term, their ticket to national relevance is finally punching through in the East and, looking like you belong in the Eastern Conference Finals or NBA Finals.
Most conference finals teams, I can't even think of one that didn't get a Christmas Day game the following year. You have to really fall off the face of the earth.
I mean, who are you kicking out? You kicking out the Heat, who traded for Giannis? You kicking out the Celtics, who for all what you can say, they went from Jaylen Brown to Paul George. That's at least a reputable name.
I get it. And listen, I'm even defending the idea that they have a Steph Curry-led team with one of the worst Warriors teams you're going to see of the recent Steph Curry era, because Steph Curry's still a draw. I understand it. I get it. But it doesn't mean I have to be happy about it if I'm the Cavs front office, because if you're the final four teams to have this happen this way, it's just not – It's not respect shown by the NBA front offices.
I want to continue to come back to it. I'm not mad about it. And I'm not even mad about the Cavs offseason. Like, maybe could you have chased LeBron harder? Sure. But, like, at the end of the day, LeBron thinks he can win a championship with Philly over Cleveland, and that makes sense given the roster construction. I do think that the Cavs have been a team of, like, if they get it right or if they make that right move, look out. I think they've been that team for so long. I think you mentioned the NBA front offices and how they're perceived. I think the rest of the NBA just kind of gave up on the idea the Cavs actually have the stones to make the risky moves or the sexy moves to get back into, I don't know, watchability.
I'll take it a step further. There are people that watch and consume the NBA at a high level in the media world that are pissed that it's the 76ers and Cavs as the 76ers opener.
Oh, yeah.
They're tired of that storyline, and I understand why to a degree. It's not unique now to see LeBron go up against the Cavs. We've watched him now in more years than not be in a Cavs uniform and have to go take on the Cavs, okay? Like, this is not a unique storyline. There's not anything crazy about that. That for many other people that consume the NBA is an old and tired story.
So what I'll say is that actually is the one slight that I do care about. The Cavs, this is going to be the 6th straight season the Cavs open on the road. That I don't abide by. If you really want to give some juice to that Cavs-Sixers game, it would have been in Cleveland. They had and not putting it in Cleveland shows a complete lack of balls, because that environment would have been incendiary in Cleveland if LeBron's Philly debut came in Cleveland.
I know LeBron might have looked at it as too much of an FU by the league offices, though, to open at the Garden night one.
What's he going to do?
New York,
not play?
And then well, no, but they protect LeBron, and with good reason. He's been their meal ticket for 20 years. They make sure that he's taken care of, and it's got to be this copacetic relationship. But you start, if you're LeBron, the 76ers open up against the Knicks at the Garden as they're raising the banner to the roof, and then he'd have to follow it up going to Cleveland, the team that he just spent a month in the offseason saying maybe, just maybe, and then snubbing. Like, that's a lot to ask of LeBron in that.
Are the Cavs being ignored by the NBA? I think the proof is in everything we just said there. Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all of our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick and JP back here in Berea. Practice looks to be wrapping up right now. We're towards the end of this. Should be said, Deshaun made a bad boo-boo. Dylan made a bad boo-boo. Now, Deshaun is getting credit for making some more plays today, but Shedeur kind of continues to keep the big mistakes under wrap, even if Deshaun is making bigger plays, good and bad.
I did see a very nice throw from Deshaun to Isaiah Bond that I thought was impressive. I saw the interception as well that we commented on earlier. I mean, we'll find out what exactly Monken prioritizes at this point. Does he prioritize keeping the football, or does he prioritize having a veteran presence that maybe is a little sloppier with the football?
Hey,
I don't know.
We just got to get operationally sound. That's all I care about. I'm a big operations guy.
Did we finish with 3 procedural problems on the final 2-minute drive by each quarterback? It didn't seem like that today.
And if they did Coach emotionally hijack the moment once again? John Fanta, NBC Sports, coming up in about 40 minutes. We'll talk with him about the quarterback spot. He declared Deshaun Watson done a week ago. Going to be an interesting convo with John. We'll also talk about the Guardians, whether they're done at 4:20, and then Albert Breer at 5:20, Grant Delpit at 6 o'clock. But let's go ahead and get into quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
I mean, we have so much we can get to. We've got I would say, incredible first pitch on Friday at the Crushers game.
Okay.
We've got the Foos concert. We got a bunch of sports things going on. But yet, today is Mac Robinson's last day on the show, on the station. He's moving on to greener pastures.
Barrett Media told me. I had no idea.
That was going to be the big to-do. I didn't know Mac had it like that. I've known Mac.
It was a huge write-up.
I've known Mac now for a while. He in his 72-page goodbye to fan listeners, he said, I'm a mentor, we're brothers, and I believe those things to be true.
Yeah.
I didn't know he had Barrett Media like that.
No, I didn't either. That was quite the. I mean, like if Baskin legitimately left Baskin and Phelps, it's like the same article.
Oh yeah,
that's insane.
Yeah,
that's absolutely insane.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it tells you Mac's role in the success of this show. Mac, be honest. Did you pay Jason Barrett to have that posted?
No, honestly, that caught me off guard. And also the photo that they used, like knowing that they pulled that from my LinkedIn, also made me laugh as well. I wasn't sure if they were going to do that or
honey,
the crowd
boo-boo,
surfing.
blow it out your ass.
Are you complaining about the photo they chose?
You realize that one time since I've been back, I've taken a freaking picture without my hat, and it happened to be when I was at my fattest in the last 4 years.
Yeah.
That was at the Crushers game this weekend. Jason Barrett uses that for everything. If I've commented on anything, it gets put on there. I don't want to hear about it. My poor
it just
Big
meant
Show
that-
from LinkedIn.
I'm not upset by it. I'm more so just surprised that they actually had to go and find it.
They keep using one from like 10 years ago for myself.
Well, that's good.
That I actually really liked.
Yeah, that's really nice.
I actually really like it, so I'm fine with them.
But yeah, I've
updating their
got
photos.
a red shirt that makes me look like instead like the freaking Kool-Aid man. And Mac's over here getting a Barrett Media write-up. No, seriously, congrats, Mac. We love you, buddy.
Yeah, congrats. I mean, you haven't announced anywhere where you're going next, so until then, we'll just say.
Why don't you do that right now?
Yeah, tell us.
No,
where
you
you're
know
going.
what? I'm gonna wait to announce that. That'll be coming soon on my Twitter at MacRobinson95.
Oh, the Barrett Media write-up has gone to his head.
I would tell everyone to hit that unfollow button immediately.
Oh yeah.
I just
no
learned
longer
from Ross Tucker.
affiliated.
That's all.
We just can't. We can't associate with you now.
Yeah.
I hope you know the line has been drawn.
I'm just going to go ahead and unfollow right here.
But we'll wait till 7 o'clock.
That's right. Have some decorum.
That's right. All right. Speaking of Ross Tucker, congratulations are in order for Ross Tucker. CBS had their big media profile day today, and their big what do you do past couple of days. All the big heavy hitters are there. All the executives are there. I didn't hear anyone asked about Tony Romo. I'm sure they were. I didn't find that out yet. But Tony Romo, CBS has been announced, will work
work with Ian Eagle while J.J. Watt shifts to the number one crew with Jim Nantz and Tony Romo's absence. Ross Tucker, Ian Eagle. This is a massive glow up for Ross Tucker.
Oh, yeah. And by the way, it's not going to be hard to be the most popular guy in that booth.
But now we definitely cannot mention 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, now
really
we must.
The afternoon show. No.
No, now he must.
No, here's what you want to know why. Well, now I have a new thing that just popped in my head. One, he's too big time now for this. It's never going to happen. He's angling to be the number one on CBS.
Yeah.
You don't get there by shouting us out. You just don't. It's not. It was fine when you're like
disagree.
When you're like the D squad calling those games, they go ahead, call people out. When you're at the high level, here's the other part of this, and this is actually good. Now we need to encourage it. We might get into a I know who more on 92.3 The Fan off. Where Ross Tucker's like, oh, I go on with Afternoon Drive, and I love those guys. Nick, Jonathan, they're great. And then Ian Eagle follows up and goes, oh, I know Ken Carman and Anthony Lyman. I go on all the time with those guys. And then it kind of feels like we're in just a standoff of who knows 92.3 The Fan more, which I think is great for 92.3 The Fan.
So sounds like we need to get Ian Eagle on the show so he becomes Nick and Jonathan.
He's
guy.
kind of the morning show guy.
And then they can, no.
They love him.
How quickly can we erase that?
Him and Lima feel like they really like each other. I get the impression they really like each other.
Listen, we just have to let Ian know what a clout chaser Lima is. All right, and
I think he knows.
I
think he knows that. I don't think that's shot at him.
You don't think that's?
Yeah, I don't think
you
that's
don't think
new
we're
news to
breaking
Ian
news to anyone.
I would think Ian Eagle, probably any friend he has in the business, is with the understanding that that person's probably a clout chaser.
That's fair. Former Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski is getting skewered for his energy and motivation at training camp and some of the clips that have been put out there. But get this, the Falcons' own social media team.
So hard to stop.
I know. Like I said to you guys last night, I'm asking you to do the hard thing. That's why I'm not like, because it's hard. It's hard. But we'll be all right.
We work it.
Yeah, so that was one snippet of it, and I didn't do a good job of telling Mac the right part to pull.
That's okay.
I do feel a little bit bad for Kevin for the way people are already turning on him in Atlanta. I mean, the second he got hired, there was a turn on him from Falcons fans who usually don't give a rat's ass.
So John Harbaugh got skewered in his rah-rah speech that the Giants themselves posted out. This is not necessarily a John Harbaugh or Kevin Stefanski problem. It's a lack of recognition from these social media accounts.
Yeah.
They think that coaching content is what we want, and in some ways we do, but you have to know who your coach is. When even guys like John Harbaugh can end up looking like an absolute idiot with some of this stuff, you have to be aware of what you're trying to put out.
Well, and with that, you just got to do what the Browns social did with Kevin, which is heavily edit that as best you can. You
yes.
We got some real content creators on the Browns social media staff because, again, hey, Miles rolled his eyes. Well, let's cut that one out.
And
right?
everyone finds everything. And then they talk about it, and then they dissect it. You know what you need? You need, like, in the musical world, how they like auto-tune, and they just kind of jazz up people that can't necessarily sing. You need that for the coaching version of that needs to happen in every clip you have. I'm talking fast edits. I'm talking, like, cartoonish animation attached to it all, like the whole everything.
And like loud music blasting behind it that makes it sound cooler.
Yeah, but you just cannot leave Stefanski on an island.
Like a voice echo?
You can't leave him by himself to be entertaining. That's never going to happen.
I do feel like Kevin is being set up to fail with those fans because I also think the Falcons are – I would take – I actually don't know what their over-under is, but I think that's a 6-win team. I think it's going to be brutal.
It's not good. They're supposed to be like any projection has them between 21 to 25, and that was before the injuries to Penix.
And like I like they're missing both of their edge rushers either because of legal reasons or health issues, and the defense is why they were an 8-win team last year.
I mean, they don't have a quarterback right now.
So imagine a world in which Todd Monken gets the Browns to 7 wins this next year and is seen as a guy that made hay, and then Kevin Stefanski has the Falcons at 5 wins, and everyone just says, I guess it was Kevin Stefanski.
You do have the best running back in the game on their team.
He's pretty good. Good at football, I'd say.
All right, Bill Stadium. Talk about things that are getting skewered. The Bill Stadium is getting absolutely panned. We ripped them for the jerseys about a week ago, and Josh Allen had to come to the defense of the jerseys. It's gotten so bad. The Bills have they've released a statement on the idea that they have all these season ticket holders with obstructed views, and they're saying those seats aren't sold. Yes, there are seats with obstructed views. Those seats aren't what's going to be sold.
They're for other losers.
They are getting killed for too tiny of a scoreboard as well, too tiny of video boards, and it's just
hate to see a tiny scoreboard.
They went for a very classic-looking stadium, and it's just a good reminder for Browns fans out there, when our stadium gets released, it is not going to look classic, and I'm very happy that it won't. It might end up not looking great or flopping for all sorts of different reasons, but it won't be because of a lack of originality. It is very hard to be original with these stadiums, and people get pissed when you don't try to be original.
Yeah, but the easiest thing to avoid is bad sight lines.
Yeah, I don't know how you have that happen.
And not just that, it's the toughest thing to overcome because, like you look at some of the great failed stadiums, sight lines are the number one thing. Even, oh my gosh, I'm trying to remember the new stadium that came out, and they immediately, within 5 years, had to kind of, we have to take this pillar out so people can actually see the damn game. It'll come to me. But yes, this is unacceptable.
Wouldn't you think the architecture, or whoever is responsible for coming up with all this, wouldn't you think that there'd be like a designated person basically to make sure that your sight line isn't screwed up for every seat in there?
They have programs which can tell, you can literally go to any seat in the stadium and get the sight line.
So that's the problem, is they're saying that the people that were sold their tickets, that they were given that what you're describing, and it is not matching what they actually got when they went for their version of the orange and brown scrimmage.
Yeah, but they're still the tickets. But that sight line still exists. If you're going to sell something and you can't see 20 yards of the field, you've spent $2 billion on it, you've screwed up, sirs. And I'm going to be the guy that says it. All right. Let's go here. Let's go. Newly minted Michigan head coach Kyle Whittingham made waves at Big Ten Media Day when he refused to say he hated Ohio State. So in his media availability yesterday, he was asked if he had dedicated times in practice towards the rivalry.
Sure, yeah. There's periods where you practice segments or things in the weight room that, that's talked about. We've got the countdown clocks. I mean, I'm not trying to downplay that at all. It's a huge game, gigantic. And it's something that we all have in the back of our mind 24/7. And so I don't know, I probably should have worded it differently, but that game is of utmost importance.
So I'm not sure if you watched the full audio.
No, I didn't.
He looks defeated by this conversation.
He sounded defeated.
I like Kyle Whittingham so much as a head coach, but he's really not defeating the allegations of this is not a Michigan guy and he's not going to know how to win here.
He doesn't care about it. You can hear in his voice he doesn't care about it. And at that age, I don't think he wants to even pretend like he's trying to care about it. I think he's like, guys, we'll go play football as best as we can, and we don't have to care about the rivalry here. It's not. I know it's a big game. I understand that, but it's not my big focus.
I think he is. I think Kyle's a genuinely great coach. What he did at Utah, to me, is more impressive than what Urban did in the 2 years Urban was there. But you can't not get this rivalry. You can't. And he's also coming from a point where Sharon Moore really drove that thing into the side of the embankment real quick. And so he's not even coming from like a position of strength on that.
I mean, he definitely drove it somewhere. We'll put that out there. Oh, we'll get Deshaun. Deshaun's going to make the trip over.
Look at that.
We've not had enough players that have gone to that side and have actually gotten to the fans closest to us because they're doing this cool thing with kids and lining up there, and I love that. But there's something that is attached to this, is that Deshaun feels like he's starting to be maybe welcomed again. Maybe that's what this is telling you.
Deshaun does have pretty impressive quads, and I'm going to say it. I'm not afraid to. I'm comfortable with my own manhood enough to say Deshaun has very impressive quads.
I'm just saying there's a lot of people lined up for this autograph right now. For as many people that want to call in and tell us how much they don't like Deshaun Watson, there's a lot of people lined up right now to go ahead and get this autograph.
216-474-0092. Are you impressed by Deshaun Watson's quads?
Jake, go have him sign a Shador jersey.
That's funny. Where does the tie go with the Browns? We'll find that out in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
when the Knicks will raise their championship banner. Coming up today at 4:20 on Afternoon Drive, NBC Sports' John Fanta joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Get to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel to see daily Browns training camp breakdowns with Darryl Ryder and Coach Lance Reisland.
John Fanta coming up in just about 20 minutes' time. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive again live from Berea. Grant Delpit coming up at 6 o'clock tonight. Albert Breer should be coming up right about 5:20 tonight. Now, there could be some weather in the area, so we might have to be doing a little bit of hustling here at some point this segment or next, hopefully in the break. And we should be able to finish the show inside. But it's been a nice little productive day we've got going on here.
I'd say so. And with Deshaun, by the way, still signing autographs.
Well, that's a man of the people.
That's good. That's nice. I haven't seen him do that yet this camp, by the way, and I haven't been here at every camp, but I've not seen him come over to the other fans or even line up with the kids or anything, and that's not saying anything like, oh, he's whatever. I'm just saying I do wonder if there is maybe some idea that Deshaun has gotten that all of Cleveland doesn't necessarily hate him. Doesn't mean he's got a bunch of supporters out there, but you can tell by the people lining up for his autograph, he doesn't have a universal hate that maybe he once thought existed here.
I tend to believe the Jimmy Haslam line that if you play good football, eventually everybody kind of gets on board with you.
Yeah.
But I think how long that is going to take is what's most interesting to me, right? Like, I do think did
Darryl just go for a sup and it was not reciprocated?
Was Darryl rebuffed on the sup?
Now he's going to the public side.
Oh, wow.
That's what's not. Now he's going to the public side.
Wasn't that guy on his payroll?
And he's hitting, and so he's hitting now the public side. The other side was more the VIP experience.
Nobody in Cleveland likes you.
This is now for the. This is now.
I was
for the
talking about the
public.
guy.
I know.
Yeah.
I got it. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I smirked. I just moved on.
Hey. You sold your credibility to go ahead and get, I'm sure it was maybe $100 a month, maybe some like free Subway. You think maybe
it does feel like the type of move that you would make if you're Deshaun. If you feel like people don't hate you as much as maybe they once did.
No, it does. And I'm by the way, I'm being playful at another media member. I'm not being playful at Deshaun because, quite frankly, I'm trying to remain as impartial with Deshaun. But I do like. I'll say it again. I believe that people will come around if Deshaun is a starting quarterback and plays well. Now, if they were to name him the starter after the preseason game this weekend, I think it'd be a long 6 weeks. I think the earliest you're going to get buy-in from a fair amount of folks in this town is probably week 1 against Jacksonville. But even then, I said this when you were out.
Mm-hmm.
If Shedeur wins the starting job, those first couple weeks, I'm going to be very patient because he's a young quarterback going into games 8, 9, 10, 11.
Correct, yeah.
Whereas I just don't have that with Deshaun. If the whole point of starting Deshaun is he gives you the best chance to win, then your ass better win and he better look good.
Well, yeah, that's why we talk about the leashes just being so different for these two quarterbacks. Shadeur's going to have some time. Deshaun, 4 games, 5 games, 6 games, like max, in order to try to make sure that he looks like he has a clue out there. And part of the reason why I feel like there are some out there that believe Deshaun has this edge is not only because he's a veteran, but also that idea is that you don't have to give him 10 weeks to showcase whether he's good or not. You can just kind of rip the Band-Aid off and say, okay, this is a fun 4 weeks. You don't have it. You didn't show us anything. Now we're on to Shedeur Sanders.
If you guys are just joining us right now, and again, I didn't get every person's take out there, but Deshaun made a couple big plays today. He did have the big interception that kind of went viral.
Yeah.
Dylan Gabriel, very much the same thing.
Yeah, the nice throw to Isaiah Bond, though. I want to recognize that from Deshaun. There's a really nice throw that he had there. And maybe that's part of what we're talking about with Deshaun in the big picture, right?
Mhm.
Is that idea. He has nice throws. They do exist. They are there. It's just, can you make enough nice throws while not having the turnovers and not having the, oh, my God, what happened there throws?
Well, but I think, and then like the idea with Shedeur is that Shedeur has been very steady.
Yes.
And Shedeur has kind of avoided the big mistakes, which is what everybody said he couldn't do last year. And I think that's what makes where we are so interesting is it's like, from the Shedeur side of things, if the perception is that Deshaun has taken at least a slight lead here, I think I would really love to know from Todd Monken. We're not going to find it. Remember, he doesn't know his honesty. I'd love to know what actually is important to Shedeur getting the job if that perception is true.
Yeah, 7 touchdowns, 10 picks in the 7 games last year, and the 10 picks it gets highlighted in a massive way. Well, if he can showcase that he can, limit those and maybe not have as many. And I really think, Nick, I think a lot of last year what happened, and the difference between having 8 picks and 10 picks is massive as far as for where people rank these things. But I think he was trying to make something happen.
Yeah.
We watched him. As he was playing these games, he was just trying to make anything happen, give any sort of spark to a team that had 0 wide receivers, 0 offensive line. At that point, Judkins was already injured. He was just trying to make plays out there. You see, when you have enough skill position players out there and you're getting protected the right way, you can see Shedeur's making the right football play and is much more conservative with the football because he doesn't have to feel like he's got the whole world on his shoulders.
Well, and it's interesting to me is if you had coming into camp, you said, what does Shedeur have to do to win the job?
Yeah.
I would imagine it is play controlled football. That's what he's done.
That's what he's done.
And so it's a weird thing of like, okay, well then what's the next step? And that doesn't mean that they're truly moving the goalposts, but it does, like, again, I don't love ambiguity, and these things are set up for ambiguity.
I know, but so it's like flavors of ice cream, though. If everyone's got their favorite, what flavor does Todd Monken enjoy the most? Is he going to enjoy the idea that, let's say, Deshaun Watson, in some of the things he cares the most about, was not displayed yesterday with the final 2 minutes, obviously, but trying to make sure that you can get the snap off, that you can make everything, all the adjustments at the line, all these type of things, mixed with that veteran presence that he has. If that's going to be something he's going to prioritize, then it didn't matter what Shedeur was going to do out here.
I also think it's interesting, and I'm sure you can make this point better than me because you saw where Shedeur and Deshaun both were a week ago. Then you went on vacation and came back to a different situation.
Completely different story.
I think it's interesting that if you had asked 5 days ago if it's a tie, who does it go to? I think it would be a completely different answer for most Browns
100%.
fans today than it was 5 days ago, which is an insane amount to kind of flip-flop back to.
100%. I feel like most Browns fans a week ago said the tie goes to Shedeur. It has to go to Shedeur because you can actually show something with Shedeur Sanders, and maybe you have a chance. And I feel like most Browns fans still believe that in a sense. But I think if people are trying to read into Monken and what he's been telling us, it's not that the tie goes to Shedeur. The tie goes to the veteran. Deshaun's the veteran in this, and what he's shown us so far in camp is what is dictating a lot of this, whether that is Spencer Fano having to earn it, whether that is Denzel Boston and Casey Concepcion having to earn their promotions as well. Like he treats veterans differently, and so I think people are reaching into that mindset of Monken and understanding that the veteran has the upper hand, and it is no longer a tie goes to the second-year pro that'll give you a long-term benefit. It is tie goes to the veteran.
Yeah, I still think tie goes to Shedeur. I understand the win now stuff, and I love that about Todd Monken.
I hope you're right.
I think Todd has to understand, like, if he gets Deshaun back to a certain level, as great as that is, and again, I do think even Deshaun back to the 16th best quarterback in the NFL, and you're winning a lot of games, I think the ultimate benefit here is to have a young quarterback that is ready to go. And if he really does, if he's seen the upside in Shedeur and growth in Shedeur, I think you cannot convince me that he doesn't see the true upside organizationally and on the field. The guy that turned Shedeur from unplayable in the eyes of many in the NFL to a starting quarterback in the NFL is the kind of stuff that buys you job security for the next decade.
I mean, I hope he sees it as well. I don't know right now that he does. I just don't have that impression. And right now the impression I do have.
But how much of that is just the perception of everyone thinking the quarterback derby is flipped?
No. It's the perception of it is what he's done with some of these veterans or what he's done with some of these rookies already in camp. That's where this is coming from for myself. And I think that's where a lot of people are getting it as well. How he's treated the other positions and how he's treated the other rookies, there is a you have to earn it mentality to him. I think about Mike Tomlin in this. Mike Tomlin had this same type of mentality as well. He talked about with Broderick Jones a week ago with the left tackle situation. There's left tackles don't enter the NFL and have to earn it when you're taken in the top 10. That's not reality. Like you're given that job. You've earned that job with what you did in college. Monken has a different mindset. Monken has you have to show it to me and you have to prove it to me that you can do it. And I would hope throughout this stretch Shedeur shows it to him enough, the same way that now he's given Fano the opportunity to be the starting left tackle, it appears, and the way that he's promoted Denzel Boston to be in the X. But I can't confidently say these coaches. They just have trust in these veterans in a way that I don't look at it that way, and you don't look at it that way.
But here's the thing: trust is a lot more easier earned from that side of things.
They weigh the experience differently than you and I do.
They do, but I don't think the experience is something he can't overcome. He being Shedeur, meaning that I'm sure there is something Shedeur can do that when he shows Monken that. Monken will flip the switch because I think it's the same thing with Spencer Fauno.
So I agree with you.
I weigh on the experience until ... this happens.
I agree with you. But we're talking tie goes to the runner situations. We're talking about when both quarterbacks at the end of this, if it looks kind of equal and you're trying to weigh the pros and the cons of it all, what does Monken prioritize? He's going to prioritize, at least it appears to me right now, he's going to prioritize the veteran presence that Deshaun Watson has. And on top of it, then that quick leash we've already discussed earlier in the segment of, all right, 4 games, it stinks. We'll go to Shedeur. We'll move this thing forward. I wish it wasn't this way. I would give it to Shedeur right away. I still think ultimately that is what ends up happening. But I'm just trying to get into Monken's brain a little bit here and see how he's operated through camp and whether that's changed anybody's mind on this whole entire operation.
My message for you, friend, trust in Todd.
I'm going to have a lot of things about Todd. I don't know it's going to be trust, but I'm going to have a lot of things on Todd.
216-474-0092. What can Shedeur to win the job now? We got John Fanta, NBC Sports, coming up in just about 10 minutes. See you on the other side.
Mendoza joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Leave the garage door open and turn up the fan. Spend the summer with your home for Cleveland Sports Talk. 92.3 The Fan. Training camp coverage powered by Expert Renovations and Consumer Tire. 92.3 The Fan.
All right, back in here on The Fan. We are live in Berea, and we are at Browns training camp as we're going to talk to Browns, new extension, basically one of the veterans in this team at this point, safety Grant Delpit joining us here on The Fan. Hello, Grant. How you doing today?
Good, man. How about y'all?
I'm good. Well, all right, so we got to dress because we are on camera right now, so people can see you holding a puppy.
Oh, we are?
Yeah, we are. Yeah. What's happening here? Is this your dog? Did you adopt this dog? What happened?
No, I haven't adopted him yet, but they're up for adoption. You know, we got the dogs out here every day. Shout out to the dog pound, man. This is Banana. Say hi.
Banana.
Hey.
Hey, Banana. Okay.
So, you know, keep me company right now.
Okay, did you just go over and grab a dog? Is that what happened?
Yeah. I think he chose me, though.
Do you own any dogs?
I have two Frenchies. My mom keeps them in New Orleans right now, though, but yeah, two Frenchies.
Okay, is their name Orange and Apple, or what do we have here?
No, their name is Coda and Ghost.
Okay.
It's cool, though.
That's kind of cool. Yeah, that's fun. I like that. All right, let's get into it. You signed another extension here. When you think about where you were when you tore your Achilles before your rookie year to where you are now, what does it mean that this organization is essentially committed to you twice?
Yeah, I mean, it shows a lot of belief that they have in me. I think that as far as, belief from the organization, belief from the fans, belief from everybody, and it's just, a privilege for me to be able to, show out and with that support behind me.
Did at any point this offseason, did you think that you'd already played your last game as a Brown?
Nah. That didn't really cross my mind, so.
Yeah. So staying in Cleveland is obviously something that you wanted, or were you just prepared for whatever came next?
I mean, of course, you always got to be prepared, but, I had faith in the organization, AB, Haslam's, and everybody that we were going to get it done, and ultimately happened. So.
And then we got it done. It's funny, when I introduced you there, I was thinking about it in my head. I'm like, he's a veteran at this point. You've been around now for a long time, and now we have one of the youngest rosters in all of the NFL. How does it hit you to go through as many camps as you have, and now you get to show some of the young guys, like, no, this is what you have to do, and this is how you go through it?
Yeah, I mean, I am. I know. Me and Ward, I think we're the old guys on the team now, right?
At 27 and 29?
At 27 and 29. So,
yeah.
I mean, look, it just speaks to the youth and the talent that we have on this team. We're just going to try to push that energy that they have in the right direction and ride with them. So, yeah.
Yeah, Jim Schwartz had a major impact in your career. Moving from him to now Rutenberg, how has that change been?
I think that, it's a little different, but in the same kind of mentality of, like, defense dictates the downs, you know what I'm saying? And Rudy is all about heart, mind, and fist and preaching those three things, just how Schwartz was. So, it's a lot more as far as schematically, I think, and as far as, like, it's allowing the safeties plate, but it also allows us to eat more, you know what I'm saying? So, let's do it.
Brown safety Grant Delpit joining us here on The Fan. Yeah, it's, it's funny, and just thinking about the defense and where you guys were last year and how dominant you were, even though the offense obviously wasn't as good. When you have this year and people say Miles is gone, you don't have Jim Schwartz anymore, they're expecting some sense of a step back. What would you say to those people that think a step back is coming?
Just watch and see.
Yeah.
Watch and learn. You know what I'm saying? We don't really got much to say with those people. We just chilling out here, man. We just chilling with the dogs, getting better.
This dog wants to be anywhere but here right now. This
Nah,
dog is like, hey, I thought you were taking me on a walk.
I don't think that's true.
I thought we were going. Well, there's loving being on your lap, but I think he thought that you were going and taking him somewhere.
Oh, yeah. I tricked him to the interview.
Yeah. Well, he saw your extension in the trades.
Yeah, he is.
And so he's like, all right, we got a good dad. This is going to be great.
Hey, Jordan, let's get this. He wants to go play. There we go. Go ahead, buddy.
At this point in your career, do you consider yourself a safety who can do everything, or is there one thing that you do at an elite level that maybe people don't appreciate enough?
Oh, yeah. I mean, obviously it's more to my game. I feel like you can always get better. I've left some plays on the field last year. Having this experience, I would say I'm deficient in any area.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to have confidence in your game as well. But, I know I could do it all. So, I don't know. Maybe y'all tell me. I don't know.
No, I mean, you're one of the best safeties in the
Yeah.
league. You know what I mean? Like, there's a reason for that. That's what makes me interested in asking the question. It's like, what is? I mean, if I was talking to Patrick Mahomes right now, I'd be
Right.
like, all right, so where can you take your game? You've hit a certain spot. You obviously are playing at an elite level. Like, where do you take your game from here?
Right. I mean,
Or is it just status
making,
quo at that
yeah,
point?
it's getting the ball. That's really what it's about on
Mhm.
defense. It's ball production. You know, at the end of the day, you could be great in all areas, but if you don't get the ball, it's like you're average. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, sure.
Let's go get that ball this year.
What makes playing safety harder now than when you enter the league?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Yeah, it actually.
Is it catered more to you now?
I don't know about cater. I think it's more of you grow in understanding the amount of years and the amount of defenses that you're in around your career,
Mhm.
and that allows you to, like I said, dictate the offense, mess with the quarterback, make plays before the play even starts. So, yeah.
You sound extremely comfortable.
Oh, yeah.
I like this.
No, comfortability is a slow death, man. You never want to be comfortable. You just
Okay.
want to be confident. So, yeah.
All right, Grant Delpit joining us here on the Fan. So obviously you spent a lot of time with Stefanski and all the practices we went through. We'd be here every year and we'd look at it. And if I'm being honest, like these practices seem different. What do you think about the difference in some of these practices? At times with Stefanski, it just kind of felt, I'm not going to use the term Club Med because that might be insulting, and I don't want to insult you here, but it felt a little bit more lackadaisical, maybe a little less intense as what this one is. This one seems more intense. Is that fair?
Listen, I've always been intense. We've always been intense.
Okay.
I know that with new coaches and stuff, we try to find new things and say that this is different and this isn't the third, but of course it's going to look different with a different staff. All we could do is do what they ask and make sure that we giving it our all out here in these practices to get better. But I ain't gonna down Stefanski like that. I think his practice was hard and we was giving all the effort we could. So it's all good.
What do you think of Todd Monken so far in the short time you've been around him now?
Yeah, I mean, two different personalities, as everybody knows, Stefanski and Monk. But you know, it looks a lot like the Ravens offense that I'm used to facing and going against. So it's a little bit of a pain, but you know, it's going to be good for us.
All right, take me through the quarterbacks, Grant. What have you been impressed the most with Shedeur Sanders?
I would say that he's definitely grown into his second year. He doesn't look like a rookie out there at all. I think he's people like to say like mature, but I think it's just, you know, it's just becoming more confident and taking those experiences that he had from last year and growing from them and knowing what could potentially come. Like I'm not baiting him into as much stuff anymore. So you know, but he's doing his thing. And flip side of that, Deshaun doing great. You know, he's time away from the game or whatever, and I don't know, he hasn't played in what, 2 years?
700 days again.
Yeah, 700 days. So I remember last year during the season, he came in lighting us up, and like during the season being the scout team quarterback. So it's cool to see him out here competing for the starting job, doing what he do. I mean, I honestly appreciate both sides. I appreciate them trying us, DBs. I appreciate them throwing the ball, not being scared to throw interceptions. Of course, we don't want an interception on offense, but as a DB, I appreciate that because that gets us work too. It's not fun when it's just 7-on-7 and you scramble and throw the ball out of bounds. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
it's all fun.
All right, so you said he was lighting you guys up in the scout team last year.
Last year, yeah, during the season. Yeah.
Really?
But that's during the season. You know, that's not during camp. It's two completely different paces at practice.
Okay,
Let's just say that.
That's fair. Who's the offensive player that's giving you the most struggle so far? You've been really impressed with. You watch it because there's so many young guys. You watch and you're just like, this guy, that's an NFL player, no questions asked. I'm impressed with what he's doing.
All right. Giving me problems? Nobody.
I assume that. I assume nobody was giving you actual problems. But, like, you look at this guy and say, he's making me work a little bit harder than I'd like. Or even just because you've been around the game so long, you've seen it now at this point, you're like, all right, Denzel Boston, that's an NFL wide receiver right there. Or Concepcion, that's an NFL wide receiver right there.
Yeah, no, listen, fans, look, we got two ballers. We got two new ballers at receivers. Boston and Concepcion, man, them dudes going to put up numbers. Like, KC catches everything, even with the small frame that he has, and he's fast and he has routes. Denzel, down the field, in the curl, whatever, like big body receiver, catch radius crazy. So we got a lot of brightness over that side.
Grant, what kind of hobbies you getting into these days?
I'm trying to learn how to play the guitar, bro. I want to learn how to play electric guitar. I want to. Yeah, I want to be Nirvana. Yeah.
You want to be in Nirvana?
Yeah.
When you said it, I was thinking like an acoustic guitar by the Fire.
Nah.
And just singing for. No, you want to be a rock star.
What happened was I went to Hawaii. I left with a ukulele.
Yeah.
I said, this is cool. But I want to be a rock star. You know what I'm saying? So I went and got the electric Defender. You know what I mean? I don't know what I'm doing right now, but I'm going to figure it out.
Grant, I appreciate you. Good luck during the season. We'll catch you with you later. Thank you so much.
Appreciate y'all.
Brown safety Grant Delpit there. Great stuff with you and Grant Delpit. Now, did you inform him off air Nirvana's a no-go? You can't be in Nirvana for an obvious reason, or did you not want to let him down gently about Kurt Cobain?
He seemed really excited.
Yeah.
He seemed really excited about the prospect of it all. And
Yeah.
I you know.
Foo Fighters, maybe. We just saw him yesterday.
I'm not a dream killer, you know. I'm gonna let him live in his dreams.
I would call this a dream modifier.
Yeah, maybe a different
spoiler alert: Kurt Cobain has been gone for 32 years.
Yeah.
May he rest in peace.
Yeah.
But the Foos are still going. I think Soundgarden might be getting back together with different singers. Stone Temple Pilots still going.
I think you know way more about being a rock star than maybe he does, and maybe I do. Definitely more than I do, and so I don't. None of us were concerned about that. I think we just want to see him up in the bright lights and really with an understanding that he does not want to be Kenny Chesney.
I really do like, by the way, that he talked about his guitar thing, because guitar has been like Chinese to me. Trying to learn it is not. But I do have a baritone ukulele, and that has given me hope that maybe I can learn the guitar at this age if I just apply myself. Still waiting on that part of it, because it's not that hard to learn like 6 chords on a baritone ukulele, and all of a sudden you feel like a real strummer.
I have no idea. I took guitar lessons in 7th grade. I took one guitar lesson. My older brother, little brother, and myself. We all got our guitar lessons. We're ready to go. I took one. They taught me Smoke on the Water, and I never went back.
Now, if I brought out a real Axeman right now, and he handed you,
I could still probably, I could
you
still
rock
probably
Smoke on the Water?
I think I could. Yeah, I think I still could. Yeah.
That's impressive.
But no, it really isn't. But that's the only thing that's like the first song they teach you, and it's like the most obvious like entry point into it. And I was more going for the Kenny Chesney thing.
Yeah.
I wanted to be the guy that would sing around the bonfire and get chicks, and turns out the dedication wasn't there for me.
Well, these things
one
happen.
lesson was enough for me to be like, we're good. This
Being
isn't worth
Kenny's
it.
hard, I think, was the takeaway there. A lot of work from you to Kenny Chesney. I did like what he had to say about the young wide receivers. We actually saw, while we were up coming to the Browns studio here, from inclement weather, we actually saw Casey Concepcion hanging out with Shador, and I think there were a couple other
Jake,
people.
I don't know. Did you see Shador give me the one of those? One of those head nods? Did you see that as we passed?
He was so busy.
Did you see that? Well, you missed that?
Yeah, I don't. I think
I certainly didn't see anything towards your direction.
Oh,
with
I
the
didn't
sup.
look that way.
I didn't see
look
that.
for a second sup. I'm not a greedy man. All right.
Okay.
If he had said, "Yo, big man,"
We made eye contact.
I would have looked over. I'd be like, I would have supped him back.
We made eye contact, and this is not how eye contact is supposed to work. Or this is how it's supposed to work. Unlike with Mason Graham, where I felt like he was mean mugging me.
He was
This
mean-mugging
was
you.
in
Yeah.
the spirit of people around him. We made eye contact, gave me the little head nod, We're on our way.
I saw no suppage.
This is unbelievable.
I get it.
This is unbelievable.
I've been thoroughly supped by Shador, and you're the Shador guy. Many people now are saying, "Is Nick really the Shador guy on the show?"
Sure.
Because of said supposition, and here we are. And then I get it. So you want to catch up. You're going to get there one day, little buckaroo.
Sure. One other thing from Grant Delpit. Him saying Deshaun Watson lit him up last year in scout team, I thought was interesting.
Yeah.
Well, the idea, and he's like, well, it's scout team isn't what's happening in these practices. These practices are obviously different for X, Y, and Z. But the acknowledgement that Deshaun was lighting him up last year during scout team, I thought he was supposed to be really injured. I thought he was supposed to not be healthy enough to play. I thought that was part of the whole deal was that Deshaun was going through some stuff and wasn't able to get out there on the field, and that's why Shador's job was safe until the end of the season. I thought that was part of the setup of all this, not the idea that Deshaun was lighting him up in scout team.
I mean, if we remember, there was the report where it was the was it unnamed source says that they thought Deshaun was the best quarterback in the quarterback room in December.
Was the unnamed source Grant Delpit? Because he just told us that. Essentially just told, and he was just going scout team, obviously, but like the scout team idea, apparently Deshaun was awesome for a lot of different reasons. He was awesome last year in scout team.
If you just missed it, we had Grant Delpit on, but if you missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. It was a great weekend. We got more Browns talk on the way, and really a real Sophie's choice for me in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking at new trucks this month, you know a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. And I did the hard thing today because I've been driving around the high-output 540 horsepower Hurricane engine. And, guys, I got to tell you, I was blown away. The week that I spent in that truck, I miss it already, right? Because I didn't just go from, like, oh, this beautiful 540 horsepower Hurricane engine to my Ram legendary 5.7-liter Hemi V8. No, Mama Bear needed my Ram today. So I went from the Hurricane, not to the Hemi V8, but from the Hurricane to a non-Ram. So I'm going through the emotions. Of course, you guys know you can also look at the 420 horsepower Hurricane engine, whichever Ram you choose. When it comes to Ram, guys, you're going to feel the power this month and beyond. And why would anyone trust any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? Friends don't let friends drive four-bangers. I heard that said back to me multiple times this weekend.
catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today, get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
If you can't get to training camp during the week, let our team be your eyes and ears in Berea. For breaking news all season long, trust Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
And
Weekend football talk coverage on The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
We got the lead coming up in just about 20 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. One of the things we talked about earlier, and then we had to get to Brian Brennan. If you guys missed that, Brian was a great interview. Talked about going back to the Muni lot. Talked about his playing days. Talked about the modern athlete and what they're being subjected to. But there is this notion, JP, that Todd Monken is mishandling the quarterback position. And I have somebody I want to start. And I do think that there is a disparity maybe in their preference or who they seem to be pushing out there with Deshaun and what I think I've actually seen in practice.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the mishandling, he might not be doing it the way I want him to do it. I don't think that's the same thing as mishandling.
I just don't know what else people would have wanted at this point. I understand people got frustrated Saturday. Saturday was weird. That was an odd situation. That maybe wasn't the greatest thing in the world. But when you have an actual quarterback competition, I'd be angry if you'd already called it. And I'd be like, well, you didn't give it a true chance. So I don't want him. I don't need him to be Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota right now.
It's just funny that I think people are straddling one of two positions right now. Either you're getting impatient that Todd Monken hasn't named the quarterback
I think that
spot.
is one. I think there are people that are frustrated with this process, even though it's, again, very early, all things considered.
And I think Saturday proves the other one is if you think he's about to announce a quarterback, but it's not the one you want. And it's funny because right now I'm in the let's see it play out. Oh, I'm talking about the quarterback thing. He's got to make a decision by week one. The sooner, I understand the importance of soon enough.
Right.
You do have to do that, but you also can't rush a legitimate quarterback battle. And the other thing is, it's going to take a bit of patience. But if he names Deshaun the starting quarterback in the next week, I'm going to try, and this is going to be tough, I'm going to be trying to wait until week one to judge the fruits of that. But then again, I will be judging week one.
I'll be
but
judging
at least
week
we'll
one.
try and bridge to week one.
But it would have been a shocker, though, if he was able to name Deshaun the starter without actually seeing him out there, even in a preseason game.
Yeah.
Or even in the joint practices. Up against teams that aren't our team is something that he's got to be evaluating. A guy hasn't played in 700 days.
So they're in a weird spot where, last year, you and I were saying Kenny Pickett doesn't look good.
Yeah.
Dylan Gabriel really Kenny Pickett just kind of looked meh. Dylan Gabriel looked bad. And they continued to talk about how impressed they were with Dylan Gabriel.
They were just flat-lying to us is
and
what
then
happened.
when we saw him in preseason, it was oh, he's not ready. He's not any good.
Mm-hmm.
And then we saw him in the regular season. Everything we thought matched up with that. They're in a position here with Deshaun where, assuming that Deshaun is the starter on Saturday, that is my assumption to this point, it's going to be really interesting. If he looks good, then I do think there's going to be an element of the pressure being off. If he looks poor, if he looks like he has in some of the practices, I kind of don't know where you go from there if you're the Browns.
Well, that's what's so interesting is if they're going to have a ball don't lie moment where what we're seeing is going to try to match up, we have to see something within these games. But also turn around, though, and look and say there's enough people that watched what happened in the preseason last year, whether that was the Panthers game that Shedeur did light up and was awesome, or whether it was the Rams game where he didn't look good, where we kind of have this mixed bag. It's going to be so interesting to find out what people actually take away with these preseason games and what they don't. But with Deshaun, it matters because him up against real live competition is something that I've always questioned in a Browns uniform.
We're just in a funny spot where, most years, I'm guy threw a pick in camp, don't worry about it. All right, it's just preseason football. Because this is year one of Todd Monken, and really I think the first real year that Shedeur's getting NFL coaching heading into the season.
Hey, there he is.
And Deshaun also hasn't been on the field for 2 years.
Right as you said Todd Monken's name, he walked by. It was
I saw.
No, but it was it was as if you called him.
Well,
you summoned Monken, and then he came out of the door.
I am the Monken. I'm Monken the Maximizer. Yeah.
Is that what that is?
I do whisper to Todd.
What just happened there? I don't know.
It's a really nice hoodie, Coach.
Good saunter on that walk too.
Hey, Coach. Oh, he's got football guy.
That was a good walk.
He's got football guy swagger.
Solid walk.
That's a real thing. Now, Bruce Arians, the guy who I compare most to, had it was a football guy stagger, but again, very similar.
Stagger?
Yeah. Well, yeah, because he had health issues.
Was he drunk too?
No. He just wasn't the most sound from the foot side of things. So
Yeah.
he kind of, anyways. But I do think we're forced to live and die with what is going on in practice and in the preseason. In a way that it's what other time would we have ever done this before?
Not him, don't worry.
I thought that I was like, isn't that who you called coach earlier?
No, definitely. It was coach and now different guy. Hey, fun thing about the Browns, they all wear the same outfit / uniform.
Yeah.
They all get organized.
Ooh.
Really quickly.
Now if I've said that I've been supped by Shador, and that's a real this creates an imbalance in our radio partnership.
I think it's fine. Yeah,
and I believe you believe that.
Sure.
I know you want to believe that.
Sure. The head nod heard around the world. I guess it's not heard around the world.
Oh
today.
no, I got an actual
I don't
sup.
know. Yeah, well,
yeah. He verbalized to me. There's some pantomiming, I guess, maybe potentially with you.
I don't know.
If you got supped by Monken,
is that big for you?
Well, I mean, I would be like, all right, turnabout's fair play now. If the Monken Whisperer doesn't get a sup from Coach first, now I think we're on even footing.
Oddly enough, he does not stand out in these practices the way that, let's say, Stefanski did. And I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. Like when we watch these practices and everything, it felt like with Stefanski was just always around and always in different areas. With Monken, his presence, let's call it that, his presence is not nearly felt the same way. And I think that's because he's letting guys just play. I think that's what that is. And I think he's going from group to group and doing different things, but it is not. Maybe it just blends in better. I don't know. It's not nearly as obvious as it was with Stefanski.
216-474-0092.
That's not a slight. That's not even a praise. I don't know what that is. That's just an observation.
Remember what JP just said there,
it's just
Coach,
an observation.
If you're listening,
it's just an observation.
If you would like to sup somebody on this show, is Todd Monken mishandling the quarterback spot? So while we talk about that, I was at Brown Stadium yesterday for the Foo Fighters concert. I love Queens of the Stone Age, but you totally get why the Foo Fighters headlined. That is a holy crap level of energy from the Foo Fighters.
Oh, was there discourse between which one should be headlining that thing? I just assumed Foo Fighters were the bigger, better name.
It's so funny. In my head, I think of them as the same level. And not popularity, but in terms of how I like Queens of the Stone Age a little bit better than Foo.
Okay.
But because they're from the same era, I'm they're just kind of exist in the same plane mentally for me. But performance-wise, Queens is coming off a subdued acoustic tour, and so they were a little subdued. And the second Dave Grohl runs out, he just screams into the microphone and just immediately forces the audience to interact in a way that woke the hell up out of a Monday crowd.
Yeah, I saw him at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame little concert. It was 5.5 hours. It was insane. It was the one that had Taylor Swift and Dave Chappelle and all those
7 minutes
guys.
of it?
It was a lot, and Paul McCartney was there. All those guys, and his energy was just electric.
Yeah, it's funny because I've never thought Dave Grohl great frontman, and then I watched him in concert, and I was like, oh. Yeah, that might be different than Mick Jagger or Robert Plant, but holy crap, or Axl Rose, but that guy can bring it. But what's funny is one of two things is true.
Okay.
Might be both things.
Okay.
Because one, before I get to the one of two things, one, it was awesome to see everybody there. And everybody was so nice.
This is not one of the two things?
No, this is not one of the two
things.
things.
You just started with saying one now.
I know, but I want to go back to the one of two things.
You can say one of three things.
Yeah, I'm going to put a pin in the one of two things.
We can do one of three things. That's your first thing? Everyone's awesome?
No. This is not one of the two things that I will eventually get to as we do ADHD radio here on 92.3 The Fan.
We're in a different room. It's not our fault.
Listen, they've completely – I wasn't expecting Grant Delpit there. This is really Keith Britton's fault. Now – it was awesome. And Vanessa was teasing me. She's like, did you choose an aisle seat so that people would notice you? And I was like, no, I chose the aisle seat because I need room because I'm a large human. The not downside, the offset was everybody. There was no way anyone was missing me. So I got to see Randy. I saw my guy Rick at Sam's Club. I need to call him out because that was awesome this weekend.
Okay.
But I saw, PJ. Oh, my God. I saw 1 million people there, so that was awesome.
That's great.
Now, the one of two things.
Yeah.
I'm either too old for concerts, or maybe just Monday concerts, or I'm too fat. because we were well out of the Queens of the Stone Age, which went for about an hour.
Which do you think it is? Before I give you my declarative statement, and you
I'm
get to
not going to
explain
get
things.
no, I'm not going to
Okay.
get you that out of jail
Well,
free card.
I have no problem calling you a bigger man if that's what it comes down to.
1% height, 1%
1%
weight.
height, 1% weight. It's been
Yeah.
well established in this show.
Yeah, I will tell you, I noticed my height yesterday on the floor because we had floor seats.
It's a real advantage. You just see over everybody.
And I felt bad.
Felt bad for the people in back of you?
Well, the guy right behind me is a big fan of the show. We talked a little bit.
Yeah.
And I was like, the whole time, I'm like, I'm blocking the light out for this man.
That sucks.
Like, well, I mean, it's tough
Nothing
for
you
him.
can do.
It was not for me necessarily. But no, like I was like
You stopped thinking about him the second that the
yeah,
show
no.
started.
Dave Grohl ran onto that stage, and I was like, "This was awesome." Bleep anybody behind me.
Meanwhile, the guy in back, he's like, "They're not kidding. 1% height, 1% weight."
Yeah, you can really emphasize the 1% there. But for me, this is tough for me to admit. During the Foo Fighters, and they played for like 3 hours, I had to sit down. My dogs were barking.
Well, yeah. Anyway, standing for 3 hours is not something that you're probably used to or expected to do.
I mean, I go for daily walks.
Did anybody sit down at any time though? Was
Yeah.
there any? Was there? I mean,
Yeah.
at some point, people
we're
have
a bunch
to take
of old
breaks.
whites. Of course, we sat
there's
down.
got to be like a universal acceptance of everyone. Like, we can't stand for this entire thing, guys.
All right, that is the time where the two times. Now I'm going to go back to the number 2. The 2 times it got into my head about being Nick Wilson from 92.3. One is I saw on Twitter there had been a guy one section over on the other side of the porta potties that was vibing out that somebody took a video of, and I was like, oh my God, if people know I'm here and I'm trying to, I don't want to be fat ass Nick Wilson.
You don't want that video.
No, I can't.
You trying to dance?
No, I look like Slider. It's not a good look.
Well, he dances all the time.
And the second one was when I sat down. I was like, I hope I'm not letting the guy behind me down.
Yeah.
Who was so nice. We talked about Munkin. We talked about the quarterback spot. And I'm like, this guy probably thinks I'm such a wuss. So what I would do is I would wait till Vanessa's feet hurt bad enough that she would sit down.
And then you sit down together.
And then I'd be like, like in my head, I'm like, well, now he's sitting down because he's a good husband, not because he's fat and lazy.
Yeah.
I actually think it's the age thing. Monday concerts, I might have to be done with them forever.
I think it is more the age thing. I do. You're not expected to go to concerts and party for 3 hours, or at least listen to music for 3 hours.
I mean, it started
probably
at
not that much of a
5:30.
party. Because you guys weren't drinking, I would imagine. You probably maybe had 1 beer, maybe 2 at most.
It was a strawberry something.
A
But yeah, I had it,
strawberry
yeah.
something.
Surfside.
But don't
I think.
worry, people weren't worried about your masculinity
true.
anyway.
Yeah.
you're,
Well, they were like,
you're really worried about this. Oh, I'm going to be a tough guy when you're holding a strawberry foo-foo drink.
I mean, that actually was the best thing is when we were walking in, because the dumbest thing about how they have this set up is you got to get a wristband to go on the floor. But nobody tells you that when you walk in. So when you go to the floor, they kick you out to section 129.
Okay.
And then you get to sit in line for 30 minutes. I'm not still irritated about it, by the way.
Yeah.
But the guy putting on the wristbands, because, again, as adults, we can't put on our own wristbands here. We're going to have a security guy do it
They have
for
to be
us.
authenticated, yeah.
But he tried to put it around my wrist, and he was like, whoa. The wrist's here, and looked at Vanessa like, you poor lady, this is a mountain of a man.
Yeah.
And so finally, he kind of gets it in position there, and then he goes, wow, you're just like a giant dude. Were you ever like a power lifter?
Okay, yeah.
And to which I said, nope, just fat. And we had a nice laugh about that.
This was getting in the concert,
Yes.
right? Not
Yeah.
buying the strawberry foo-foo drink.
No. So once I got the you look like a power builder thing,
Then all bets were off.
I could drink any foo-foo drink and no one's going to say a damn thing.
They shouldn't say anything anyway.
Yeah, and also if they did, I'd be like, okay.
Yeah. Like, geez,
Oh, no.
I'm drinking a beverage. We're fine.
216-474-0092. Am I too old for concerts or just too fat?
I'm switching to too fat.
You always you say it a little differently. That was a little loaded there.
Well, that's why I don't say fat. That's why I don't say fat.
The lead in the end of the show in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
The Fan on YouTube.
Nick and
Headline Sports
JP
News
back
every
on
20 minutes
Afternoon
on
Drive.
92.3 The Fan
Albert
from the
Breer
University
joining us in
Hospital
about
Sports
20 minutes
Desk. I'm Katie
time
Pollock.
with what he's heard.
We're
Not
your
just
home for
from
complete
Browns
Browns
camp,
coverage
quarterback
all
position,
year
but
long.
from
I'm not
around
going to
the
decide who the
NFL
starter is. The
is,
players decide who plays.
Always illustrious.
It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Albert Breer joining us in about 20 minutes' time with what he's heard. Not just from Browns camp on the quarterback position, but from around the NFL. Albert's on his always illustrious camp tour, but let's get to the lead here. Brown safety Grant Delpit joined us last hour. We asked him about the quarterback competition and what it's like competing against both Shedeur and Deshaun.
Deshaun doing great. You know, he's time away from the game or whatever, and I don't know, he hasn't played in, 2 years?
700 days again.
Yeah, 700 days. So I remember last year during the season, he came in lighting us up. And during the season, being the scout team quarterback, so it's cool to see him out here competing for the starting job, doing what he do. I mean, I honestly appreciate both sides. I appreciate them trying us, DBs. I appreciate them throwing the ball, not being scared to throw interceptions. Of course, we don't want an interception on offense, but as a DB, I appreciate that because it gets us work too. It's not fun when it's just 7-on-7 and you scramble and throw the ball out of bounds. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
it's all fun.
All right, so you said he was lighting you guys up in the scout team last year.
Last year, yeah, during the season. Yeah.
Really?
But that's during the season. That's not during camp. It's two completely different paces at practice.
Yeah, what's interesting about it to me is that if he was looking so good in scout team and lighting everybody up, then obviously why did they just decide to wait until the following year to have this big audition? I have a feeling they were trying to protect Deshaun there. I have a feeling they were saying, this situation, bad offensive line, no wide receivers, you're not going to look good if you get thrown in there. Wait until next year, and now here we are.
Yeah, I mean, I think this lines up with what it was reported late last year that Deshaun looked good in camp. It doesn't really mean anything to me right now. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's interesting that no one will comment even on the basics of, like, what's the difference between. And what I mean by that is, like, if you're Denzel Ward, like, how do you play against them differently? Not is one better than the other. It's pretty apparent that everyone around here is very tied up and very uptight about talking about any of the quarterbacks because they don't want it to become a headline.
And we've tried. We asked Denzel Ward that exact question. What's the difference between Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders? Take us through their games. What do you see? What do you not see? Same thing here with Grant Delpit. But it's just interesting. Now, why do you think that is? I think it's because I think it's less to do with the idea that they're worried about backlash from the Browns. I think it's more about the idea that they know these clips are going to go viral. They know these clips are going to be talked about. And they know that the Shedeur fans, if you say something nasty, are going to be nasty about it as well.
Yeah, I just think there's
so
a lot.
What's the gain there?
Yeah, well, and I think I think that's also a sign of the times where I just think guys are afraid of their own shadow as things were.
Yeah, agreed. Zach Jackson of The Athletic joined the morning show today. He believes that Shedeur Sanders will start the most games this season.
It's not the end of the world at all. And my gut feeling, again, right now, more than 4 weeks before they play a game, is that Shedeur Sanders will not start the season, but he will start the most amount of games. That's how I see this going.
So I think this is a fair read. And right now, I don't have anything to disprove what Zach is saying. Mm-hmm. I do think I'd love to know, one for one, how Shedeur fans process this. Will they look at this and go, well, I mean, if he's going to start the most amount of games, that's the best chance to make a difference? Or whether it's like me where I'm like, no, I think the best chance to make a difference is starting week one. I think starting the first 6 weeks of this season is more important to giving him a real chance to do this than he starts the next 11 games.
Yeah, this season should be a make or break in all senses of it for Shedeur Sanders in a Browns uniform. And in order, if you're going to give a make or break ultimatum on it, then you have to at least give him a chance to make it. If Deshaun Watson, I would put the odds of him playing all 17 games and him being healthy for all 17 games very, very low. But if Deshaun goes out there and plays all 17, guess who doesn't get to play any games at all? It's Shedeur Sanders. That's why you want it out of the gate.
So I don't know if everyone's talking about this quarterback situation the way they are. About, well, it's an evaluation season, so of course we're going to see multiple quarterbacks play. Because one of those quarterbacks is a 30-year-old, can't stay healthy and not very good quarterback over the last 6 years. So I don't know if people are talking about this because of the last year, where it was very much just understood at least 3 quarterbacks are going to play, or whether there's some reason to believe that this year.
I don't think it's just last year, Nick. I think look at the recent Browns history post Baker Mayfield. Even the year that Joe Flacco came in and saved the day, that was the 5th quarterback that we were on that year.
I just think what kills me about it is I don't think you can say it's an evaluation season if you're then signing up for multiple quarterbacks this year before you even get there. I think the most important thing to evaluating a team is that you have continuity at quarterback. Every other thing can change around this team, as long as the quarterback is set in stone. And I like, if this is how the Browns are looking at it, again, I just refuse to believe a football man like Todd. I need to trust in Todd that he knows, hey, if you really want to evaluate every piece around this roster, you need a quarterback to start for 17 straight games.
Which one do you think has the best odds of starting for 17 games, and why is it Shedeur Sanders by a mile?
Because it's Shedeur Sanders, and I think Deshaun can stay healthy.
But I think maybe that's where some of the disconnect comes between when we have these conversations and then when other people have these conversations. We both, with our heart of hearts, believe Shedeur can actually finish a 17-game season. Is it going to happen? We'll find out, but we believe with Shedeur that's possible. I don't believe there's a world that exists where Deshaun Watson plays all 17 games in a Browns uniform.
Yeah.
I don't believe that. And so I think that's maybe where some of the discrepancy comes in play.
Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com was on with Baskin and Phelps today, and she talked about the timeline for the Browns to name a starting quarterback.
We ended up back at a competition between these two guys when I think some of us thought that perhaps Deshaun had edged ahead a little bit. Not necessarily winning the competition, but when he took those first-team reps on Saturday, I think there was a general sentiment that perhaps this was pretty significant. But Todd tells us yesterday, not so. They're still alternating days, and they're each going to get a game. So this is going to go on for a while, and it does concern me a little bit because I really do think that the starting 11 has got to get working together. The season opener is a month away, and it's really, really time to get these guys repping it over and over.
Yeah, it's interesting. We do have more time than we typically have after the preseason game number 3 until we have that very first actual NFL game. There's a lot of time. And you can use the preseason games to do so, to figure out what you need to do within this competition.
So I'm not where Mary Kay is, where maybe there's a little bit of like, all right, we need to get on this. We need to name the starting quarterback. I also don't think we're that far away. We're in this really weird spot where if you ask me, like, all right, a week from now, if it doesn't seem like they're leaning one way or another, will you start to get concerned? I don't know. I don't know what's the day. I can't say like,
so the 23rd,
2 Tuesdays from now is when I'm really going to start to be concerned.
The 23rd seems to be the date that a lot of people, including Zach Jackson, by the way, is circling as the date that we're going to have an answer by. The 23rd, which puts you after the second preseason game, obviously ahead of the third preseason game. If it's the 23rd, is that good enough for you? It's 12 days from now.
Sure. It sounded good. Like when you said it and then you said the Zach thing, it was like, that sounds good.
It sounds like you're surprised. Yeah. We're putting a lot of thought into this. We've not only
we've
figured
put our
out
top men on this.
Our top men. We've dissected when exactly the best day appears to be for when we're going to get a Munkin announcement on this whole thing.
Did we consult an astrologist on it? Because that's the only way you could really get me more in on this. Miss Diane says that Tuesday, the 23rd, really favors us.
Okay, then. Browns head coach Todd Monken spoke with the media today and addressed the team's issues with pre-snap penalties.
Yeah, not good. I got hijacked. I mean, we did such a good job on Saturday, cadence-wise, and then at the end in 2 minutes, just couldn't get out of our own way. Well, I did a poor job of working through it. Tried to continue with cadence just to, force them in the moment. To overcome a little bit of a setback in the drive, but we're certainly not there yet. I said it to the offense. I said it to those guys. I told them that in that moment, what I should have done and what I didn't do. And that, as I've said to them and us, I mean, we're human. you know, I got fired up. I was pissed. And that was awful. That was football. And that is going to get me fired up. And I have to own some of that. Obviously, we haven't coached it well enough. There were other aspects about the 2-minute that got me fired up that obviously was a reflection of coaching. I mean, those things, we're getting plenty of effort. You guys are fighting their rear ends off. We're tough. So we got that. Okay, well, how are we going to do the little things well? And that's coaching. That's me, and that's our staff.
So I like that he brought this up, but I also like him saying, like, I lost my temper on Monday because we're, 3 weeks into this, and we're still having these operational issues, no matter who the quarterback is. It's not like it's just a Shedeur problem.
It was both of them yesterday.
And so I like, this is the time where if you're going to lose your mind and you do the old school thing, this would be the time to kind of impress the importance of get your bleep together.
Yeah, I just think it is interesting that he got embarrassed by it, or at least appears to be embarrassed by it, when all we've ever known you to be is a hothead, Todd.
Ooh, I've known him to be a smart aleck, which I like.
As a supposed truth teller, but now that's been taken away because now he's lying to the media outwardly.
Yeah, but he was honest about it.
Honest about his lying?
He was honest that he would lie.
Honest about his
lying. He doesn't owe you truth. So you see, it's a little double-edged sword. Was he?
Not really.
No, if he lied about being honest, I have a bigger problem with it.
Yeah.
But being honest that you lied, now...
Still, in fact, makes you a liar.
No.
Honest about lying still, in fact, makes you a liar.
No, because at some level, you're being truthful. Even if
yes,
even if it's just with
the
yourself.
The level that exists past the one of you being a liar.
No, I don't. You're not hearing it right. We'll play that back in the break.
Sure.
Albert,
what does Albert
we're having
think?
fun.
Is Monken a liar? I don't know.
And we'll ask that of Albert Breer and what he's hearing about the quarterback spot in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
76ers game on opening night when the Knicks will raise their championship banner. Coming up next on Afternoon Drive, Albert Breer from Monday Morning Quarterback joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, back on Afternoon Drive. Albert Breer now coming up at 6 o'clock. And I believe, Little Birdie tells me, the Little Birdie was Mac, by the way, that he'll be at Browns camp tomorrow as well.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
So we should just be real D's and get him at 6 today. And then try and get him on there tomorrow and act like nothing has happened.
And be like, no, what's changed? Well, no, the fun thing, though, is Albert will then have actually been in the presence of everyone, and he'll have a different perception and impression of this team, right?
Mhm.
And so I would imagine when we walk in, the same way we have every single day this week and really the past couple weeks, we'll see Andrew Berry talking to Albert Breer. Because Andrew Berry is talking to everybody.
He is.
And I paid attention to that. I walked in again today, Andrew Berry talking to a media member.
Who? What was it in the little lounge out there?
Oh, yeah, big time. And the point of this is
I was going to ask you who it was, and I was like, wait, I don't think we're going to throw that out there yet.
The point of this is that he is on his media world tour. Andrew Berry's on this world tour of anybody and anybody that will pay attention to what is happening right now with the Browns. And it's funny because perceptionally, I think a lot of people are agitated with how this quarterback race is going and the direction of the team and generalities, at least when you talk to fans that we're talking to right now. But Andrew Berry is spit shining his perception across the NFL, and it's working one little report at a time.
It really is. And listen, Andrew's always been very good at this. Like, lost in how good Kevin Stefanski was at massaging the media. Andrew's just as good.
No, but Andrew was MIA for 2 years there. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Or mostly just last year.
When
during the regular season,
when it
things
felt
went
like
poorly.
he was gone, or maybe not even gone. That makes it seem like fired. But really, I think I fired him 6 times, so it's okay.
I fired Stefanski a lot too. It's okay.
But when it felt like he was fired or cooked, or at least this big vision, this big plan that he had, led by the trade of Deshaun Watson, when it felt like it didn't materialize and his back was against the wall, he was nowhere to be found. Now, you can tell that not only does he love the direction of this team, but you can tell he loves what he's building. It's something that you and I both believe in what he's building, because it does make sense. But the reason why he's talking to everybody is because of that faith and that belief in what is currently being constructed.
Well, but I think specific to what you're saying, it's wild to me how Kevin Stefanski got fired, and the opinion of him really didn't take a hit around the NFL. I mean, the hiring in Atlanta was lauded as a great hire. And then Andrew, while firing his head coach, somehow got his entire resume spit-shined because, again, and I want to make it clear,
because of the last 2 drafts.
Andrew did a great job last year. Draft-wise, I think he did a great job. This year, the number one concern I still have with Andrew that I think he has to prove his way out of is just roster building. He has had an Alex Wright hit, or he's made a great trade. There have been times where we've thought he was good at things. The number one thing that I just have never seen him consistently do well is build a roster. And I think that's ultimately that's what we probably should judge him on. But I think that's one thing that nobody can agree on with GMs outside of the obvious guys like Eric DaCosta or Brian Gutekunst, guys who have had these great runs as GMs
like a Howie
already.
Roseman type, yeah.
Outside of winning and losing, no one can really agree on what we should grade a general manager off of. And again, I think that benefits Andrew and how he's perceived.
Well, and what I tend to grade these guys on is something that Andrew would fail miserably at right now if we were judging him on, which is your win-loss record and how many playoff games you've won.
Oh, no. The
playoffs matter in this. You got one playoff win.
You've got to look at the process.
Yeah,
right? You got to look at the process.
That's the problem. Too many people would go to Hinkie and trust the process and act as if that's the only way to build a football team or a basketball team or a baseball team.
Now, you'll ask yourself, well, how do you grade the process? It's not by results.
Yeah.
And that's actually, by the way, I actually think the NFL is starting to get hip to this because baseball's done this forever, where you'll have a general manager in a spot for a decade.
Really long time.
Go to one playoff appearance and bilk, a whole decade of being on the job for that. And that's where I think the Ivy Leaguers really get it right.
Well, honestly, that's the heart of Hinkie and that whole trust the process was him just trying to facilitate a way that he could have a job that he's not supposed to have for 10 years, And then at the end of it, if it culminates in a title, then guess what? Then you get the job for 20 years. But, it didn't really matter if it culminated in that or not. And honestly, up until this point, Andrew Berry is playing from the same playbook. If it culminates in a Super Bowl, guess what? Then he was the GM for 10 years before anybody found out if he could actually do this thing or not. We're on year 7 with Andrew Berry, so it's going to be another 2, maybe 3 years before you really find out if this big master plan was actually something that came to fruition. That's wild.
Welcome to the NFL. Albert Breer.
Wild.
Coming up in about 33 minutes here. Now, we started the show talking about Zach Jackson's idea that Shedeur will start more games than Watson. And again, this has become one of the things that has been, I think, just normalized and accepted by the Browns media, right? The expectation is Deshaun will start 4 to 6 games. And then at some point after that, based off of the Browns' win-loss record, based off how Deshaun is playing, based off how Shedeur looks in practice, you will then pivot to Shedeur. I think you and I are in lockstep here that Shedeur starting week 1 is paramount of importance to giving him the best chance to take the reins in being a starting quarterback. I think if you wait till week 7, there's a chance that a very young team would look at that and go, oh, we're in evaluation mode. We're on to 2027.
Well, and also the other side of this, too, is that if you start off, let's say, 0-6 or 1-5 because Deshaun Watson is absolutely atrocious, we've debated whether or not Todd Monken would just wave the white flag. We've debated that. But he's got a 5-year deal worth $50 million. He can see this thing through more than just 1 year if he needs to. What happens? All of a sudden, then, is the actual best interest of the Browns losing a lot of games instead of trying to win as many as you possibly can?
I still think, in my estimation of a football guy like a Monken or an Arians, there will always come a time where they do say, all right, we'll look to next year or we'll look to the draft, right? I just can't buy it's going to be 6 weeks in. That's what was so just incredibly alarming last year is how after 4 games with Joe Flacco, where the Browns were where Kevin Stefanski's offense was neutering one of the great ball chuckers in NFL history.
Who then went to be a great ball chucker in another spot. At least good ball chucker.
4 weeks in, you then go to Dylan Gabriel, who was somebody that a fair amount of the NFL didn't think was a third-round pick. And so it was wild to see that early of a pivot, and that's when, if you really I'm big into, can you learn your lessons from last year? And the number one lesson is, if you go into the preseason thinking, we're going to juggle a couple quarterbacks this year because it's evaluation year, you've already screwed up the evaluation. You're not helping anyone be evaluated if you're going to say, well, we'll do 5 games of Deshaun and then 12 of Shedeur. You're not helping Deshaun. You're not helping Shedeur. But more importantly, you're not helping all the positions that get plugged up into that quarterback spot, including your young wide receivers.
Yeah.
But the second is, if you're going to do we're going to turn it over to Shedeur at some point, or to quarterback B, let's call it, doing it in the first 4 to 6 weeks of the season is just Plexico Burressing yourself to a level that is
well, isn't that why they do it early in this instance? Don't you do it early in week 4, 5, and 6 so that the season isn't already shot? So that if Shedeur actually turns around and is awesome, then you have at least a prayer of accomplishing something this year?
No, because I actually think you do the opposite. I think changing quarterbacks that early, one, tells you, hey, that guy you bought into for those first 6 weeks, that was all
What if
BS.
Deshaun just flat out sucks, though? I mean, the end of this might end up being Deshaun really can't play anymore. His decision making is shot, and he doesn't have anything left in the tank. You can't just ride that out because you're staying with a 1 quarterback plan.
If you have a starting quarterback for 6 weeks, you don't have conviction in that quarterback.
When I have 4 other years of evidence of him stinking, and then a gap year in between.
No,
I don't need.
You and I agree on Deshaun, but that's not what they're doing. They have whoever you have.
This isn't your 401k. I don't need a lifetime to figure it out. This is let's get on the hop here.
But they showed no conviction with Joe Flacco last year.
I will be able to know in a very short amount of time. This is me judging American Idol out out there. I can find out in 5 seconds if the person can sing or not.
But you've already made your decision up on Deshaun.
No.
They claim they haven't.
Well, again, with 6 games in the NFL, though, it's going to be very easy for them to see. This is just an absolute disaster, and there's no hope sitting there. You don't just ride him out just to ride him out.
But this is about conviction. If he's good enough to be named your week 1 starter, you do have to have conviction in that player. And that's why, to me, like, I almost think the normalization of 4 to 6 weeks and then you pivot to the kid, why it's honestly, it's doing a disservice to this room. Because you never believed in that quarterback if they get 4 weeks and then they're done. You never did. Any legitimate starting quarterback competition in NFL history that has done anything of note and that has succeeded has not been decided off the first 4 weeks of the
Right, but
season.
there's a fine line between giving up on a player and just being stubborn about it, too. And when it comes to Deshaun Watson, if I didn't have a bunch of evidence previously that suggests that this is going to go horribly, like when they pull the string on this, or if they pull the string on it with Deshaun, I just don't think it's going to take you a million games to find out.
Well, again, it's not about finding out. Now, what you're saying, I understand, which is, hey, if you're just trying to peek under the hood and see if there's anything left, you don't need 8 games to do that. I'm looking at this from the standpoint of speaking with conviction about your decision to that locker room.
Mm-hmm.
And I really do think that if you go out there after 4 to 6 weeks and say, that's not working with Deshaun, we're going to move on to Shador, I think all of this process that they've done so painstakingly to get right, because the players are going to name the starting quarterback. All right, if you've done it right, but then you bench the guy after 4 to 6 weeks, you're basically spitting in the face of the process that you spent the entire offseason setting up.
Yeah, which is exactly what they did all of last season, which is why there's some fans out there that believe that Dylan Gabriel's going to have a chance to start this year if things go sideways.
Those people just are looking at the other 2 options and going, I don't see anything.
Yeah, I think they look at it and they say the Browns are very reactionary. The Browns are quick to make moves, and so if Deshaun gets 4 to 6 games, and then Shador, if he isn't very good, 5-6 games, and then we're running out of quarterbacks here pretty quick. If they have that type of quick trigger. Now, again, for me and you, it's pretty simple. You throw Shador out there, you let him play all 17 games, and you let the chips fall where they may. The only way you make a change off of that is if he happens to get injured. That's how I look at it. That's how I see. He played enough last year that we know he's not going to absolutely fall flat on his face. The team is better. We know that. The idea that isn't the presumed thought across the board is mind-blowing to me still.
Yeah, and I just think, in terms of acceptable results that get you to the number 1, number 5, number 7 pick, starting Shador all 17 weeks and it going laughably wrong, that actually is an admirable way of getting there. 4 games of Joe Flacco, 5 games of Dylan Gabriel, and 7 games, am I doing the math right? 6 games, 7 games is short. However you dice it up, that was an admirable way to get the number 5 pick in the draft, number 6 pick in the draft. It just wasn't. That was a bird. That is treating this like something it shouldn't be.
I never thought about an admirable way to get a top draft pick. When you said it, it made sense to me, though. It's like, all right, there's a way of dying with honor, and there is a way of not.
Yeah, I mean, I do think
Did you do this in a classy way, a respectable way? Did you do this in a way that makes sense, or did you just do this haphazardly?
And why that matters is, I think, the respectable way.
It funnels down. It funnels down within the organization.
Well, I think it saves Todd Monken some face in the scenario. I think you can honestly say with conviction, all right, we saw 24 games of Shador, and it just didn't work out. Now, again, there is the case of if he looks like Nate Peterman.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, I get it. But I don't think with good coaching and some success around him, I don't think Shador's going to look like that.
I don't think so either, and that's kind of the bet that I would have on that. Now, but also within saying that, there's the acknowledgement there that I can't tell you. I just think it's different. I want to tell you that I can't tell you because Deshaun, if he looks as bad as he does, then you have to make sure you're not stubborn about it and then turn around and be like, but Shador gets all 17 games, because it sounds like I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth when I do that. But the reality is that why I'm able and why I'm comfortable to say that you have to have a quick hook with Deshaun is that we have years with an S of experience of Deshaun not getting there and not being good enough and in a Browns uniform completely falling flat on his face.
And
we don't have years with an S of Shador doing that.
Well, and a young developmental quarterback, that has been the label that has been bestowed upon Shador. if they start at an okay level, the idea is 17 weeks, even if you have one bad week here or 2 or 3 bad weeks here, over the course of 18 weeks, eventually you can get to a point where that guy's better at the end of the season.
Yeah.
And you don't really get that with Deshaun.
Right, agreed.
And like, to me, like, he gets better is he was rusty the first 2 weeks, and then the next 4 weeks he looks dramatically better. But even then, with Deshaun, I have no patience. Week 1, win. And it would help if you also looked really good while doing it.
Yeah. All right. So I said 4 or 5 games. I'm fine with that. I think it's more. Again, this is not a American Idol to me. I can find out really quick with these guys. What number do you feel like is the right number
for Deshaun?
Yeah.
If
you start Deshaun, if they say Deshaun is the quarterback week 1, he get to the bye then or what?
Yeah.
Around the bye, I think the bye is week 11, somewhere around there.
You better
get
do
to
that.
the bye. I think in most
and that's
quarterback,
the guy that wants Shedeur to start, by the way.
Most quarterback battles, I think that's 100% right. Like most quarterback battles, you get usually to where the bye is, somewhere around there. And if the bye is later than that, that's fine. Like week 11 is fine. But somewhere in that 8, 9, 10 mark seems right. For myself, I'm just quicker with Deshaun. If it doesn't work, just move on.
I mean, I'd just prefer to start Shedeur week 1. 216-474-0092. What is more important to Shedeur being successful this season, starting the most amount of games of any Browns quarterback, or starting week 1? When we come back, Baskin and Phelps are in their bag about crappy NFL quarterbacks. Once again, that's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Albert Breer coming up in just about 20 minutes' time. Albert will be out of training camp tomorrow. But again, Albert joining us at 6 o'clock tonight. We got In Case You Missed It in 1 hour's time at the end of the show. But I did miss this. Within the last 20 minutes, the Browns' first unofficial depth chart is out.
Yeah.
Earlier today, Todd Monken had made it clear that the quarterbacks would be listed as or. So the quarterback position is Deshaun Watson or Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
Conveniently, no other position on the planet getting the or treatment here on the Browns' first depth chart.
Yeah, which I guess makes sense. It'd be kind of weird if they were doing a bunch of ors across the board. It's like settle it in.
I actually want all ors or no ors.
Yeah. I wonder if they thought about that, or if the NFL has some sort of mandated thing of you can't just be that indecisive as people. You get to do it with one spot or one.
It's
position
always the quarterback.
Always, yeah, and it's you get to do that because it keeps intrigue and everyone's excited by that. But across the board, make up your mind and let's get this thing going.
Now let's go ahead and overreact to all of this as let's see. There are 3 starting wide receivers listed: Jerry Jeudy, Denzel Boston, Casey Concepcion. React.
Okay, well, first off, all 3 rookies, by the way, as far as the ones we've been targeting and whether or not they would earn it or not, apparently did all earn it.
Oh, I was going to go ahead and save that last one, Spencer Fano one, for a moment.
Well, I mean, it just is what it is.
No,
I think people.
I wanted to delay that. I wanted people.
He already
what
said.
about
Monken already
left
said. He already
tackle,
said it. He said it yesterday.
It's different.
I mean, he played spoiler to his. He played spoiler to his own party yesterday, I guess. Well, don't worry. I want to be like every rookie, and then there's Brailsford, and there's Barber, and there's a couple that obviously didn't get as lucky.
The
so
other
to speak.
Justin Jefferson. Actually, that is okay. In fairness, this is a 2 safety depth chart, but Emmanuel McNeil-Warren also listed as the backup there to Grant Delpit.
Yeah, and that's fair. That's going to be all right. It's funny. Monken has slowly but surely released basically every detail that we have in this. It's just been over the past couple of days. Even so far as today, we're going to go back to the left tackle situation, laying out exactly what his offensive line is going to look like or what it appears to look like as of right now, while not acknowledging which one it's going to be at right guard 100%, but now he puts Jenkins in there over KT Levinston, so maybe there's something we can read into that a little bit.
He did say today, he being Todd Monken, did say that Jenkins did have, I don't know if he said slight edge, but he said he has the edge.
Definitely, and he's mentioned that over a couple times, but to actually see it there, I guess, does matter a little bit, which, by the way, I think is the right call. I think Jenkins is the right player for that setup over Levinston, but it's funny how, we projected out this offensive line room, months ago when they started putting this whole thing together. And it looks exactly the way that everyone had projected it out to be right now.
Yeah.
All the different combinations people wanted to make with Elgton Jenkins so you can basically move anywhere, and ultimately he ends up in the spot that everybody thought he would. Same thing down the line, everything from Fano down to even Jenkins there slotted in at right guard, Howard staying at right tackle. Like all this DeJuan Jones conversation, all this different stuff we did really didn't matter at all. He got to the logical conclusion that we all had basically gotten to, 3 months ago.
I know it's unofficial, so we shan't overreact to it. Zach Zinter having a top 10 spot on this roster is still very interesting to me.
Yeah. He wasn't practicing again today.
I mean, granted, I don't know who I would put ahead of him by all these guys that are on the third team there.
Yeah.
But I mean, Zach Zinter getting another year here when, again, I think it's the most telling thing that he never got a chance to play last year.
He was optioned to be cut last year in training camp.
Yeah.
I remember Zach Jackson saying it in particular, calling out Zach Zinter and being like, he might get cut during this training camp. Pay attention to it. And now here we are a year later and he's still on the roster. But again, he didn't practice today. He's had a lot of practices that he hasn't participated in. It's been weird. It's been up and down.
Now, while we have that conversation, Baskin and Phelps had a different conversation today, and there's some whispers out of Tennessee that Will Levis, the old mayo in his coffee quarterback.
Yeah, it's weird.
That's weird. They did have a smoking hot girlfriend for that little bit.
Gia Duddy.
Yeah, and now
Is
I
it
think
Duddy or is it Duty or how do you pronounce her last
I
name?
hope it's not Duty.
How is it?
I think it's Duddy.
Is that unfortunate?
That's a rough one right there.
Or am I just covering up for the fact that maybe I know that name and I shouldn't know that
yeah,
name?
listen, I think a lot of people know that name and other potential things out there.
How about that?
Now, that being said, Baskin and Phelps heard.
Well, she's a social media star, guys.
Yeah. A star in many ways, I would say.
I think she's got like over 1 million followers on the old TikTok machine.
I got to be honest with you, I get it.
I'm just guessing.
I don't endorse it, but I get it.
Yeah.
But Baskin and Phelps heard Will Levis might be available, and I think they like you.
My hope all along, anyway, I'll speak for myself, has been that Shedeur just plays better and he's the starter. The fact that nobody has apparently separated themselves yet, I think is disappointing. I think Todd Monken should just go ahead, pick a quarterback now, and let's get this offense going. Even though the quarterback's the key to the whole thing, there's a lot more to it than that.
Agree.
So pick one of these guys and let's go. And if you don't have one yet, well, pick up the phone and call Tennessee and go get Will Levis. I mean, seriously, if you think these guys aren't good enough that you can pick one of them, because we're not hearing that they all look so great that you have such great choices. If you don't like one of these guys for your starting quarterback, well, then go find somebody else.
I do like that the basis of Jeff's take is just that he's impatient and is done waiting for a quarterback to be named, when literally the most easy to diagnose quarterback situation in the NFL, which was Kyler Murray starting over J.J. McCarthy.
Just got decided today.
Yeah.
And
So
the
that
response,
one took like 2 weeks into practice.
And the response to that was what? Oh, the thing was rigged the entire time.
Yeah.
Kyler Murray clearly had it in his contract that he was going to be the starter, and everyone knew. And it's like, okay.
That one is rigged, by the way.
It might be, but even in a rigged contest, this is the earliest that they could name it, and people want this already over with?
But I also like that Jeff then went into seriously when he's like, just pick a quarterback, seriously, or go call Will Levis, as if we needed to understand that Jeff, a known purveyor of dog bleep quarterbacks,
He likes his bad
was being
quarterbacks.
serious. And here's the thing. I liked the Will Levis idea about 6 months ago. I think Will Levis has a big arm. He is athletic. I would be intrigued to see him in a Todd Monken offense. Not in August, because Deshaun
Well, that's what
or
I'm trying to figure
Shedeur
out.
didn't get the job done.
So we're going to do this in like 3.5 weeks? Is that the idea?
Yeah.
You're going to bring somebody in and just have him start in 3.5
You're going
weeks?
to bring in Will Levis, who, again, I like the idea if you have a full camp and a full off season. I like the hypothetical quarterback conversation. I don't like it on August 11th.
I'm trying to. Here's what I want to slap down a little bit, but I can't come up with a good reason or evidence that I have that suggests that this is accurate.
Slap it down.
Well, I don't think the Browns hate these quarterbacks.
Yeah.
So like his basis on this was that if you don't like these quarterbacks, then go get Will Levis. I don't think the Browns hate these quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And I don't have great evidence to suggest that they love these quarterbacks, okay? So that's where I'm falling short. If I was trying to give you all sorts of like, well, here's reasons X, Y, and Z that tells me that they love these quarterbacks or they at least like these quarterbacks. I don't have a lot of evidence in that department. It's not that one's not being filled up, but I just don't believe at the heart of it that they hate these quarterbacks.
Yeah, I think fans and media do not like these quarterbacks. I think from a practice perspective, I get that nobody in the media is impressed with these quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of feel like if they hated Deshaun, they would have done the seemingly impossible thing and bit the bullet financially already.
Yeah,
Right?
if they didn't like Deshaun, Deshaun wouldn't be. Now, listen, he might, because it's so hard financially, that he might still be being paid and being on the roster and whatever you want to account that for, but he wouldn't be around. He wouldn't be given this chance with the team, and he wouldn't be around the team. He would just be off into the abyss.
And if they didn't like Shedeur wouldn't be competing for this job either.
Right. They could have easily then they had a million opportunities to say that, hey, this wasn't what we wanted to go down, and we don't want to continue down this road. Let's just throw you out like your days old Chinese food and not worry about it. But they're not doing that for a reason.
216-474-0092. Baskin and Phelps want Will Levis. Do you? And also,
do we want him?
Do we want him?
Do we want him?
Do we want him? Do the Browns dislike their quarterbacks? I agree with you that I disagree with Jeff Phelps on that very notion there. When we come back, Albert Breer of the MMQB coming up in 5 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan.
early in the season, too. Their season opener will be in Philly October 22nd. Coming up next on Afternoon Drive, Albert Breer from Monday Morning Quarterback joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes at 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
On the road this summer? Get the most live sports talk in Ohio on 92.3 The Fan. Or binge our podcasts on the Odyssey app. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
Catch Daryl Ryder and Coach Riz's daily Browns training camp recaps on the Fans YouTube page. Daryl Ryder and Coach Riz breaking down the storylines from each day's practice and, of course, your daily quarterback competition updates. And you can catch the recap each night on Overtime with Jake Volnick at 8:40. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. In case you missed it, coming up in about 40 minutes time here. But in case you missed it, Albert Breer is going to be joining us right now on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline of the MMQB, the always resplendent Albert Breer. Albert, welcome to the show, bud.
Hey, guys, what's happening?
Oh, just another day in Berea. You know how that goes. I'm curious here. Kyler Murray gets named the Vikings starting quarterback today, and one of the first things I saw was somebody in Cleveland media jump to, it's an awful sign that the Browns can't do the same thing with either quarterback right now. Should we be concerned a winner of the quarterback competition hasn't been announced or named yet?
Well, I guess that would be the premise that if you have two, you don't have one, right? I don't know. I mean, like I think we kind of know what we're dealing with Cleveland right now. You know, look, like I don't think anybody has a great idea of what it's going to look like with either quarterback. The difference to me in Minnesota is whether you like Kyler Murray as a player or not. There's just a ton of recent track record there, you know, and they know exactly what they're getting into. And they know exactly what they have to build for now. And, you know, I think for Cleveland, it's still part of it is figuring that out. Now, I think part of the premise in Minnesota doing what they did today was there's a month left till a season. And if it's clear who the quarterback is, well, then we should let the team know and we should start building for that quarterback. So eventually the Browns are going to have to get to that point, but obviously they haven't reached it there yet. Although I have really enjoyed Todd Monken's press conferences, I will say that.
Well, he's definitely outspoken. It's funny, actually, this weekend, Albert, I feel like it's the first time fans have been like, maybe we don't like Todd Monken's press conferences with Saturday, and then him coming out on Monday and being like, I'll tell you guys when I want to tell you guys anything that I want to tell you, and this is how this is going to go, which is a good reminder, I guess, that these guys don't ever have to tell the truth.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a little bit of like a, I don't know, I said on Rich Eisen's show earlier, like that, he's got kind of like a Clint Eastwood and El Camino vibe going on right now. It's like I think like a piece of it is like, you know, if you're not getting the result that you want as fast as you want, and you're being asked about it over and over again, I can see where that probably would be a little aggravating, you know. And look, like I think there is going to come a point where you do have to make a decision, you know, and like whether that's after the second preseason game, the third preseason game, that time's coming, you know. So I'm going to be interested to get out there tomorrow to see it for myself.
Albert, beyond the quarterback, what's the biggest question you have about the Browns?
A decent idea of what the line look like. You know, replacing David Njoku is obviously a question. You know, we know what the running back situation is going to look like. You know, I think like how the rookie receivers fit in is a big one for me. So, you know, I've heard the same stuff that everybody has about Denzel Boston getting off to a nice start. So what do Boston and Concepcion look like within the offense? I think it's going to be, and with Jerry Jeudy, it's going to be like something that's, you know, obviously going to be a key for them to come out of the summer with. And then, defensively, I guess it's just like kind of where the pass rush is going to come from and what sort of impact Jared Verse is going to make on that group as a whole. I really do like some of the things they've done. I think Mason Graham's got a chance to be a really good player. Carson Schlesinger, obviously, he was all pro for me last year as a rookie. So you've got some nice pieces on defense, but you're losing Jim Schwartz. And, obviously, like, there's been a big advantage that the team's had over the course of the last 9 years in having Myles Garrett as a centerpiece of the pass rush. And that being gone, I think the other big question would be how are they going to generate pass rush, and is what they've done, bringing in Jared Verse and having Mason Graham in year 2, as sort of the centerpieces, is that going to be enough?
Are you surprised that it seems like this quarterback battle is as close and as tight as it is, or at least the perception that they're giving us it is?
I can't say I'm stunned, because I don't know if there was like a clear-cut answer going into the spring, going into the summer. And look, I just think, like, if you're in a situation like that, it's just going to be kind of up to the players to separate one from the other, And I felt all along that Deshaun was probably the likely pick, just because, in my mind, if you're the organization, you sunk $230 million and 3 first-round picks into the guy you want to see. And what you don't want is to have him go somewhere else and, after you put him on ice for a year, ball out. And I've said that to you guys before. So, but I think it's like pretty clear too, like that, if you look what's coming out of Berea, it doesn't seem like one has separated himself from the other. So we'll see what happens.
Albert, Kyle Whittingham has stepped in it multiple times because he refused to say he hates Ohio State. It seems like Michigan fans are a little frustrated by this. I think Whittingham, by his press conference yesterday, seems upset by this. Is Kyle Whittingham already blowing it at Michigan?
Well, so I'm not talking about this as a reporter anymore. I'm talking about this as an alum of the rival. I thought Jeremiah Smith handled himself better than Kyle Whittingham, and I like Whittingham, but when talking about the rivalry, and guys, I've been around it enough. John Cooper was the head coach when I was there, and, I remember, and this is my first 3 years at Ohio State. Tressel got the job my senior year, and I remember, there was always this feeling like he doesn't quite fit, you know what I mean? And he isn't quite, he's a good coach, but is he really, is he really cut out to be the Ohio State coach? And a huge part of that was the handling of the rivalry, right? So how do you handle the rivalry? Well, what I remember was every year they would be doing something different. And one year it would be, we're taking this head on and it's the most important thing in the world. And then the next year it would be, we're going to treat it like any other game. And I just think it kind of built up in the heads of everybody in that program, it got in the heads of everybody in that program. So, what Kyle Whittingham's going to learn, if he doesn't know it already, is that everything that he says now will come back to him if he loses the game in November.
Albert, going back to the NFL, I saw you were just at the Packers camp recently. Jordan Love expected to start, and they don't know how many snaps yet, but it's going to be in the opener against the Steelers on Thursday. Are you seeing this as you're going camp to camp to camp? Obviously, it varies greatly, but the idea that even someone with like Jordan Love, who's been the minor thumb injury in last year's exhibition opener, are you seeing more and more teams wanting to throw their guys out there, or is there still a pullback, more of like the Sean McVay line of thinking?
I think it can kind of depend. You know what I mean? There's been a lot of injuries now, so it'll be interesting to see if there's a reaction to that, across the league with individual injuries that are happening with individual teams. So that's part of it. I think the other piece that you really have to pay attention to is who's doing the joint practices and how many are each team doing. I'd have to look, but the Packers are doing one, but I think it might be the last week of the preseason. So, they can generate game-like reps there, but then where else are they going to get them? So I think too often we look at these things as one-offs, oh, yeah, is he going to play him in this game or not? I understand that. That's what everybody's paying attention to. I think more often what you have is, a team looking at it and saying, okay, how many quality reps can we get him? How many game-like reps can we get him? And a lot of that relates back to, the how many joint practices you had. The Chiefs are a great example. Andy Reid philosophically does not do joint practices, and that's in his starters playing in the games a lot, So I think one thing oftentimes does relate to the other in trying to get guys ready for the season.
Albert, one of the big talking points so far in Pittsburgh's camp and around the Pittsburgh camp is that Aaron Rodgers in his final final season here. And it's interesting. The first day I heard him talk, I was like, oh, this sounds like a guy that might be campaigning for a future job on, like, in the CBS booth. And then the next day he was on McAfee, and he sounded like somebody who might be angling for a different kind of TV job. How do you think the NFL is going to handle the Aaron Rodgers retirement party, simply because, Aaron Rodgers is still Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's a tough question to answer. I think it's good for the league. I think Aaron's in a good place. From what I understand, he loved the locker room last year and really was able to achieve part of what he wanted to achieve, which was going back and falling back in love with football and getting a great year. And this isn't even as much about the on-field thing, but just having fun playing the game again, and his fit in that locker room was really good. It's an older locker room, and so I think that piece of it's really, I don't know, I think it's important to Aaron, and now I think he feels a little bit more comfortable talking about all of it. I don't know what he's doing next, guys. I've wasted too much time trying to climb in his head over the years. I know you're often not successful if you try to do that, but I think he is. I think he's a guy who is always subject to change his mind, and I don't know if he knows exactly what he's going to do after he's done playing. I know he said that maybe you won't see him, maybe that's true. But I've always known him as somebody who his thoughts are fluid a lot of the times, and he can change his mind. And I think he'd be really good in the booth for whatever it's worth.
Oh, why do you say that?
Because I've talked to him enough. I think his knowledge of the game is off the charts. That's what anybody who has been around him would tell you. I think he's got personality and he's got an ability to deliver. I think for all these guys, the best players, right? I think for a lot of them, the challenge is actually I think in some cases it can be motivation, right? Because sometimes you look at it and there's a guy who was a second-tier player, maybe not as famous, not a quarterback, whatever, and that guy had to work harder to get in a position to call games, period, and then work his way up the ladder. And, a lot of times when you've got a guy this is what I give Brady credit for, right? Is Brady, I don't think Brady was great his first year, but he really worked at it and he got a lot better, and I think the temptation for some of the greatest players, and Aaron's obviously in that category, is I'm landing on the number one team right away. And then after a year or two, they take their foot off the gas. And then, now they don't have the connections in the league that maybe they had a couple of years prior, or knowledge of the teams the way that they did when they first got done playing. And I think that can make it unravel sometimes. But if he was motivated to do it, I think he'd be really, really good at it. Again, that's an open question. I would say that about any great player, not just Aaron specifically. Is how motivated is he going to be to truly be great at it?
Albert, I'm going to ask you to keep the journalist hat on this one, even though I'm going to ask you about an Ohio State player. Julian Sand, I think, is one of the most interesting guys, not necessarily from the college side of things, because I think he's going to be great this year, but how the NFL is going to perceive him if he has another really nice season at Ohio State. From the people you've talked to, do you think after another strong season from Julian Sand at Ohio State, a very successful Ohio State season, do you expect him to factor into the first-round conversation next year?
I don't know. I haven't done enough work on what the scouts actually think about him, so I guess I'd be TBD on that. Just watching him, he's hyper productive. I think he's got to walk that Drew Brees line. It's interesting because he's from San Diego. He wore 9 in high school, all of that. He's kind of got to walk that a little bit of a narrow path, because guys like that, that are shorter, that may not have the unbelievable eye-popping arm strength. A lot of those guys, it's just you have to be really great in a lot of other areas to make it work. So, whether or not he becomes that, I don't know. But he does have, great feel, great accuracy, great vision. He can get the ball down the field. I by all accounts, a really intelligent kid. So he's definitely got some of the things that you would want.
I saw you recently in Chicago, and the Bears are one of those teams that pop up because in a 2-year stretch, they went from, and this includes them having Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson already, going from a 4 or 5 win team to then a double-digit win team and also winning playoff games. Same way Jacksonville didn't win the playoff game, but you know what I mean. Jacksonville's there, and obviously the Patriots and going to the Super Bowl last year, 4-win team to then the Super Bowl. It happened quick. You've been to, I think you said 14 straight Bears training camps. What have you noticed that is different in now this evolution and how quickly they have assembled a team that went from one of the bad ones in the NFL to now one of the really good ones?
I mean, yeah, I think it's just, I mean, first of all, like having the quarterback helps, you know, and like that Caleb had the year he had last year really helps to accelerate all of it. So that's number one. You know, I think the coaching helps too, you know, and Ben Johnson was sought after for a couple of years. Obviously, that looks justified now by the results in year one. You know, and I think like they weren't devoid of talent before this, you know. So, I mean, they had guys in the roster like Rome Odunze and Jalen Johnson and you know, and Cole Kmet, and I mean, go on down the line. You know, there were a lot of guys that were already there. And so they weren't building from zero when Ben got there. So I think it's all of those things, you know, sort of put together, and we'll see if they can do it again. I mean, they're one of the 3 teams that really, you know, took off last year under our first-year coach, you know, Jacksonville and New England being the 2 others. So we'll see if they can sustain it.
Albert, always great catching up with you, man. Can't wait to see you out here in Berea tomorrow. I will bug you for your thoughts then as well off the air. But really great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you.
All right, thanks, guys.
Albert Breer there on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. He gave us plenty to react to, and we will do thusly in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
somewhere else, and after you put them on ice for a year, ball out. And I've said that to you guys before. So but I think it's like pretty clear too, like that. If you look what's coming out of Berea, it doesn't seem like one has separated himself from the other. So we'll see what happens.
Albert Breer of the MMQB in the previous segment giving us his thoughts on the Browns quarterback situation. Albert will be out in Berea tomorrow. So excited to hear and, of course, read his thoughts there on the MMQB. We got In Case You Missed It coming up in just about 20 minutes. A little bit of Browns news as the Browns have placed Damari Mathis, cornerback, on IR today. He was carted off the field with a non-contact knee injury. He was one of the cornerbacks battling for that cornerback 3 spot, so that is significant. One of the spots where they really lack a lot of depth has been cornerback, with M.J. Emerson going off to the Saints this offseason.
Yeah, oddly enough, it just reminds me of the preseason practices a couple years ago or last year when you had the M.J. Emerson injury, and in a matter of seconds, you just happen to have like 2 different cornerbacks go down. It can be a problem. So then they pick up Daquan Wright off waivers. I'm sure you saw that. He's intriguing. Undrafted rookie out of Mississippi. And you go into some of his advanced numbers, and he does a lot of the things that tight ends that excel at the next level. Cleve TA had a great write-up about it. His yak and his missed tackles forced, which is usually a strong indicator of whether or not a tight end will translate, are off the charts. So
nice.
we'll see what happens there. That's very. He was number 1 in yak per reception in this class by a mile, 80th percentile in the last decade. So that's definitely worth taking a chance on.
Now, to get back to what Albert had to say about the quarterback spot, I don't think any of us should be surprised that the quarterback position has not been named or determined at this point. And not just because of who's in the quarterback room, but because they were supposed to come in on even footing. I really do think everyone who's acting like it's like a big to-do that there isn't a clear winner and loser yet, I think they're maybe just losing a little perspective and maybe losing a little bit of patience.
I don't know if that's necessarily. I mean, that part is definitely true. The end, but the idea that I think there was certainly a group of people that wondered if Deshaun Watson just couldn't do this anymore, and so by this time already in camp, we would have just had a clear and decisive answer that okay, Deshaun's broke. Deshaun just cannot play football at this level. And honestly, up until last Tuesday, it's kind of how it looked. Remember, John Fanta, because we can't get him on ever anymore.
He's ducking us.
Should we play the last time John Fanta was on these airwaves?
He doesn't want to flip-flop.
Matt, can you pull it up? I think I've called for it 2 days in a row. Can you pull up the Fanta clip from last week where he's like, guys, it's obvious. I made him out of the bull there for a second. I don't know why. I can't do a Fanta impression, but I can give you an out of the bull trying to do Fanta. But the point was, he went down this whole path of obviously Deshaun can't play.
Max got 25 minutes left in the show.
Did anybody think that Deshaun could play?
And you think he's going to
I have the audio if you want it.
No, I don't want it now.
No, I do want it.
Yeah, no, I don't want it.
I
just want to take a cheap shot at Mac, who's got 25 minutes left in the show.
Led people to think that this was going to be any different. What has he shown in Cleveland that would lead you to believe that he's now a good quarterback, or even a decent quarterback, or even a mediocre quarterback? That's just it. If he was even decent, I'd be willing to put up with it. There is no semblance. There is no sign. There's never been a sign. But P.J. Walker was better than you. That provided all the signs that we needed to know. And P.J. Walker was bad. But bad was better than what Watson's been.
That was a week ago. That wasn't 7 months ago. That wasn't 17 months ago. That was a week ago. And so, like, that idea that people legitimately held up that, hey, yeah, maybe by this time in the process we'd have it already stamped. I don't think it's crazy. I just don't.
May I submit that I still think John Fanta from a week ago is that's the right take until proven otherwise?
I'm fine with that. But then if we go down that path, and listen, there was a couple passes Deshaun made that I thought were impressive today. He had the throw to Bond I thought was nice, offset by the interception in my mind, but neither here nor there. If that's accurate, and you actually believe that he's unplayable, that he's just bad, can't do it anymore, then yeah, they should have called this thing. They should have called this thing done. The race is over. It's clear cut. You're not doing anything. But the difference here is that in the past few days, Nick,
They have tried to make it easier on Deshaun Watson, and I think they've succeeded. And they've tried to build up his confidence, and I feel like they're succeeding in that as well. And he is looking better than he did a week ago. I will acknowledge that.
Yeah, but I still think people are carrying a lot of weight from one practice a week ago. Like him, it's not hard to look better than he did.
You mean the Wednesday one then?
Yeah. Like it's not hard for him to look better than he did the first 5 or 6 practices at camp.
It was really bad
because he looked. He didn't look like an NFL quarterback. So the fact that he kind of looks like it now, I just feel like we're taking that one practice, and he doesn't look like complete utter dog whatever.
Yeah.
Clearly he must be the front runner. I think we're taking a lot of liberties.
I agree with that. I mean, yes, 100%, 10 times over. I do think a lot of people made a lot out of not only what happened on Wednesday, but also in some of the practices since, where it seems like Monken has tried to make life easier on Deshaun Watson and have tried to make sure that he has these better outings. And so, yeah, I told you, I was shocked. I leave on Thursday for Kansas City. I'm gone for 4 days. I'm still keeping track of things online and everything in between. I come back on Monday, and people are acting like it's Deshaun Watson with a bullet, as if this thing's been decided. I said, it's what happened. I left on Tuesday. I left on Wednesday, really, and had one good practice. But on Tuesday, everyone, including myself, was saying this guy is dead and buried. But now all of a sudden he's back cooking, and not only cooking, he's better than Shedeur. Get real, guys. Like it happened too quick for my taste.
216-474-0092. If you guys want to get in on the quarterback conversation du jour with the Browns, does it concern you we are not any closer to naming a starting quarterback, seemingly? Jim from Strongsville saying there must be a league-wide conspiracy to keep Sanders down. That's the only reason 2 totally different coaching staffs would agree he wasn't the best option. You two are really onto something.
They haven't agreed yet.
I mean, of course you guys know more than anyone else. Well, we agree on that last line.
Yeah, but that's the thing. We haven't had 2 different coaching staffs agree yet. This coaching staff hasn't done anything but continue to give Shedeur Sanders an opportunity.
Well, also, we didn't say that there was a league-wide conspiracy. Like when we were talking earlier, we were talking simply from the point of what gives Shedeur the better chance to succeed. And that is starting week 1 as opposed to starting the most games this year. If half the games you play are going to be in basically garbage time of an NFL season, and that's the risk. You mentioned it. If Deshaun goes 1-5, maybe the first 4 or 5 games really are going to have a fully vested locker room. By the time you get to week 11, very similar to where Shedeur was last year against the Raiders, you are going uphill. And I think Shedeur proved when he gets in that situation, he's not going to think to pad his stats. He's not going to think to make it look the prettiest.
He's going to do what he did last year. He's going to try to get a spark going.
And that is going to look like a lot of hero ball or backyard ball, and that's not going to help him long term. But I do think that that's not how the kid seems to think about football when he's on the field.
No, he just doesn't think that way. He does a very stats be damned mentality to himself, which by the way, I like when quarterbacks feel that way. I like when they're just trying to get something going and don't necessarily care about what the rhetoric is going to be attached to it.
Now, we do have a major development that we have yet to talk about today.
The bathroom smells really nice in these offices.
No, that's very nice.
It might be the nicest smelling bathroom I've ever been in.
Also, I'm pretty sure 1,000 million people actually work in this building.
So many people.
And I want to know them all. I want to know their stories because it feels like we got a lot of stories in here.
Is that what it is? I feel like there's a lot of people that are proud to work for the Browns that work for the Browns.
I would too.
If you're just joining us, we're in the Browns Radio Network booth. It's a little bit different because it was raining outside, and so we're seeing a lot of things that we don't typically see, including this massive Nick Chubb.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
This thing's huge.
Now, is that painted or is that a photo?
I think it's a photo
because that'd be pretty badass if it was painted.
You see, like the specks that are coming out of him, and it's obviously
those aren't real specks.
Thank you for that. It's very digitally altered, and somebody spent a lot of time and effort in working on that. And I don't know how many years this has been here. When I first sat down, I thought to myself, interesting choice. Nick Chubb photo as large as any photo you would have in here. Nick Chubb is obviously not with the team anymore, and he played his last year with the Texans, and all these obvious statements that you guys already know. But he's a Browns legend.
Yeah,
that part doesn't get taken away.
Also, if they had to pay $10,000 for that,
they paid a lot for that. That's
you got to get $10,000 usage out of that photo.
Well, you didn't buy that. You didn't commission that photo the last year that Nick Chubb was here.
Oh,
this has got to be on the walls for half of a decade.
No, I think earliest maybe 2022. And even then, you're still only coming up on 4 years, $10,000. That's $2,500 a year. That's simple math.
That's good. That's well worth for them. Are you kidding me?
I actually wondered if you put that thing on the open market,
what it would fetch.
Because I bet you, if you had the exact same photo of Miles, if it was only Browns fans purchasing it, I would imagine the Nick Chubb one would go for more than the Miles
Well, you
one.
need Nick Chubb to come in here and sign the corner of it too, though. That would help.
I would want him to sign the white part of the jersey there.
There's on the jersey.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But up top, you see where there's football to the left, and then to the right, that giant white
There's just
spot.
so much room on the left, though, and this is radio, so people have no idea what we're discussing. But there's so much room on the left for you to sign if you wanted to sign.
Yeah, but that's half of that is blacked out. That's
What would you do?
stadium.
What would they do if it was Myles Garrett? Because Myles he's playing in the NFL. He's playing on another team. Like last year, this had to be awkward when he was scoring touchdowns for the Texans and playing in playoff games.
I don't think it was awkward for them at all. I think that's only awkward for sports talk radio guys. I think by and large you can have the this guy meant a lot to us and we're still going to keep this up. I don't think they had to put it in mothballs. I don't think it was. I bet you
they cover it.
I bet you they didn't even think about it.
I can't be the only person that's thought about it.
I think you might be because you think like a sports talk guy. I don't mean that in like a bad way.
I'm not taking it as a bad way. Maybe they think Brown's a legend. I was much more receptive to it being Nick Chubb than I am if it was Myles Garrett. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, the Myles Garrett one would be very awkward this year, especially if he hoists the Larry O'Brien, the Lombardi Trophy. I got my L's mixed up. All right.
Hey, if the
Happens all
Cavs win the
time.
championship, he's going to be hoisting that.
Mac.
Wow.
All right.
You're welcome.
We get it.
I tried saving
we get
you.
it. We get it. It's your last day here, so you're going to just volume shoot here.
Literally volume shoot.
Yeah, come on now. Simmer down back there. Oh, now he doesn't have something to say. 216.
He took your words to heart.
47. Finally. 216. Only took about 3 years now. 216-474-0092. Just keep playing those, right, as I'm trying to talk. Love it. How much would you pay for this beautiful Nick Chubb photo that you can't possibly see right now? And in case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking at new trucks this month, you know, deep down in places you don't want to talk.
surgery. But we try to get patients back to doing the activities that they want to do sooner so they don't have to deal with this frozen shoulder for so long.
Call Dr. Dan today at 440-848-2755. That's 440-848-2755.
Deshaun Watson, Shador Sanders. The Browns QB battle is back. We're your home for training camp and preseason coverage. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of the show. We got the Todd Monken Show coming up in about 20 minutes' time. We can do a real Captain Phillips thing right now and just say, I'm the captain now. But I think they've probably already maybe interviewed Coach, so I don't know how well that go. And if Coach is in the studio, I think he'd just football guy me out of the studio.
Yeah. Is this the closest we ever come to hosting the Cleveland Browns radio network?
I think that's probably fair,
Or it just has the sign in the background and we're at the studio that they do it in?
Even then, I'm sure the Browns are already asking, Keith, please scrub that photo, that imagery from the
please.
internet.
Yeah, we don't want that existing
We're a dignified organization here. But want to say a big thanks to our guest today, Brian Brennan, former Browns receiver at 240. Great stuff. First time I've interviewed him in person. Very nice gentleman there. Grant Delpit, Browns safety at 420. Albert Breer of the MMQB at 6 o'clock today. So big thanks. If you guys missed a moment of the show, not only can you listen back in the free Odyssey app, you can also watch back all 5 hours on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. And subscribe, why don't you? Ring that bell. Except you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito. And as always, like our videos, we desperately need to be liked. Before we get to In Case You Missed It, one more time, little round of applause here. This is Mac Robinson's last show with us. Mac is going to be leaving 92 through the Fan in about 10 minutes now, and he is.
Your key card stops working the moment the show is done.
He is going to kind of be betting on himself here in the future, and I'm very proud of him for doing this. This is a big step for him in life. So, Mac, we're not going to take the whole segment up. We're not going to give you the Barrett media treatment here,
That was
fella.
a big deal.
But I got to tell you, proud of you, buddy. Keep your head up and do some good work, and we'll see where that gets you.
I appreciate it, guys, seriously. And I've enjoyed working with you guys every day. Maybe not every minute, at least, but, you guys have your moments. But, I mean, hey, I do love working with you guys. And, again, I have enjoyed the last, 3 years or so working with you guys every day.
Oh, way to beat those allegations that you're leaving because you don't like us.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm doing as good of a job as you sticking up for Nick usually, so we're doing good.
Man, you were so bad at comebacks.
I don't even know what that
means.
means.
You do have to get better at that, wherever you may go in your beautiful future there.
Yeah.
Let's get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, so we're going to start off with this from the Bill Simmons podcast, and I there's a sub question attached to this, okay? But might be one of the wilder things a host could just admit and just go with, and let's talk about it. Here's Bill Simmons with Kevin Wildes.
You know, from driving with me, I never buckle it, and I just wait the minute until it stops doing the noise.
Well, you don't buckle your seatbelt ever?
Not really.
That's a terrible.
I know. I'm not proud of it. I just don't like seatbelts. I know. Listen, I know I'll get skewered. I'm a bad example. Sometimes I'll put them on. If I'm going 95 on the highway, I might throw it on there. But
I mean, that's a whole nother podcast.
I know. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I didn't understand, and the follow-up on this had been a lot of people that have been discussing certain vehicles. Everyone thinks Bill Simmons is an idiot, by the way, because obviously you're supposed to buckle your seatbelt. Yeah. But I didn't realize there's another segment of cars that you get into, and then people just don't buckle their seatbelts. Like for instance, there are people out there that are saying that in Uber rides they got a 50% rate of buckling up their seatbelt.
That's insane.
In taxis they got a 60% rate of buckling up their seatbelt. It depends on what vehicle you're in before you have 100% rate. I thought we were all just playing with the 100% rate of buckling up your seatbelt.
I feel like this is like when seatbelts were mandated that you used it that you can get pulled over. Have you ever seen any of the old
I have
newsreels
actually.
and
Yes,
how
I have.
just irrationally pissed people get?
There were people that really wanted to go very, very against seatbelts and angry about the idea that you'd be asked to put on a seatbelt. Yes.
And listen, I'm probably not at a Not 100% rate.
How are you not 100%?
But I'm at like 99%. Meaning, like if I drive down the road to the market,
I just assumed we were all at 100%.
I'm at
all
99.
time?
I said 99%.
Oh, you're scaring me now, though, because this gives credence to other people also not hitting 100%.
No.
I didn't think it was like a batting average where it's like, where are you at?
It is literally.
Are you at 375?
It is literally only two.
No, I thought we were all
the
perfect
corner
from the
store,
field. I thought we were all perfect.
But then I buckle it when I come back. So
this is one of those takes though that like when Bill Simmons dies in a car accident, it's going to go mega viral.
Yeah, and by the way, good luck getting that insurance claim for your family.
Also, one of those takes. And I'm guilty. I have takes that suck myself. I'm very well aware of that. But like, I think way less of Bill Simmons after this take.
It's an IQ tax.
Well, I just think way less of you as a human if this is your response.
If you say, "Oh, I forgot to wear it once," or
never wear it,
or occasionally, if I go down the road, you say never, that's chotch. It's very chotch.
I feel like he could tell me some really incriminating things that he does, maybe like I don't know, on a every other month basis or something, and I'd be like, "That's okay." That's less dangerous than what you're doing with the seatbelt thing.
It's not even about the danger. It's just about common sense.
It's about the danger for me.
Yeah. No, okay, yes. I think we're both in the same ballpark here. But it's like the easiest thing to do. This takes no effort. Moving the belt from right off my shoulder to down by my hip.
I just thought we all batted 1,000 on this.
There's no.
I didn't know there were holdouts on the seatbelt in 2026.
I'd like to be clear. You and I are in the same ballpark.
Yeah,
I'm at 99, and you're at 100%.
You're very close. You're not zero.
Yes. Bill's at zero. What's wrong here?
Bill's at zero.
Is it a Boston thing? Does he just think he's tougher than everybody?
That should make it worse. Boston's got historically really bad drivers.
I don't know if that's even true. But
they don't know how to drive in Boston. They're as bad as they are racist.
So those are the two things Boston is known for.
Yeah, racist and bad drivers across the board.
All right. With it
and the accents.
With like a handle like that, you'd think they'd be in the South. But they're in the Northeast.
They are the South of the Northeast. Everyone knows that.
Directionally, I'm confused, but here we are. Big thanks again to Jake, who had to deal with a lot of stuff on the fly. Great stuff with Jake. Big thanks to the Browns for having us in the radio network.
Yes, thank you.
We made sure to use the litter box you put down. Okay, we did not soil the carpets. Thought about it, but we did not soil the carpets. But big thanks again to Jason Gibbs and Gabe for helping us out here. Big thanks to Katie Pollack and Meredith Kane back in the studio. Big thanks to Keith for helping us out on the videos. And one more time, Mac Robinson, come on here. Mac, we tease you. I'd say I miss
could have just ended there. We tease you.
Yeah, well, I was going to say we'll miss teasing you. If I really miss you that much, I'll just call you and tease you. But best of luck, buddy. Appreciate you.